Welcome everybody to Collecco, and I'm going to be live for a few minutes here, and then we're going to, I kind of need to get a few things taken care of for Ed, or he hatchets me. We don't want to get hatchet Ed right off the bat. Laura, first comment, unbelievable. You actually got it. Welcome. Where's my straw at? Two important things right now, my drink and this Chick-fil-A sandwich. Lasagna was delicious. I actually ate 2 pieces of it and I fell asleep here at the store. All right. I'm working on getting everything shared and scarfing down a light snack. Better start it now and get the stream going than in 10. I could have probably done it in 20 more minutes. All right, welcome everybody. My mic's gonna be muted off and on as I talk to Ed and price records and scarf down some food. Yep. But my mic's open right now as I chat with y'all. Make sure you've shared everything. Make sure you've liked everything. Make sure you've, and everything. Ed, this top one is a pre-order. I'll have you, if you can, I can look it up right quick, or it's that Zach top. That's a new release. Okay. Okay. Welcome. Here we go. All right, so this is Thursday Metal Night, and we call it Thursday. I now call it Thursday. My accent's really getting in there, isn't it, Ed? Thursday. That's the southern lazy accent. Thursday Metal Night auctions, okay? Because it's always misleading because people think, oh, they're doing nothing but metal auctions tonight or metal records. That is almost the opposite, okay? That is almost the opposite. There's going to be a lot of metal shown tonight, but for the most part, it's back here for rare and premium featured auctions, okay? This here is where we'll be auctioning some premium Thursday night metal night auctions. In the crates, there could be metal. In the bins, there could be Nat King Cole. In the bins, you might see The Who. You might also see Pantera. You could see Frank Sinatra. You could also see cattle decapitation. You just never know. I don't know. We always keep the crates like that. But there could be some metal-focused crates, too. There could be some crates pop up that's nothing but metal. And I hope that Laura and Paul are able to locate such records. And then also, we might even have some surprises. I'm trying to figure out where... I bought something. Let me see if I can find it. They have blocked my alleyway here. What's in the guitar case? Interesting. Okay. Let's start getting everything shared. Guy Shard wants to know if he's making a return for defective vinyl, will the refund include the cost of the shipping? Yes, right? We provide the label. Yes. We reimburse for the cost. Yeah. Luckily, Ed's right here next to me. And he's an expert on all things Collecco. Looks like Paul's already marked a whole crate of metal right here behind me. Laura's finishing up the auctions. Folks, we're about ready to go. I've actually not listened to cattle decapitation. Just based off the name, it seems a little heavy for me. All right, right now I'm working on getting the feed shared in the proper places. I just shared it in our private group. Let's cross our fingers and hope that nothing crashes tonight. I may have just teased it or jinxed it, but we've been having some connection problems. If that happens, what we've learned is we just got to stop, redo the feed. If it happens again, we got to stop and redo the feed. Last night it took 3 attempts and we were finally rolling. So y'all can help me out right now by hitting the like button on the Facebook and YouTube video, maybe even over on Twitch. And I just shared the link in the ad tonight. And we're about to put up our first auctions in just about 2 seconds, okay? And tonight, when we get rolling with auctions, it's going to be in about 2 minutes, and we're not going to stop for about the next 7 hours for metal auctions and other miscellaneous auctions. I'm going to go back through and screenshot some of the stuff last night. But if you were watching late last night, we went through a box of posters. And I know everybody can't stay up till 2 a.m. on a Thursday night. But we went through a box of posters. And there may be some people watching that was up with me. It was incredible. We probably found 100 vintage original Kiss posters we didn't know we had. And probably 50 other metal-related and hard rock posters like Poison, Motley Crue, Metallica, Megadeth, Slayer, Van Halen. Really just mind-blowing stuff I didn't even know I had. Autograph posters from Ace Frehley, Lita Ford, members of Kiss. I was like, where Blackberry Smoke, some other bands as well. And honestly, I didn't even know we had that stuff. And I might just give you a tease, and we might auction one tonight, but it'd have to be when things kind of slow down. Really hard to show posters that are rolled up here on the screen and give everybody a clear-cut idea of what they're looking at. So, how many total crates of new vinyl is the pending question right now from Jerry Stone? 2, 1, 3. 3 and 3 Hatchet Ed crates. We might do Hatchet Ed crate stuff tonight. As y'all know, Paul's going to be doing the show tomorrow and Saturday. If I don't get to him, then he'll have Hatchet Ed crate stuff tomorrow. That might be good. I'm going to, either way, I'll purge it, and we might go ahead and show the auctions and stuff. That way he can just show the records. Either way, I like going through them. That way we know, sometimes I block people. I'm like, whoa, whoa, whoa. I know who bought this. They didn't pay for it. Psh. All right, let me take them out of the group. They lose their privileges. But it will be a crazy night. I'm doing the last thing I always do, and that's share it on our Instagram story. That way people over there also get a direct link to our YouTube feed. And we are ready to roll. All right, so let me lay this over here. One of the first things I'm going to do is Laura's about to come up here at the auction. So let me clean out this bin for her, because she's going to come up here and she's going to be like, where are these auctions supposed to go, Chad? And I'm like, I'm sorry, Laura. Please don't attack me. There's my keys and chapstick. All right. And, oh, there's my brownie from Chick-fil-A. Got to scarf that down here in a minute. Right, Ed? Couldn't do this. I text Tanner. They might be having a child right now. Actually, I'm just now realizing I haven't heard from him. He hadn't opened. They might have hit emergency phase 3, and he may be about to be a dad. If Tanner gets really quiet, then something serious is going on. They might be about to be they're about to be parents. All right. And I've got a whole crate of Seth auctions. Speaking of parents, God, I can't believe that guy has a kid. That should be illegal. How is Seth allowed to have a kid? Golly. Insane. All right, here we go. The show has begun. AC/DC, Let There Be Rock, a 1977 U.S. OG yellow Atco. This is OG for the United States of America. USA, AC/DC, Let There Be Rock. It has this original Atlantic Atco inner sleeve. Atco was a subsidiary of Atlantic. First label AC/DC was on in the United States. That is OG, and that's a $30 start. $30 start. $30 start. This is AC/DC, Let There Be Rock. Nice. Doing a little bit of classic rock here to get the show started. And let's go ahead and put up some Motley Crue. Motley Crue is a Record Store Day 2022 Record Store Day EP. And this is going to go up for a $20 start. Some of y'all may have seen this before. And this is a $20 start. This is Motley Crue, a 2022 Worldwide Record Store Day EP. This is You're All I Need, Wild Side, Home Sweet Home, and Looks That Could Kill. Motley Crue's a $20 start. Make sure you're in our private group, okay? Make sure you're in our private group. Whole lot of records. Let's see here. Let's open this up. And this up. And this up. Okay. Where's Chad at? There's Chad. All right. There it is. Wow, we sold quite a bit, actually, for just two crates. We've sold a Rob Zombie, an Ozzy, a Taylor Swift, a Jack Johnson, a Clutch, a Three Doors Down, a Significant Other, which is Limp Bizkit, a Deep Purple, an Ozzy, a Pink Floyd, an Ozzy, and a Limp Bizkit. All right, sounds like we got our work cut out for us. Welcome everybody to Collecco. I'm going to need some empty crates. I just had one about a second ago. Let's see. There it is. I think when I start condensing. The other day there was a tower of crates here. There was about 12 high and 4 wide, and now there's none. They disappear. We're always ordering more. All right, both auctions have bids. So what you heard me read off was some claims from our flip video, and that flip video is that flip video is posted every morning at 6 a.m. in the group, okay? That was posted every morning at 6 a.m. in the group, and that's where you'll see some of these claims come from. First thing we have here is Corrosion of Conformity, Wise Blood. That's a 2 LP, $44.99 for Music on Vinyl. $8 in limited shipping, as much as you want to buy, as much as you can buy, as much as you want to buy. That starts right now. Also, we have Ozzy, Diary of a Madman. Ozzy is $29.99. $29.99. Diary of a Madman. Limp Bizkit, Significant Other. This was claimed right off the bat by Kyle Lozier, L-O-Z-I-E-R. $39.99. That's a 2 LP. AC/DC has one bid. It's a final call. It is an OG pressing from 1977. It's a US OG specialty press. Nice condition too. EX Plus. I think y'all missed that little note. EX Plus, very high grade. Motley Crue is sealed, record store day, 10-inch release. It has one bid for $20, going once, going twice, just FYI. Next is another copy of Limp Bizkit. That is $39.99. Significant Other, another Gatefold 2 LP. Wilco is from the Rhino High Fidelity series. That is a 30th anniversary, numbered to 5,000. $39.99 for that. And Dawkins, Breaking the Chains. Dawkins is on red vinyl, $33.99. Breaking the Chains, limited edition red vinyl, $33.99. We have Deep Purple, Rapture of the Deep. It's a 3 LP limited edition transparent sky blue vinyl. It is a 45 RPM. So this originally came out in 2005. That's why I haven't seen it as much before in my life. Scott Smith did claim one, and this is sold to Scott Smith, okay? There's one left, so it's a 20th anniversary release of Deep Purple, $69.99. Motley Crue is gone to Gerald Whitworth, the only bidder. He gets that for $20. That's sold to Gerald Whitworth for $20. Thank you, that's sold to him. And also, we still got 2 copies of Jack Johnson, and I'm pretty sure there was at least one claim here for Jack Johnson, In Between Dreams by Anthony Clark. I don't think that's even in here, is it? Yeah, that's in that other crate. Yeah, that is $36.99. So I still got the one. I still got the one here. Songs and Lullabies from Curious George. Next thing is Saxon, and this is Denim and Leather. And Saxon's a 1981 USOG Pittman press. It's in shrink, VG Plus, maybe VG++. Saxon's going to go up for a $20 start. Denim and Leather, $20 start on Saxon. That's now up for bid. Also, Three Doors Down's Greatest Hits. We did have some Three Door Down claims, but not this one. Greatest Hits is still available, and Three Doors Down Away from the Sun is sold to Sherry Darnell. That was our last copy. Anything we sell out of, if you happen to want on a waiting list, just let me know. So Sherry Darnell got Three Doors Down. Thank you on that, Sherry. And I've got 2 copies of Limp Bizkit Chocolate Starfish. This one sold to Corey James. Thank you, Corey James. That's sold to you. That's on silver and brown colored vinyl, a.k.a. chocolate starfish and hot dog flavored water. And then I had 4 Ozzy, which is essentially a Greatest Hits, Memoirs of a Madman. One is sold to Melanie Clausen. One is sold to Clifford Umstead. One is sold to Scott Smith. And one is sold to Linda Lamb. And folks, that means we are sold out again of the Ozzy Memoirs of a Madman. This new Clutch release, the last copy, is officially sold to Anthony Clark, $29.99, 10th anniversary, and that's limited edition colored vinyl. So anything you just seen us sell out of, we can put you on a waiting list. We sold out of Three Doors Down. We sold out of Ozzy and Clutch. And if anybody wants one, because this is Thursday night, anything now that we order for a waiting list, it won't be here until Monday or Tuesday for a new week and a new invoicing cycle. So essentially, if you start a new invoice right now, it starts tomorrow. Limp Biscuit is $46.99. Chocolate Starfish and the hot dog flavored water. That's a 2 LP, $46.99. And then here is Significant Other. That is $39.99. Significant Other. You can, let's see, you can park right there is fine. Yeah, there's good. I walk right there to get them anyway. Thank you, John. We got Saxon at 25 and Saxon at 26. Let's look at AC/DC again. Aaron Andrus has this for $38. This is OG. John Kaiser bid $38 first. So here's the, no, golly. Brad Waits bid $38. No wonder the feed's not moving. All right, so here's the bids. Brad Waits bid $38. John Kaiser bid $38. And then Aaron Andrus bid $38. These are all tied at $38. 38, 38, 38. That's a three-way tie on AC/DC at $38. The last bid on Saxon was Sean Schaefer at $26, and Lisa Torres just bid $30. That's where we're at, okay? And I think there's nothing left in here in the crate that was claimed. Let's go through these again. We have Corrosion of Conformity, $44.99. Aussie Diver Madman's $29. I've got two Aussies. I've also got Limp Biscuit Significant Other. I've also got Wilco AM. Dock and Breaking the Chains on Red Vinyl's $33.99. And then Deep Purple, $69. Dockin, 180 gram. Dockin is the newest remaster. It doesn't say the weight of the vinyl, but it is, yes, a new sealed copy. It's either going to be one, you know, all these new pressings are either 140 or 180 typically, sometimes 200. Jack Johnson's 36, and then we got Three Doors Down and Limp Biscuit. There's all that. I'm going to go through one more crate. Now, the next crate I put in the video was pretty much essentially all metal, and I thought, well, that'd be a good warm-up crate for tonight, but also I might go through it again even later when we're really looking for metal crates to go through. This next crate, the majority of it's metal, but there was some other stuff like that. Any of the posters I mentioned, that's the stuff we was going through late last night. It was absolutely insane. It was nothing but Kiss, metal posters and stuff like that. What I'll do, I think I might put some up tonight, but I really want to get them photographed and researched. Y'all know the drill with posters. Really hard to show them unless I can put them up here on the screen for y'all to see. Otherwise, I got to clear the table and spread them out, and it's hard to show them, et cetera, et cetera. So AC/DC still getting bids. It's at $44, and Saxon's at $35. Let's go ahead and knock out that other crate I'm talking about, and maybe we can go ahead and get metal started off with a bunch of metal claims. So let's do that right now. All right. Let's do this, and let's do this. Here we go. There's going to be a show on Monday. Yeah, it's going to be a show on Monday. I'll be here on Monday. I will be here on Monday. Yes. All right. Let me see what's going on here. Okay. There's that. And I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. All right. So, the last bid on AC/DC was Aaron Andrus at $44. Kristen Driscoll was in first. Aaron, you're still out on that. Kristen bid $44 first. The last bid on Saxon was Lisa Torres at $35. Sean Schaefer's out. That's a final call. Next auction is going up right now, and that is Van Halen. Van Halen's self-titled debut album is a 1983 reissue on this Winchester label. It is a really nice copy, though, with the inner sleeve. Side 1's near mint minus. Side 2 is VG plus, maybe even EX. This is going to go up for a $20 start. That's Van Halen's debut, okay? There's that. And we have the following. Sorry. Rammstein, Rise Rise, a 2 LP. 180-gram remaster. Ramstein is $49.99. I've also got Guns N' Roses, Appetite for Destruction, Paradise City, Sweet Child of Mine, Welcome to the Jungle. Guns N' Roses is a 2 LP, $44.99. Also, I have one copy of Rob Zombie, which in fact did sell. Rob Zombie is the Lunar Injection Cool 8 Eclipse Conspiracy. And this is yellow vinyl. And Rob Zombie, let me pull my list back up, sold to Cameron Lingefeld. Thank you, Cameron Lingefeld. That's sold to you. That was my last copy. If anybody wants on a waiting list, let me know. David Saunders wants a Guns N' Roses. Now there's one left of that. That's a 2 LP, by the way. There's two different versions. There's a single and there's a 2 LP. Saxon is sold to Lisa Torres for $35. Kristen Driscoll, you've been outbid on AC/DC. Aaron Andrus has it for $45. Aaron Andrus also has Van Halen for $25. Now Stanley Richmond has it for $28. And here is Slipknot, Volume 3, The Subliminal Verses, limited edition, violet double-colored vinyl, purple essentially, 2 LP purple vinyl. Let me say it in my own terms, $36.99. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and it is Judas Priest, Unleashed in the East. Judas Priest is a 79 USOG Terre Haute. VG++ condition, an OG pressing from 1979. Not bad whatsoever. A $20 start on that. We have two copies of Iron Maiden Peace of Mind. Maiden is $33.99. The 1983 album remastered, $33.99. That's Peace of Mind. And I've got two copies here of Municipal Waste, The Art of Partying. Municipal Waste is $38.99. That's a two are available, Municipal Waste, and Flotsam and Jetsam, Blood in the Water. Flotsam and Jetsam is $29.99. Tim Rory on Iron Maiden, that is sold to Tim Rory. AC/DC is now at $48. Van Halen's at $30. Stanley Richmond, you're out, and everybody else that was bidding. Judas Priest is a $20 start, just FYI. Aaron Andrus, you've also been outbid on AC/DC. Kristen Driscoll has bid $48. I have Taylor Swift Folklore. This was our last copy. It actually sold to Stephen Parton. It's a 2 LP. Taylor Swift is $39.99. Taylor is gone. If anybody else wants one, what about Megadeth? So far, so good, so what? They're going to be having a new album come out pretty soon. When I get all the details, I will be posting it. The last two things I posted in the group was a restock alert for Ozzy, No More Tears. And they're finally pressing the Allison Krauss and Union Station Live, which was originally a 2 LP MoFi that sold for hundreds and hundreds of dollars. And it's up for pre-order right now. They're doing a 3 LP, $89.99 for any of y'all Allison Krauss fans. That's up for pre-order. AC/DC has a new bid for $50. Aaron Andrus. Aaron Andrus also has Van Halen at $30. And nobody has bid on Judas Priest. So this is a final call to lock in a bid on Judas Priest. If you want to get in on this, you got to bid $20. It's a final call, just FYI. Now we have a bid with Mark Overton, $25. Primus Pork Soda. Primus is a 2 LP, $39.99. Primus Pork Soda. Also, we have Pink Floyd. This is Mono, $33.99. That is sold to Brian Call. Thank you, Brian Call. That's sold to you. And Judas Priest now is at $26, okay? All the big dog auctions were about a good 2 hours away. Megadeth, Slayer, all that stuff. In the meantime, we got nothing but other auctions, complete unadvertised surprises. I've got AC/DC, Van Halen, Judas Priest. I've got the Cars, Run DMC, Judas Priest, Kick-Axe, Hurricane, Dokken, Dio, Lita Ford, Rat, Kiss, Fate's Warning, Twisted Sister, Saxon, Rainbow, Crocus, Helix, Star Wars, Dokken, Def Leppard, Cult, Kiss, Whitesnake, ELO, Heaven, ZZ Top, Helix. That's some stuff I have over here ready to run. But yeah, that's what's going on. There's the slobber knockers. They're a good 2 hours away, okay? They're a good 2 hours away. Iron Maiden bootlegs, I don't have any of those. I know they started cleaning them and researching them, but I don't think we're ready to unveil those yet. We was going to get them all spread out and take pictures like I did the Megadeths a couple weeks ago so everybody's minds could be blown. I wouldn't go anywhere, okay? Now we have two questions. Any news on Mother Love Bone and any news on Earth? Pre-orders are always the same. They're whenever they're scheduled to come out. Mother Love Bone, I haven't heard anything different on that. And then Earth has been pushed back to like November or something. The details are on the post. I really don't remember. But I get asked about that one a lot. It was pushed back 2 or 3 different times. I can pull it up one more time. Give me 1 second, though. Jack Johnson, In Between Dreams. This is sold to Anthony Clark. That was my last copy of that. Craig says Earth is 9/12/2025. And I don't think Mother Love Bone's been changed. 3 people asked me last night about Buckingham Nicks. I don't think it's been changed. I think they're all scheduled. Now, they could push it back at the last second. New releases are never guaranteed. If I say it's coming out September 12th, it could come out November, December. They could say it's not going to come out till next summer. You just never know. Harry Potter and the Order of the Phoenix, that's a 2 LP clear vinyl, $39.99. The Cult, this is Pure Cult The Singles, which is a 2 LP compilation, $38.99. The Cult. Also, I have Metallica. This is And Justice for All, which is a 2 LP, $44.99. Metallica and Justice for All. AC/DC, I was waiting for one person. This is the first auction we put up tonight, about 35 minutes ago. It's still getting bids. Aaron Andrus has it for $50. I'm waiting for Kristen Driscoll and one other person, but the time's ticking. This is what I started the show with. It's still up for auction. It's still getting bids. It's at $50 of Aaron Andrus. Over here is Van Halen. The last bid that came in on this was $30 with Aaron Andrus. It's an early 80s reissue. Nice copy. Aaron also has that for $30. And then Judas Priest, $25. Then Judas Priest, $20. Then Judas Priest, $26. Then Judas Priest, $28. Judas Priest is at $28. That is the high bid right now on Judas Priest. And the high bidder on Judas Priest is Nick Galletti. There's about 3 people that hadn't set out yet. So I'm assuming they're not done bidding. I'm assuming they're calculating when they're going to place their next bid. And the time is right now. The time is now to bid. I would bid and then just keep bidding and keep bidding and keep bidding until the other person says out, and then you'll win the auction. That is my best advice on how to win an auction. Just keep bidding, keep bidding, keep bidding, keep bidding. Do not say out, and then eventually I'll say it's sold to you. Kristen Driscoll is keep bidding. Chris Gardner is keep bidding. And now we have a final call on Van Halen, though. Flotsam and Jetsam, 2 LP clear vinyl, $33.99. AC/DC's at $56 with Kristen Driscoll. Judas Priest is at $29 with Chris Gardner. That is new bid. So Aaron Andrus, you've been outbid on both auctions. Poison, open up and say $34.99. I don't know about y'all, but when I get involved in an auction personally, I just keep bidding and 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 keep bidding until they say, Chad, you've won the auction. I'm like, thank goodness. That's why I'm here. Next thing is Van Halen. Van Halen is sold to Aaron Andrus for $30. Aaron, you do get that, but you have been outbid on AC/DC. A couple more people's been outbid on Judas Priest. Nick Galletti has it for $30. Next auction here is Judas, or next album, I should say, is Judas Priest Rock-a-Rolla. 50th anniversary, remixed and remastered, $34.99. Also, we have Rammstein, Shinzut, $49.99. Mother Love Bone is coming out 9/26/25. Buckingham Nicks is coming out 9/19/25. And Earth is coming out 9/12. If you ordered the Black Sabbath, pre-Black Sabbath recordings, it's due out 9/12. Will I be getting them? I hope so. Buckingham Nicks is coming out 9/19. Will I be getting them? I hope so. Mother Love Bone is coming out on September 26th. Will I be getting them? I hope so. But collectively, that's probably like 350 pre-orders. I hope I don't disappoint anybody. Those are some of the most biggest and desirable releases of the rest of the year, though. Mother Love Bone, Buckingham Nicks, and this Earth Black Sabbath pre-order deal, or pre-Black Sabbath recordings. Never released before. Judas Priest Stained Class is $33.99. Iron Maiden Seventh Son is $33.99. Halloween, The Time of the Oath, Halloween is $39.99. More? There's more. Ed needs more prices. I'll knock this out right quick. Golly, I forgot how much stuff I ordered. This is going to be a big night. I can't stop talking. I'm already hopped up on Diet Coke, John. We have, there's The Cure. There's somebody's special request. Here's Drive By Truckers. We got Jaws coming up. We got Elton John coming up. We got Stevie Ray Vaughan coming up. We've got MOD coming up. I'm not going to tell you any other information. I'm just going to be teasing you with all these titles. There's just a lot of great stuff coming up. I'm just going to keep naming off titles. Everybody's going to be going, what is he talking about? Helix, Hurricane, why is he reading off all these highly desirable titles? I'm going to be like, well, you've got to stay here for the next 7 hours to find out. Otherwise, you're going to miss something. You're going to be, holy crap, why did I get off and decide to go walk my dog? And Chad sold all this stuff I've been waiting all week to bid on, and now my dog had to go out, and now my whole life is ruined. All right, next auction. Brett Michaels' wig, he gets the Halloween. Thank you on that one. And then Judas Priest, what happened over here? Nick Galletti, $30. I've lost Chris Gardner. Chris, I've got to sell that if I don't hear back from you in about 30 seconds. And then AC/DC, Aaron Andrus has this for $60. This has now been up for 40 minutes. It's up to Kristen Driscoll. He said he was up on the auction block. He said he was driving. He said, I'm trying to bid on this AC/DC. I'm driving, doing 92 miles an hour down the interstate. I was like, holy crap. AC/DC, final call. Aaron Andrus, $60. Nick Galletti gets Judas Priest for $30. There will not be any Kiss posters. Next thing is Metallica Ride the Lightning. There may be Kiss posters. $33.99. Hopefully you don't have anything to do for the next 7 hours, right, Ed? Iron Maiden, Live After Death, $44.99. Overkill Taking Over, $33.99. Now, the only thing that I didn't pull out of here was nothing. Everybody that commented what they wanted on the video got what they wanted. Now, we just need to sell a lot more things out of here. Final call on AC/DC. That was been up for a long time. Next auction is Dio, Intermission. Dio is a 1986 U.S. club copy. EX++ minus... EX++ / near mint minus, and this is a $20 start. The vinyl is really nice. It's called Dio Intermission. It's going to go up for a $20 start. $20 start. Chad, Meat Puppets, Too High to Die, 1994 album's coming out September 26th, long-awaited one. We will take care of that. At some point, I still got to show Laura how to post pre-orders. We got to do that. I'll try to get here early next week, which will probably never happen, but we'll make time. We'll just start the show late. All right. Well, I've lost Kristen Driscoll, so what we're going to do, Aaron Andrus, we're going to go ahead and sell this to you for $60. Thank you. Hopefully, Christian is still driving. He's probably trying to switch lanes and bid on AC/DC. Too late, though. I've already sold it. I've got these filled out, Ed, whenever you want them. Dio is an OG. It's a $20 start. OG Dio, $20 start. Dio, Helix. Here we go. John is heading out, it looks like. Yes, sir. Thank you. This is called Helix, white lace and black leather. It looks like a pretty provocative cover. Helix, white lace and black leather. White lace and black. I've never seen this before. It's an 81 OG, a strong VG, maybe VG plus condition. $15 start on Helix. That's now for bid. Does anybody else want anything in this crate before I swap them out, okay? If not, we're about to get right into some of our newest new stuff. Okay? Newest new stuff. All right, let me do this and this. And there has been since 12 people asked to join the group. Okay, now they're all members. Here we go. This is it. We have Rammstein, $49.99. Guns N' Roses, Appetite for Destruction, $44. Still have Slipknot, Iron Maiden, Piece of Nine, and Municipal Waste, and Flotsam and Jetsam, and Megadeth, Primus, Harry Potter soundtrack, The Cult, Pure Singles, a 2 LP, $38.99. Metallica and Justice for All is $44. Black Sabbath, $33. Flotsam and Jetsam, Poison and Judas Priest. Rammstein and Judas Priest. Judas Priest and Judas Priest. Judas Priest and Iron Maiden. Iron Maiden and Metallica. Iron Maiden, Metallica. Iron Maiden and Iron Maiden. Iron Maiden, Overkill. Overkill and Overkill, and then Overkill. Helix has bids for $15, $15, $15, $15. And then Dio is at $22 of MT Matte. $22 of MT Matte, okay? Let's swap out crates. That's about the most metal of a crate I can give you, okay? That's about the most metal of a crate I can give you. However, I think those are a lot of essentials, and probably most people already have them. But if you don't have those essentials and you think you're a metal fan, then you probably need to recheck your status, okay? Because I don't see you buying those. Next thing, Helix still getting bids. However, the bids are going down somehow. Okay? Now, Kristen Driscoll has finally stopped driving. He says, okay, 60, wow, I just paid $35 to park in Hampton, New Hampshire for Extreme. So he is done driving. You've lost the auction, and he just paid $35 to park. If you just went ahead and bid 75 earlier on AC/DC, then you probably would have won the auction. Now you've paid $35 to park. That money just got burned up, and you could have had an OG AC/DC. This is called investing. Here we go. This is sold. 42 Foxes on Black Sabbath, Never Say Die. All right, there's that, there's that. Let's go find a crate of brand new vinyl. I'll be glad when we have our dollar sale next weekend to get all this stuff out of here. Yeah, for sure. So here's the situation. Tomorrow or next weekend here at this store, we're having a $1 sale, okay? We have got dozens and dozens of boxes. They're full of $1 records. Here's the situation. You've got 2 days to come and look through them and buy them. If not, they're all gone. We're either going to give them away or throw them away. Okay? I would come early on Friday. I would come early on Saturday. Drive to Tennessee. There is thousands and thousands of records. I told them I want all this gone. It's either going to be sold or put in a dump trailer. You can't even walk around in here. It's all going to be gone. So if you want any of them, you better come get them. Next weekend, Ed will be the curator, right, Ed? He'll be here. He'll be behind the counter. It'll be on Friday and Saturday. You've got 2 days to plan ahead. There is unbelievable, probably what has also probably been overlooked over here. We just got to get them out. We just don't have any room. They're going to be sold or thrown away. You have 2 days to come buy them. The phone is ringing up front off the hook. Nobody's answering the phone. If you're trying to call here, you're out of luck. You missed your phone call window by about 5 hours. We have Dio. The last bid on Dio that came in. Let's go over this again. Let's go over both auctions just like I'm putting them up for the first time, because there's 3 questions on Dio and there's 3 questions on Helix. Okay? We have a 1986 US Club. This is a Columbia Record Club, EX Plus / Near Mint Minus. Okay? EX Plus, Near Mint Minus. It's a nice copy. The last bid on Dio is the following. MT Matt has had it for $22. He was the first bidder 6 minutes ago. He still has it for $22. Nobody else has bid. MT Matt still has it for $22. He was the very first bidder. He's had it for 6 minutes now. Helix. Let's look at Helix again. A 1981 Canadian OG H&S Records, strong VG condition. Strong VG condition. Brad Waits has this for $38. It's on H&S Records out of Canada. It's an OG. We're about to go through new vinyl. Now, giving them away, let me tell you something about these records. Nobody wants these in bulk, okay? We've tried giving them to everywhere. After these dollar sales are over, I usually have my cousin come and get them, who sometimes takes them to a flea market and tries to sell them again. He's probably hauled off 20,000 records for us. And then the other ones, I've called places. They say, 1, we don't want them. And number 2, we don't have anywhere to store them. Right, Paul? That's the big thing. You try to give somebody 20,000 records and they're like, no way. I don't want them. I don't want them. So we've tried everything. Libraries, homeless shelters, Salvation, Goodwill. We got to get them all in one load. Nobody wants them. So it's like buy them now or they have to go to the dumpster. We have Kiss, $33.99. And plus, somebody be like, I'll come get them. Do you got any metal, rock, jazz, any Led Zeppelin, Beatles, Metallica? And I'm like, are you kidding me? We have Kiss, $33.99. That is a 2014 remaster. This is brand new stuff here. Kiss is a 2014 remaster, $33.99. Van Halen, this is live at the Tokyo Superdome, $29.99 for Van Halen, live at the Tokyo Superdome. And I think with this, I have our first waiting list. So let me go ahead and go grab that. I'm going to go get my backpack with my laptop. And we have a full-fledged show ahead of us tonight. Full-fledged show tonight ahead of us. This is nothing but unbelievable new stuff, one after another after another. We got Hatchet Ed, we got New Vinyl, we got John Paul and Laura all marking crates. There's some people that's not even going to want to press a button because they know there's some insane auctions coming up. Hopefully you have your guns ready. You've called your banker, your lawyer, your best friend, and said, listen, dude, there's a Megadeth countdown to extinction coming up tonight. I got to borrow about $800 or I'm going to have a bad week. I need some cash. Can you help me out? Hopefully you've called your friends, your bankers, everybody involved in your life and said, listen, Chad's having a crazy sale tonight. I need about $1,500, okay? Can you loan me about $1,500? We have Van Halen is sold to Corey Ross. He was on a waiting list, Van Halen Superdome. That's a live unofficial, $29.99. Also, we have Van Halen, $29.99. And we have Kiss, and that is $33.99. This is Pretty and Kink, which is Lords of Acid. And Lords of Acid is $39.99. It's a Gatefold 2 LP, $39.99, okay? Next is Dio. The last bid on Dio that came in was Bret Michaels' wig at $25. Michael snared, you tied him. Michael snared, you tied him. So this is at $25. Michael snared, you've made another tie, and this time with Bret Michaels' wig. One of y'all go ahead and bid $45, and I bet we'll wrap it up. Helix is now at $41, and this is with Javi Soto. Brad, you're out. I bet if you go ahead and bid $50, we'll wrap that thing up. Next thing is Lords of Acid, Van Halen, Kiss, and then we have a restock of Helmet that came in. And Helmet is on limited edition red and blue colored vinyl. This is Helmet, limited edition red and blue colored vinyl. Helmet, Helmet, and Helmet was a waiting list. Helmet is a waiting list, and that is for Stephen Parton and Joshua Cross. Stephen Parton and Joshua Cross. So there's two sold. This is on limited edition red and blue colored vinyl. Helmet. I still got 3 left. Limited edition red and blue colored vinyl. $36.99. Just FYI. $36.99. Okay, there's that. Over here, we got Dio at $28 of Michael snared. Bret Michaels' wig is out. I'm waiting for Brad Waits on Helix. Next auction is going to go up right now. Next auction, we have the following. I have Hurricane. Hurricane's going to go up for bid right now. Over the Edge, Hurricane is a 1988 USOG SRC pressing. It has an insert with the original inner sleeve. It's in shrink and height. Wow, nice copy of Hurricane there. That's going to go up for a $25 start. Forrest Gump soundtrack. This is a 2 LP, 32 tracks over 2 LPs, an amazing soundtrack. Forrest Gump. The waiting list was Joy Fino. Thank you, Joy. This is sold to you. It's a 2 LP, $39.99. And then over here is Dio. Dio is sold to Michael Snared for $28. That is sold. Over here, Helix is at $30 with Justin Deckelman. No, Brad is out. Sorry. Helix is sold to Javi Soto for $41. Hurricane already has bids for $25, $25, and $30. Okay, I just realized there's 2 H titles up, but we just got that figured out quickly. Next auction is Kick Axe. And Kick Axe is an 84 USOG Pitman, shrink and hype, EX Plus condition, $20 start on that. Steely Dan, Can't Buy a Thrill. Are You Reeling in the Years? Back, Jack, Do It Again. What a classic album. Steely Dan, $36.99. There was a waiting list for this. There was not a waiting list for this. This is a remastered copy. That is essential. I do have Forrest Gump. They're $39.99. There's 2 left. And then there was a waiting list for Jack Johnson. This is called Brushfire Fairy Tales. All analog. Bernie Grundman, $33.99 for Jack Johnson. And there was a wait list for Jack Johnson. What is that wait list for Jack Johnson? I'm about to tell you right now. And Jack Johnson wait list for Brushfire Fairy Tales is Lothel, Matt Parsons. This is sold to Matt Parsons. There's now 2 copies left. These are $33.99. All right, so we got Hurricane, and Aaron Andrus wants Forrest Gump. Here's the deal. Hurricane right now is at $25, $30 with Justin Deckelman. Everybody else is out. Over here is Kick Axe. Dustin Whitaker has it for $20. Everybody else is out. Ron Mustaine wants Jack Johnson. There's 1 Jack Johnson left. Next thing we have is going up right now, and it's Van Halen, Fair Warning. An 81 US OG Allied inner sleeve VG Plus condition. Van Halen's a $25 start. Next is the Return of the Living Dead, $39.99.
the classic punk rock zombie soundtrack, limited clear with blood red splatter, $39.99. Anthony Clark gets the last Jack Johnson. If anybody else wants one, it'll be a waiting list for next week. Ed is still marking new vinyl. Still marking new vinyl. We got a lot to get to tonight. Everclear, Sparkle and Fade, Everclear. This is mastered by Kevin Gray at Coherent. It's at Intervention Records, all analog, $59.99. Kick-Axe is now at 22 with Scott Arnold. Warren Hardin, you're out. Now Dustin, you're out. All of a sudden, Hurricane has stopped. Nobody else has bid. Scott hadn't bid. Warren hadn't bid. Javi hadn't bid. The high bid is Justin Deckelman at $30. I'm about to sell it. Tim Rory's in on Van Halen at 25. And this was something that caught me off guard. It's a new release from the King. Now, I've got good news and bad news. Good news is I have them, and we can take a waiting list. The bad news is I don't know if I'm going to be getting any more because they just shipped an invoice, and they said they back-ordered 7 copies. And this is a limited edition release. So to me, that tells me I may not be getting any more. But I'll tell you right now who got these in the correct and proper order. This is really cool. Elvis Sings, limited edition. $56.99. There was 11 pre-orders. Let me sort these by whoever commented first. The first person was Scott Corcoran. The second person was Regina Tabor. The third person was David Howard. The fourth person was Don Nicole. The fifth person was Daryl Johnson. And the sixth person was Levi Hilton. Here's everybody still on a waiting list. E.J. Berg, Sherry Darnell, Tim Holloway, Leland McCurry, and Catherine Lutz. I'm going to try to get them somewhere else, and then I'm going to also try to get them, or if you want to go on a waiting list, you never know. There might be somebody not paid for one, might put one back, etc. So if anybody else wants one, let me know. All right. We have E.J. Berg, Sherry Darnell, Tim Holloway, Lily, and Catherine still on a waiting list. And if anybody else's name wants to go down tonight, let me know. Wow, bizarre auction on Hurricane. There was 3 $25 bids and 1 $30 bid, and that must have been it for everybody. I figured this would bring $40, $50, $60, $70. This is sold to Justin Deckelman for $30. Hurricane is sold. Over here, Kick-Axe is called Vices. The last bid on Kick-Axe was Dustin Whitaker at $25. We're about to sell that. And then Van Halen's at Tim Rory for $29. Somebody asked a question on Everclear. Everclear, and never mind, that was a statement, not a question. Also, we got 2 copies of that. Over here is David Lee Roth Skyscraper. That's an original OG pressing sealed, $28.99. Also add Chris Gardner and Paul Brothers to that Elvis Presley waiting list. They may or may not come in. No guarantees on that one. This has always been a pretty rare and desirable album, David Axelrod, Songs of Experience, and that has now been reissued, $29.99. And we have Halloween. This is their newest album. This is their newest album here, and I'm pretty sure this comes out Friday. It does. And let me tell you who was on a pre-order for Halloween, not Halloween. Halloween, let's pull that up right now. And Chad, Jennifer wanted on the waiting list for Aussie Puzzles. I think we got her down. Jennifer wants on the waiting list for the Aussie Puddles. The Aussie Puzzles. Puzzles. Halloween, there was 3 pre-orders. These are $54.99. We got one for Jeff Brindley. This is the indie exclusive yellow vinyl, the new Halloween album. One for Jay Condi and one for Ken Crooker. So those are all sold. There's 2 new copies left of the new Halloween album, Giants and Monsters. Indie exclusive. And over here we have Everclear, So Much for the Afterglow. Another Everclear cut by Kevin Gray from Intervention, $59.99. Michael Salazar on the new Halloween album. Van Halen, the last bid that came on this was Tim Rory at $29. Aaron Andrus, I have not heard back from you. And then Kick-Axe. The last bid on Kick-Axe was Dustin Whitaker at $25. Nobody bid. That is sold. Let's go ahead and sell the last Halloween to Brett Michaels Wig. That is sold. How much is Overkill from the last crate? $33.99. James, I'm fresh out of Halloween, but if you want on a waiting list when they come back in next week, I can put you on that. Next is Lita Ford, Dancing on the Edge. Lita Ford is a 1984 USOG Hot Hog, EX Plus condition. Essentially really nice, and Lita Ford's going to go up for a $25 start. There she is. She is now up for bid. Lita Ford. There's that. And now we have is Elvis on stacks. Elvis is, it's a music on vinyl, Sony Music. Music on vinyl, Sony Music. All right, we got Paul Brothers on a wait list, Chris Gardner on a waiting list. First person on the Halloween waiting list will be James Davidson and Aaron Andrus, Brian Campbell. Now, the only Aussie puzzle I think they're still making is Bark at the Moon. I don't think they're making any more Ultimate Sins. I don't think they're making any more Blizzard. I know they're making Bark at the Moons, but they've been back ordered since Elvis died. That'd be a long time. That'd be a long time to be back. They've been back ordered since Elvis died. How about since Ozzy died? Oh man, delicious Diet Coke from Chick-fil-A. Okay, Lita Ford and Van Halen getting bids. Brad Waits also wants on that Elvis waiting list, and Gerald Whitworth. I've just got really bad news. I have a feeling they're not going to come more. Wow, Ed's handing me more price sheets. Unbelievable. Okay. Oh, the Kiss stuff's in. Okay, that's cool. Let's mark that. There's the Elvis. Those already came in, though, didn't they? Yeah, we've already marked those. Those 3056. No Sacred Right come in. Emperor, System of a Down, Testament. And there's the Roths. Okay, there's a few more for you. I'm quick. I used to have to, when I first started doing stuff with a formula, I used to have a calculator, but after pricing 20 million SKUs, I can do it in my head now. Pretty much standard pricing across the board, not that difficult. That's why a lot of my prices are the same. If I went by some of these list prices, it's like crazy. I wouldn't be able to keep up with it. It'd be like 500 different prices. Some of them are like 21 this, and of course, some of them we mark more, some of them we mark less. There's some the other day, there was one, the MSRP was like 69, and I was like, wow, that's pretty crazy based on the cost, and I marked them, I think, 59. Just depends on the title and the release. I'm out of crates. Let me move these in here. Overkill, I'm looking, whoever asked about it, I've got it right here in front of me. Just FYI. All of a sudden, a crate shortage. John must be taking stuff out of tubs and putting them in crates. Or the stuff we bought in U-Haul boxes. We buy so much stuff in U-Haul boxes, and then we have to put them in crates. And we'll buy a whole trailer, and I'm like, guys, this is like 20 pallets of crates. This is gonna fill up. This is gonna take every empty crate in this store plus more. All right, let's go back over here and see what's going on. First thing is the following. We got Lita Ford, $25, $27. Lita Ford, $27. Van Halen, $31. Lita Ford, $28. And right over here, Van Halen. I'm waiting for Aaron Andrus. The high bid on Van Halen. Van Halen is Tim Rory. He's had it for 2 minutes at $31. It has not moved. Some of these early auctions, it's like this. I'm going to leave it up to you to keep up with the bids. They're over here in the chat for about the next hour. Some of these right here, if I say you've been outbid and it's a few seconds, maybe a couple moments, and I'll see you bidding again, I'm assuming you're done bidding, okay? I'm assuming you're done bidding. But after about 4 minutes, if I hadn't heard from you, I've got to go ahead and sell it. Maybe 2 minutes. That's a lot of time. Right here on the side of the screen is where all the bids. If you're looking at Facebook chat, you're missing 2/3 of the show. If you're looking at just your YouTube chat, you're missing 2/3 of the show. There's people bidding right now on Twitch, Facebook, and YouTube. There's some people buying records tonight that's never even been on Facebook before. Make sure you're looking over here on the side of the screen because you could get outbid quickly. Some of these bids come in. As soon as you bid, there's somebody just dying to bid again. Aaron Andrus has bid $33. Tim Rory's out. And Lita Ford is at 31 with Cosmo Kramer. Brad's at 33. Make sure if you get involved in an auction, you keep up with the chat over here. If you're keeping up with the chat over here, then you'll be fine. If you're not watching the chat over there, you might get outbid and you could quickly lose an auction. Next thing is Judas Priest, point of entry. Make sure you are locked in. Hopefully you've chugged a couple monsters already. This is a 1981 USOG Pittman press in shrink, an OG pressing, an EX and shrink, and that's Judas Priest point of entry, a $25 start. Lita Ford, 34. Lita Ford, I like this. It's boom, boom. Bids are coming in, and everybody's watching the chat. They're paying close attention. They've got all their other distractions out of the way for the night. It's metal night. You should have told your family, kids, and dogs a week ago, hey, Thursday night, I'm not doing anything but watching Chad tonight. So you're out of luck. Get out of here. Next thing, one more quick read-through. I can't believe no one bought a Lords of Acid. This is Pretty in Kink. Lords of Acid is a double LP, $39.99. 1, 2, 3. Lords of Acid, Pretty in Kink. There's 3 remaining. We sold 0. Couldn't believe it. I'm starting not to believe it. It's here. $39.99. Van Halen is sold. Aaron Andrus, $33. Next is Lita Ford. Brad Waits, $35. Judas Priest is a $25 start. Jerry Stone says, hurry up, Chad. Go to the next crate of vinyl. I can't wait to see some more new vinyl. Just go ahead. Get to the next crate. Hurry up, Chad. Next auction is Twisted Sister. Stay hungry. This is a 1984 USOG specialty press with the original inner sleeve. It is in VG Plus condition, a $20 start. Next is Judas Priest has a bid for $25. Lita Ford, final call to Brad Waits at $35. Brad has it for $35. Everybody else is out. Next thing is Van Halen live at the Tokyo Superdome. That's a live unofficial, $29.99. There's 2 available. Next is Kiss, a 2014 remaster of their debut, $33.99. Make sure Stanley Richmond is on the Aussie Bark at the Moon puzzle waiting list. Those could be in next week. It could be next year. No guarantee. Aussie is Kiss is $33.99. Twisted Sister 20, Twisted Sister 25. Judas Priest is at 30. Lita Ford, Pam Murray's back in at 36. That means Brad Waits, you've been outbid. Brad Waits is right back in at 38. Pam Murray, you've been outbid. Now Judas Priest is at 30. Next is Helmet, limited edition, red and blue colored vinyl, $36.99. Helmet, red and blue colored vinyl. There is 1, there's 2, there's 3 helmets still left. Twisted Sisters now at 30. That means Paul Cruz, you've been outbid. Also, we have Steely Dan Can't Buy a Thrill. That's a gatefold 180 gram remaster. Steely Dan, $36.99. A classic album. We have 1 Forrest Gump soundtrack left. That's a 2 LP. 32 tracks over 2 LPs, $39.99. Lita Ford, Brad Waits has it for $38. Twisted Sisters at 30. Now Judas Priest is at 30, and that's a final call to Brian Thurman. I hadn't seen anybody else bid again. I'm assuming everybody says, well, I'm done. Bradley Smith, how much is Helmet? Helmet is $36.99. Limited edition red and blue colored vinyl. Lita Ford has a new bid. Pam Murray's back in at $40. That means Brad Waits, you've been outbid. Over here, we have The Return of the Living Dead, the classic punk rock zombie soundtrack, limited edition red with clear blood splatter, $39.99. And Everclear is Sparkle and Fade, $59.99. Everclear, multi-platinum smash, Santa Monica Girl, Heroin, Santa Monica and Heroin Girl, Heart Spark $, $59.99. David Lee Roth, this is a sealed OG pressing, $28.99. Judas Priest is sold for $30, and that one goes to Brian Thurman. That is sold. Over here, we have, my mom has spoken. She says, take all the time you want. I say so. My mom's saying, hey, everybody's just got to be patient. Mom is saying, listen, Chad, you just do whatever you want to, sweetie. We have Lita Ford at $41. Craig Honeycutt on Van Halen Live. Craig Honeycutt, I better listen to Mom. She'll cut off my chocolate gravy, my chocolate pies, my lasagna, my burritos. I'll be in big trouble. Pam Murray on Lita Ford, $41. Brad Waits, Pam Murray's out. Twisted Sisters, a final call. Clay Mullins has it for $30. There's about 30 other people I haven't heard back from. I'm assuming they're done bidding. I have the new David Axelrod, Songs of Experience, $29.99. And I have Everclear, so much for the afterglow. Everclear, 25th anniversary, $59.99. John Bullig on the helmet. There's now 2 left if anybody else wants one, okay? Over here, we have Twisted Sister. The hammer was way up, and now it's been slammed to Clay Mullins for $30. And then over here is Lita Ford. Brad Waits gets this for $41. $41 with Brad Waits. That is sold. Next auctions are going up right now. Holy moly, it's not even 7 o'clock yet. Let's go ahead and put up another Saxon. Innocence is no excuses, a gold stamp promo. Saxon's an 85 USOG, a Jacksonville original VG++, shrink and gold stamp promo, $25 start. And then we have, I'll check on that, thank you. Okay, over here is the following. We have Bradley Smith on a helmet. That means there, did I already pull that? I did because John Bowling got the other one. Now there's only 1 helmet left, and let's go into another crate. And Jerry Stone's like, thank God. Chad, I've been waiting all day for Collectco Live. I'm in the mood. I'm about to buy one of everything you're about to show. A 1985 USOG. There's the original inner sleeve. Shrink and Hop. Saxon's a $25 start. Anybody else? These will be available all night long. There'll be some people be like, dang it, Chad, you know what? I am feeling a little groovy tonight. How about you go ahead and just give me one of everything in there? I don't even know who Everclear is, but go ahead and give it to me. I mean, it's got to be good. They've pressed to the vinyl. Anything made on vinyl is good. I'll take it. Send it to me. Saxon, 25. Saxon, 25. Saxon, 26. Let me take a big, deep breath of nitrogen. Here we go. Next auction. The Story of Star Wars. From the original soundtrack, The Story of Star Wars, 1977 USOG Santa Maria. Company inner sleeve and merch insert. Maybe a VG Plus. It's got May the Force Be With You t-shirt insert, merch form. It's got an inner sleeve. It's got a gatefold jacket. It has the book in the gatefold, and Star Wars is a $20 star. Saxon's at $27. All right, our next auction is going to be Iron Maiden, The Number of the Beast. Holy moly, on red vinyl. Good Lord. What the heck's going on here? I don't know what this is, where it came from. I have no idea who this is, where it came from, what's it made of, who that is, what this is, what year or anything. I'm just going to show it to you, and I'm going to tell you a price. It's a $10 start. Good luck bidding. Red vinyl, Iron Maiden, Number of the Beast. That's now up for bid. That should get $200 to $300 bids. Next is Led Zeppelin Mothership. We had a waiting list last night from the following person, Aaron Andrus. Aaron Andrus. Guess what? You got lucky. One showed up the next day. This is sold. This is sold. That's sold. Iron Maiden's at $20. Iron Maiden's at $25. I said it would get somewhere between 2 and 300 bids. Between 2 and 300. That was an old joke my pastor used to tell at church on Sunday mornings. He told another pastor, that pastor asked him as a pastor, said, how many of y'all got coming to church on Sunday mornings? And Brother George Reed would tell the story. He said, well, I didn't lie to him. I just told him on Sunday mornings we would have anywhere between 2 and 300 people come. Took me a while to catch on to that one. We have Cinderella Long Coat Winter. This is a music on vinyl pressing, new and sealed. $38.99 for Cinderella Long Coat Winter. Music on vinyl press, $38.99. Saxon, the last bid that came in on Saxon over here. Saxon, Sax, S-A-X, Saxon, Innocence is No Excuse. The last bid was Sean Schaefer at $27. I never did hear back from Slayer Nation. I'm assuming you're done bidding. It's a final call. It's been up for a while. Star Wars is at $27. Iron Maiden's at $52. Von Stom on Cinderella. Sold. Von Stom, Cinderella. Over here is a new release, and this is the following. Zach Top, Ain't In It For My Health. Same thing. I say that every day when I'm here on Facebook Live. I'm not doing this for my health. Zach Top. This is $34.99. It's a 2 LP, 16 track. And it is on 45 RPM, $34. This is new Zach Top. Zach Top. This is now a pre-order, and it's now being pulled right now. This was supposed to come out August 29th. What is today? That's tomorrow, isn't it? Yeah. Tomorrow is all. This comes out tomorrow. Robert Tomic, Brooke Paget. Robert Tomic, Brooke Paget. Daniel Buzide, Jamie McCord. Nick Humphrey, Vince Lano. Nick Humphrey, Vince Lano. Peter Mazzoliano, and Kenny Cates Jr. How about just Kenny Cates Jr. and Philip Young? I don't think Peter's going to want one. And then over here is Catherine Lutz. Okay, so we got 2, 4, 6 copies of Zach Top left. New album, if anybody wants that. Saxon. Saxon is sold, and this did not get another bid, And Saxon is sold to Sean Schaefer for $27. I didn't see another bid. Slayer Nation went out. Saxon is sold for $27. Let's put that away. Over here, Star Wars. The last bid was Aaron Civic at $28. No, Scott Van Sickle has it for $33. Scott Van Sickle has this for $33. The Story of Star Wars, $33. Iron Maiden, The Number of the Beast, red vinyl. The Number of the Beast, red vinyl. It's in beautiful condition. It looks like an original. I mean, it doesn't look like anything new. I've just never seen that before. John Kaiser has that for $56. $56. Clay Mullins wants an Everclear Sparkle and Fade. That was over here from the new stuff. Everclear Sparkle and Fade. Let's go grab that right here. There's one left if anybody else wants one. Thank you on that. Zach Top, new album. Let's read off that pre-order again. Next thing is Robert Tomic, Brooke Padgett, Daniel Buzai, Jamie McCord, Nick Humphrey, Vince Lano, Kenny Case Jr., Philip Young, and Catherine Lutz. That should be 9 people. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's 9. Now Star Wars 34. If you're not John Kaiser, you don't have the high bid on Iron Maiden. Next thing we have going up right now is the following. This is a copy of Saxon. Let's do another one. This one's Saxon, Power and the Glory. An 83 French OG on the carry label. It's in shrink with the original inner sleeve, VG Plus condition. Saxon's a $15 start. Chris Gardner says he has Iron Maiden for $66. Never mind. So there was a bid higher already before you, John Kaiser. $66 on Iron Maiden. Next, I've got 2 copies of Cinderella Still Climbing. Cinderella is $38.99. Over here is 7 Mary 3 American Standard. 7 Mary 3 is $39.99. And Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young, so far, that's one of my favorite compilations ever. That's one of my biggest influences on music there. $29.99 on that. We have Saxon, Slayer, Star Wars, Iron Maiden. It's up to one person. If anybody else wants to bid, you got to go through Chris Gardner. He has it for $66. John's in at $67. Christmas with Chet Atkins, that's $24.99. Orange vinyl. I've only got one. Elton John, this was a record store day. I got an email. They're saying, hey, they're now releasing these. You can order them. It was originally a record store day. This is Elton John live with Ray Cooper, live from the Rainbow Theater. I've only got one, $36.99. Another Cinderella, Night Songs, $38.99. And guess what? A new version of Cherry Pie. This is the one I was telling you about the other day. It's a new color. It's on yellow marbled vinyl. There it is, Warrant Cherry Pie. Finally, back in stock after many trials and tribulations here at Collecco. Chris Gardner wants to see Iron Maiden one more time. This is Number of the Beast, Iron Maiden, EMI 5287, nice sleeve. It appears to be UK. It's on a UK type label. It's red vinyl, extremely nice here. And there's the label, EMI 5287. Yes, kind of like a red translucent kind of looking vinyl there. It appears to be very nice. I have a whole stack of singles over here. Hope y'all are ready for these metal singles. If not, you probably need to get ready. You need to go tell your wife right now or your husband. You say, hey, listen, I'm getting ready for these singles. And she's going to be like, singles what? Getting ready for what singles? Hopefully you're talking about vinyl, Jeff. Next thing is Mark Morris on Warrant. This is sold to Mark Morris. That is sold. What is the Saxon? What is the Star Wars? No, somebody just asked about Saxon. Star Wars is sold. Star Wars is at $34 of Aaron Civic. Was there any more bids? Let me go back one more second. I'm waiting for Scott Van Sickle. Scott Van Sickle, you were outbid on this. This is at $34, okay? This is at $34. $34. That's the high bid right now on Star Wars, $34. $34. Rick Reese on the Chet Atkinson. Maybe you meant Chet Atkins. I bet you did. Chris Gardner's out on Iron Maiden. This is sold to John Kaiser for $70. Number of the Beast is sold. What is Saxon? Let's look at this one more time. Saxon's an 83 French OG. It's in shrink with a regular inner sleeve, just a generic company French inner sleeve, VG Plus condition, and Saxon's at $22. Over here, we have Warrant. One was sold over here to Mark Morris. The other Warrant over here is sold to Todd Doris. Warrant is $39.99. If anybody else wants one, let me know. Next thing is Weezer, and this is $30. I think I might have wrote down the wrong price on this one, Ed. These should be less than $39. Weezer should be $34, or let me see if I got it here. Weezer. I did write down. I made a bad mistake. I was poor handwriting. This is $34. How about $5 off? $34.99. Weezer's $34.99. That has the yeah, that has that song, the Yeah, Yeah song. All right, we got to go ahead and sell this. I didn't hear back from anybody else on Star Wars. This is sold for $34, and that's sold to Aaron Civic for $34. Over here is Saxon. Never mind, Scott did get a bid in for $36. Whew, that was close. Scott was on the board. He was mixed in with the Saxons. Aaron, Scott has this for $36. My bad. Plus, I never did call out your bid. I never did give him a fair shot to actually place another bid. So he's in, and now that's back up, okay? 36 on Star Wars. Saxons at 30. Next is Dawkins under lock and key. Dawkins an 85 USOG specialty. Lyric insert shrink. Strong VG a $15 start. And here's another single. Boy, I never get Slayer singles. This looks like it's some kind of original too. What do we have here? Serenity and Murder. Slayer $10 start. Goodness gracious. What do we have here? A 4-track? I've never seen this before. Slayer. $10 start. Let the bidding begin. Boy, look at that back. His back got carved up with the logo. Slayer, Serenity and Murder, Raining in Blood, Ditto Head, and South of Heaven. Goodness gracious. That's now a forbid. We got a bunch of S's too, so make sure you take a few seconds to put Slayer, okay? S-L-A-R, Slayer. Otherwise, I won't know what you're bidding on. 2 more looks right in here. We got the Highwayman, Waylon, Willie, Johnny, Chris, $39.99. Walt Disney's Frozen, and this is as a Zoetrope. It's actually pretty cool looking. The Zoetrope edition of the Frozen soundtrack, $36.99. And we have Funkadelic, and that's on purple vinyl, $33.99 for Funkadelic. Boy, we got some cool. Look, I got another Slayer single. I've got a Who Is It? I got another Slayer single. And what about these other ones over here? You should see this whole box. There's nothing but I see just nothing but metal singles. Nothing but just metal singles. Hope y'all are locked in. You got to tell your dog, sorry, buddy. Sorry, buddy. No walking tonight. Hopefully everybody's hit the like button on Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, Twitch, MySpace, Face Smash, whichever. Let's go right over here and see what's going on. I've got to touch my toes. I've really got to regain my composure here. We're off to this an insane, crazy start already. 4 auctions are going, multiple bids, multiple questions, multiple crates, multiple claims, multiple Chick-fil-A brownies, multiple monsters. Here we go. All right, the last bid on Saxon that came in was the following. I'm showing Saxon as the following. Saxon, John McPatriot at $40. Going once, going twice. John McPatriot, $40. John McPatriot, $40. John McPatriot on Saxon at $40. If you're not John McPatriot, you don't have the bid at $40. Dawkins, Star Wars. The story of Star Wars. Star Wars is the following. The high bid is Aaron Civic at $37. He placed a bid over on YouTube. I've got to give Scott Van Sickle one chance to bid more than $37 or say out. Scott Van Sickle, you've been outbid. David, there will be no Japanese pressings you'll want to bid on tonight. You can just go ahead and just go to bed. Good night, David. See you tomorrow. Slayer, I wish you would stay around. I wish you'd stay here all night with us. But I've got bad news. There's going to be no Elton John Japanese pressings for you to bid on. Slayer, Alonzo Breezy has this for $30. Alonzo Breezy has the Slayer single for $30. Dawkins, we started this thing at $15. The high bid right now is Wayne Davis at $18. I've got some claims to get caught up on, okay? The first claim I've got to show you is the following. We sold a warrant. We sold another warrant. And the third one went to Pergy33 on Twitch. There's one problem. I don't know who Pergy33 is on Twitch. If you let me know one time, they'll figure it out for the rest of the show. Pergy33 gets the last warrant. Kelly Vlodarchek gets Frozen. The Zoetrope picture disc. So to Kelly Vlodarchek. Thank you. All right. Now let's keep going down to the bottom. Gerald Whitworth on Funkadelic. A new release cut from the original master tape, purple vinyl. So to Gerald Whitworth. All right. Star Wars got a new bid for 40. Dawkins has a new bid for 20. Slayer has a new bid for 32. Slayer has a new bid for 35. And Jake Perganson is Pergy 33. So Saxon is sold. John McPatriot. I said that about 7 times about 2 minutes ago. John McPatriot gets Saxon for $40. Okay. Slayer's at 35. Star Wars has a new bid. Aaron Civic, you're out. And Dawkins is still getting bids. We're going to breeze through this crate of new arrivals one more time. The first thing I have is Cinderella, Long Code Winter. I've got several new music on vinyl pressings, $38.99. Zach Top, new album with bonus track. This is available only on vinyl. The bonus track is 16 tracks, a 2 LP, 45 RPM, $34.99. Manson, Megadeth, Slayers, all those will be in about 1 hour. At the 8 o'clock hour, Central Time here in Tennessee, there will be so many crazy auctions up, you will honestly have your mind blown. You'll be like, Chad, my mind's blown. We have Zach Top at $34.99. Catherine Lutz wants one. I've got a handful still left. Big right now in the country music scene, Zach Top. We have Cinderella still climbing, $38.99. Star Wars is at $41. That's now a new bid, $41 on Star Wars. We're still bidding on that. Slayer is still getting bids. It's now at $39 and Dawkins at $26. 7 Mary 3, American Standard. That's a music on vinyl press, $39.99. Crosby, Stills, Nash, and Young so far. It's worth it just for Sweet Judy Blue Eyes. $29.99. I've only got one. I've only got one Elton John, live from the Rainbow Theater, $36.99. I've only got one. And we have Cinderella Night Songs, $38.99. If you have not went on Facebook, Instagram, or on our YouTube channel on the community page or where we make posts, there's a gallery of 5 hype pictures. It's grids with 9 albums. There's 45 featured auctions. If you go look at those right now on our Facebook, our Instagram, and on the YouTube community section, you're going to see stuff like, holy crap, I didn't even know he had that tonight. None of those have been sold yet. Nothing in the Facebook post is sold. Nothing in the Instagram post is sold. Nothing on the YouTube post is sold. We hadn't even touched those yet. This is stuff that you didn't even know was going to be auctioned tonight. It's been the show so far. Slayer's at $50. Weezer, $34.99. Direct Metal Mastering. The Highwayman. That's this right here, Tim Graham. The Highwayman album, not soundtrack. $39.99. One Frozen left at $36.99. And Funkadelic on purple vinyl is $33.99. We got to get a 4th auction going. They're still bidding on Star Wars. It was at 43, and now it's at 44. It was at 41. Now it's at 44. My bad. Scott went from 41 to 44. Aaron Civic, you're out. There's people commenting on our ad right now. How much is Marilyn Manson? And what are you asking for Portrait of American Family? They have no idea that right now we're live about to sell those because probably they didn't read the text, the details of the text in the post, which says they're all going to be sold at auction tonight. And that's the story. There's comments coming in right now on our ad. How much is Marilyn Manson? How can I buy Marilyn Manson? What is Marilyn Manson? Can I buy Marilyn Manson? I would love to buy Marilyn Manson. I'm like, hey, buddy, you better tune in at 8 o'clock because it's going to be sold to the high bidder. It's going to be a slobber knocker. Next auction is Crocus. And Crocus is a 1983 US. It's EX Plus condition. It's going to go up for a $15 start. What is this? This is Crocus Hardware, $15 start. There's a new bid on Star Wars for $45. There's a new bid on Slayer at $51. And Dawkins. The last bid on Dawkins over here is with Tim Rory at $26, and we're about to sell it, okay? Jamie McCord wants a pack of inner sleeves and outer sleeves. Jamie McCord would like a pack of inner and outer sleeves. I bet we can hook you up. They'll make a note, and they keep a little note of all the inner sleeve and outer sleeve supplies, and that's one of the last things they key in on Monday mornings before invoices are sent out. Just FYI. We're going to go through our 3rd and final crate of new vinyl. And then we're going to go through Hatchet Ed stuff. Then we're going to go through this metal crate Paul priced. Then we're going to go through the John crates. Then we're going to go through more crates. And then we're going to go through more crates. And then we're going to go through more crates. Star Wars is at $45. If you're not Aaron Civic, you don't have the high bid. Stephen Tinley, you're out on Slayer. I've been waiting for you to bid. John Kaiser has it for $51. He's bidding over on Twitch. So, Stephen, if you're looking at the Facebook chat, you will not see John Kaiser's bid. He's bidding on Twitch. He's not even on Facebook.com. He's over on Twitch bidding. This is Slayer. It's at $51. It's up to one person. It's up to Stephen Tinley if he wants to bid again. Dokken, nobody else bid since I walked away. Dokken is officially sold. Dokken. Dokken is sold to Tim Rory for $26. That is sold. Over here, Star Wars is still getting bids. Now it's at $47. And then Crocus, the last bid that came in on this was nothing. We're about to make it a $15 buy now if nobody bids. It is past 7 o'clock, so I'm about to start grabbing some of the first auctions that were posted in that hot picture today. Here is number 1. Masters of Metal, Black Sabbath, Y&T, Rainbow, Iron Maiden, Rush, Dokken, Zebra, Dio, Crocus, Kiss, Triumph, Twist Sister, Van Halen. An 84 US EMW OG compilation from K-Tel, Masters of Metal, VG condition, a $15 start. Crocus does have a bid for $15, final call. Stephen Tinley's backing on Slayer. John Kaiser, 51. Stephen Tinley bid 52. John Kaiser, it's back up to you. Aaron Civic's out on Star Wars. This is sold to Scott Van Sickle for $47. Scott, that's sold to you for $47. Next, first thing in here is the Beetlejuice soundtrack. I've only got one. Beetlejuice is $34.99, and No FX. No FX is $29.99. Liberal Animation. Liberal Animation, No FX. I wonder if Jim B's watching. If not, that he's missing out. If he is watching, then he just fell off his recliner, spilt coffee all over his carpet. Now the cats are running around screaming. He's like, oh my gosh, how about some jazz? This should chill out Metal Night for a few seconds. Bill Evans, Jim Hall, Undercurrents, a classic jazz album, $24.99. Slayer's at $53. Stephen Tinley, you've been right out bid. John Kaiser has it for $53. Over here is Crocus. It's now at $16 of Tim Turner, and Masters of Metal is already at $20. We got 3 active auctions right now. Next over here is Buddy Guy, Heavy Love, a 2 LP music on vinyl, numbered on pink and purple colored vinyl, just $36.99. Now Slayer's at $60. Stephen Tinley has Slayer at $60. Serenity and Murder. Actually, let me lay that right over there. Now we have Masters of Metal at $20 with Chuck Edgar, and then Crocus is at $20, $18. Buddy Guy is sold to George Jones. That is sold to George Jones. George Jones gets Buddy Guy. And then Tim Vergari wants a... These were actually on sale for music on vinyl through my distributor that handles a lot of music on vinyl. So these were on sale, because typically a 2 LP music on vinyl in 2025, this would be like $59.99. Right now, I can sell them to you for $36.99. I only ordered 2. I didn't want to stock too many. I figured we'd take a waiting list if anybody else wants one. Mitch T says he's taking my dog out for a walk right now. There he goes. Well, you're about to miss your holy grail. Slayer has a new bid for $61. Stephen Tinley's out. I'm assuming we're done on Crocus. I haven't heard back from Tim Turner. And then what is next? Anybody like the Rolling Stones? This is actually pretty cool here. This is called the Rolling Stones Rock and Roll Circus. I haven't had this in a while. It's not just the Rolling Stones either. Jethro Tull's on here. And then also the Dirty Mac. And the Dirty Mac, they do Your Blues. Yeah, Your Blues from the White Album. That is John Lennon and I think Keith Richards and I think maybe even Eric Clapton. That's the Dirty Mac. And this is a 3 LP, really cool foil cover. This was going to be like a multimedia release, a movie and a soundtrack. And it never was actually ever put out. And then it was bootlegged for years. First time ever on vinyl. Yeah, they did all this, and they never did ever really release it back in the 60s. The Rock and Roll Circus. I haven't had that in a while. $69.99 on that. Let me pull out this Hailstorm, because I think we already have a list going for Hailstorm. So let me just set that over here. Plus, I put the wrong price on it. And then over here is Masters of Metal. $23, now $30. Slayer's out. Slayer is sold to John Kaiser for $61. Slayer is sold. Masters of Metal's at $28. Kristen Driscoll's at an Extreme concert. We got people right now walking their dog. We got people right now walking their dog. There's people right now cooking supper. And there's people right now at a concert. There's already been 3 different people say they were at a concert trying to bid on auctions right now. Their favorite band's going to be on the stage playing, and at 8 o'clock Central Time, they're going to be like Megadeth, 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 Slayer, 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 Slayer. We have Crocus, and Crocus, the last bid that came in on this was Brad Waits at $18. Unfortunately, I lost Tim Turner, so that sold to Brad Waits for $18. Next over here is Monsters Masters of Metal. Kristen Driscoll has it for $28. What is the next auction we possibly could be putting up? I'm going to tell you right now. And this is, we won't do another compilation. We'll first go ahead and put up Pretty Maids. Pretty Maids is called Scream. It's a 2019 Italian reissue. Pretty Maid Scream is going to go up EX edition for a $15 start on that. Next, I've got 2 copies here of the Stone Roses. Hey, this is a live unofficial. I've never seen anything like this. That's why I ordered it. It's a live unofficial from the Stone Roses. Stand Still. That's the Stone Roses live in Tokyo, 1989, $29.99. They do play I Want to Be Adored. Such a great song. $29.99. Pretty Maids already has a bid for $20. Masters of Metal. Chuck Edgar says he has it for $30. Chuck Edgar has Masters of Metal at $30. Kristen Driscoll. I know you're at an Extreme concert right now, but I got to let you know, Chuck Edgar has this for $30, and he's about to get it unless another bid is placed. Now Brett Michaels Wig has Pretty Maids for $38. We're officially now getting into some of the advertised stuff. Boy, here's a big one unadvertised. Fate's Warning, no exit, coming out of nowhere. Fate's Warning is an 88 USOG with the original inner sleeve, VG condition. Fate's Warning is a $25 start. Next is Bauhaus. This is a live unofficial, Going to Hell Again. This is Bauhaus live in San Francisco, 1982, $29.99. Masters of Metal, $35 of Tim Graham. Pretty Maids is already at $38. $38. $38. $38. Masters of Metal, $31. Fate's Warning, $25. We got Tim Vigari on the Stones. Now, did you want, Tim, do you want the Rolling Stones Rock and Roll Circus, or do you want the Stone Roses? You put Stones, that could be for the Rock and Roll Circus, and then we have the Stone Roses, okay? So let me know on that. I still got Bauhaus. I've got 2 copies of Jaws soundtrack. Radum. Radum. This is $33.99. Music by who? John Williams. I'm not kin to him. We have Tim Vigari on the Rolling Stone Circus. And that's what he wanted. Okay, but that was bad timing on my deal. We have the Stone Roses and the Rolling Stones. Tim Vigari got Rolling Stones Circus. You got it. All right, so Pretty Maids is at $45. Fate's Warning is at $28 of Sean Schaefer. Pretty Maids is at $40 with Dwayne Sevilla. Now $41, $41. And now Dwayne's bid $60. And then Masters of Metal, Mom, M-O-M. The last bid was John McPatriot at $31, right? Because I remember Chuck Edgar reminded me, and he told me he had it for $30. And I did say Kristen Driscoll had the high bid. Haven't heard back from Kristen Driscoll. But Masters of Metal is at $31 now, just saying, okay? And then we have Fate's Warning at $29, and Fate's Warning's at $30. We have Jaws is on black vinyl. I almost said Jaws. Elton John, Empty Sky. I ordered this just for Jerry Stone. When I ordered this, I was like, Jerry Stone's going to buy this. Mark it down, folks. This is his first album as released in the UK. Not released in the United States till many years later, like 1977 or something. This is Empty Sky by Elton John. Gatefold jacket, $36.99. All right, now Fate's Warning's at $31. Now Masters of Metal's at $35. Now Pretty Maids is at $80. And then we have MOD, Method of Destruction, $24.99. There's a lot of bids out of order. I'll tell you why. Some people just look at their Facebook chat. Some people just look at your YouTube chat. And while they're looking at YouTube bids and Facebook bids, there's people over on Twitch 30 seconds ahead of them bidding twice as much already. But at the end, we'll eventually get it worked out when things slow out. But yeah, things are moving. I mean, right now, if you just look on the screen, there's about 7 Fates Warning bids. They're all from different people and all different amounts out of order. And that's what makes it very confusing. So sometimes I'll be calling out wrong bids. We'll eventually get it all figured out when the auction slows down. But every once in a while, it's just like Fate's Warning 34, 36, 34, 32, 31, 31, and 38. And I'm like, holy moly, those are all bids on the same auction and none of them's in order. See, a $28 bid just came in. Now a $35. Both of those are out of order. There's already somebody in higher from about, 60 seconds ago. So yeah, some of these get really busy and the long bid's going to be called out for a long time. And it's just till it slows down. we'll have about 9 people all bidding the wrong amounts, and then it'll get down to about 3 people bidding the wrong amounts. And finally, when we get down to about 2, we'll be able to figure it out. But in the meantime, it's just like a Royal Rumble right now. It's just people throwing chairs and baseball bats. They're trying to set up ladders. I mean, there's just absolute carnage in the ring until we can get some of this figured out. Masters of Metal, $38. I think that's way out of order. Pretty Maids at $115. That just popped up at the bottom. I think that's pretty accurate. And now there's an $80 bid. There's already a bid on Twitch for $115. Now Masters of Metal at $40. That should be pretty close. Tim Graham has it for $40. Now what about Fate's Warning? That could be the most complicated one of the whole bunch right now. Fate's Warning. I'm showing Fate's Warning at 35. Alonzo has it for 40. Okay? I have told y'all before, some of these auctions get so busy, for me to keep up and call it out accurately, I almost have to stop showing records. The crates here could get really confusing. I might miss a bunch of stuff. First thing, MOD, though, is sold. MOD is sold to Stephen Lewis Jr. That is sold to Stephen Lewis Jr. And then we have Jamie McCord. Yes, I got you down. Jamie wants a pack of inner sleeves and outer sleeves. We got you down, okay? There's Elton John, Empty Sky. Jerry Stone has broke my heart. Not the first time. We got Albert King with Stevie Ray Vaughan, $33.99. That is Albert King and Stevie Ray Vaughan. It's called The Session, $33.99 on that. Pretty Maids at $130. Metals, Masters of Metal, $42. Fate's Warning, $42. I think those are pretty accurate bids all of a sudden. Next thing, I've got 2 copies here of The Cure, Copacabana Dreams. I was trying to look up all the Cure bootlegs and figure out which one I've never had. This is a double LP at $44. This is Rio de Janeiro, 96. Rio de Janeiro, 96. Now, some of y'all, I've sold y'all the same Cure bootleg 2 or 3 times with different covers under different titles. So I try to say, hold up before you claim it so you don't end up with the same concert. Some of these are really well-known, high-quality recordings that a lot of different bootleg labels do. So this is called Copacabana Dreams, and that is a 2 LP, and it's Rio de Janeiro. But also, sometimes they do a single LP where they do like half the concert, or they just pick out certain tracks. This appears to be a whole concert here. Rio de Janeiro, 1996. It looks like a full set list. 2 LP, $44.99. Pretty Maids is at $150. We got Master Ma, 666 on The Cure. That is sold to him. All right, and now Fate's Warning's at $46. Pretty Maids is at $160. And now Masters of Metal. The last bid was Chuck Edgar at $42. Chuck Edgar at $42 on Masters of Metal. I've got Drive-By Truckers, Decoration Day. Drive-By Truckers is $33.99. Dream Theater. This was a special request, Parasomnia. This was a special request from Kathy Dumas. So Kathy, that came in, just FYI for you. Next is the other Cure is sold to Sandy Villa. Pretty Maids is at $165. If anybody else wants a Cure, it will be a waiting list for next week. Fate's Warning is at $50, and Masters of Metal, M-O-M, Masters of Metal. Chuck Edgar has it for $42. I don't think there's another bid that's popped up, so we'll start saying a going to once and going to twice. If you're in higher and I missed your bid, you might want to let me know. Testament, The Gathering. I've only got one. There's not a price on it, but I know how much they are. They are $29.99. $29.99. I can go ahead and put a sticker on that here in just a second. That's how much it is. Pretty Maids is at $170. Fate's Warning. Next thing is U2, live on air, $34.99. Who's ready for another Slayer single? Man, we could have some really cool singles tonight. Here's another Slayer, World Painted Blood, Atrocity Vendor. Looks like it's on red vinyl. Slayer is going to go up for a $10 start. $10 star. Pretty Maids at $190. Next over here, The Cure, Craig, it's called Copacabana Dreams. Cop, Ak, Ob, Anna. And that is a 2 LP. It is Copacabana Dreams, $44.99. We have Pretty Maids at $190. Fate's Warning. The last bid on Fate's Warning was Chuck Edgar at $50. And then Masters of Metal is done. And this is sold to Chuck Edgar for $42, okay? There's that. There's that. Somebody just commented, there's no Judas Priest tonight. He has no idea what he's just missed, has he, everybody? No idea what he's missed. Testament over here. This is $29.99. The Gathering. That is sold to Tony Clem. Thank you. Make sure that goes in for $29.99. Pretty Maids. I love when we have a high, busy ad run on Facebook and some of the comments will be like, man, I wish you would have some Fate's Warning tonight. And I'm like, Unbelievable. Okay, let's go ahead and put up another auction right now. And the next auction is going to be, first of all, let's knock out you two. Travis Woods and Carol Puckett. Y'all was on a waiting list for this. Travis Woods and Carol Puckett. Y'all were actually on a waiting list for this. Yes, Travis Woods and Carol Puckett. This is U2 live on air 1992. That was Travis Woods and Carol Puckett. Sold and sold. Tim Vigari gets one, and now we have one U2 left, okay? What happened over here with Slayer? Slayer now has a new bid for $15. Okay, next thing over here is Slayer. Chris Bocci has this for $15. The last bid on Fate's Warning, I've already said it once, I'm going to say it again. The last call was Chuck Edgar, also on this for $50. Slayer has bids for $10 and $15. That's the high bid on that. And then Pretty Maids is with Dwayne Sevilla at $200. This has been war between him and Ken Crooker. Ken Crooker's out. Dwayne has that for $200. There's Fate's Warning. There's Slayer. There's two U2s left if anybody else wants one. There's Testament the Gathering. So we had two of those. We've sold one. We sold one. Now there's one left. $29.99. I have the Rock Roots of Kiss. Somebody asked about this yesterday. They said, Chad, what can you tell me about the new Kiss release? And I'm like, well, this isn't actually from Kiss. This is $34.99, a release of Rock and Bear Records, licensed from Big Balls Productions radio broadcast. Okay, so this might be like a live unofficial. Some of these get kind of sketchy, right, Paul? Oh, yeah. Yeah, some of this stuff gets kind of, I mean, it's crazy. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Let's remain focused here. The Rock Roots of Kiss, $34.99. I've been asked about this. I'm like, yeah, it looks like a bootleg. It says radio broadcast from 74, 75. Sean Holford says, Chad, sign me up. Thank you, Sean. There's 4 left if anybody else wants one. But yeah, that is new for today or tomorrow. Is today Friday? Tomorrow? Today, you need to buy those? Yeah. How about $800? Oh, yeah. Yeah. I still got to order those. Yeah, they are. All right, let me touch my toes and I'll come down off my price. How about 600? Oh, okay. You just leave the money there and we'll, just give me 250. We'll talk about it later. We got Mark Steele on Kiss, Bill Samus on Kiss, Brad Waits on Kiss, and Chad Sauls on Kiss. We're now sold, okay? We're sold out. Brian Reynolds says he pre-ordered one. We must have took down your name or something during a live feed, okay? There was actually no pre-order post for that. Are you trying to tell me that you asked me during a chat that you wanted to buy one of those? Let me see if I have a sticky note over here for you. Kiss Revenge, Ozzy Montreal, AC/DC Dallas, Now Halloween, Robert Johnson, King of the Delta, Bill Samus, Black Sabbath Russells. What is going on? Let me check this sticky note pile over here. We probably need to give one to Brian first. I think what he's trying to say is he asked for one during the chat the other day. I don't know if that sticky note has even made it to my desk yet. They're still watching that sale. I see the crates right over here. So yeah, they hadn't even had time to make me a note to say that that's coming in. So what we'll do, this is what we'll do. We'll make the Chad Sauls first on a waiting list, okay? So give one to Brian Reynolds. Give one to Brian Reynolds, okay? And Chad Sauls will be first on the waiting list, okay? Laura says she pre-ordered. Okay, so that probably hadn't even come in. If you did that through, well, I don't know who. I ordered these on Monday morning. So, yeah. Okay, so we probably have one at least on the way, Chad. So, Chad, you'll probably be getting one, but it probably won't be here till next week. Okay? Okay, my crate is full. Let me swap out crates before I do anything else. Okay, here's what I'm going to say. No more bids on Fate's Warning or Pretty Maids. If someone asks in the next minute what those are, they can't bid. Okay, I'm closing them. The bids have been closed. Unless I missed the bid on Fate's Warning, I got to bring a new crate over. Those are done. No more bids on those 2 auctions. Okay? No more bids on those 2 auctions. None. You can't bid anymore on those 2 auctions. Slayer, on the other hand, is still getting bids. I have a crate shortage tonight. I'm going to send a text. First of all, we need a new group text here for the store. And I'm going to make a text message, and I'm going to send it to everybody that works here. If Chad don't have empty crates behind the workstation before I go live every day, then I'm going to be very mad. Okay, So here's what we're going to do. We're going to sell Pretty Maids for $200 to Dwayne Sevilla. Dwayne, that sold to you for $200. Okay? Slayer just got a new bid for $20 with Lisa Torres. $20 with Lisa Torres. Fate's Warning. Fate's Warning is sold after a lot of bids and a lot of activity. This is sold to Chuck Yeager for $50. Okay? Slayer, here's the bid. Here's the bidding history. Slayer 10, Slayer 13, Slayer 15, Slayer 20. This is called World Painted Blood Atrocity Vendor, 7-inch single on red vinyl. Now Slayer's at $22. Now we showed a Kiss, The Roots of Kiss, which looked like a bootleg live recordings from 74 and 75. Sean Holford got one. Brian Reynolds got one. Mark Steele got one. Bill Samus got one. And Brad Waits got one. Chad Sauls does not want on a waiting list. Anthony Riddle gets a Testament for $29.99. Over here, Gerald Whitworth on the Kiss waiting list. So he'll be first on the waiting list. Okay? Slayer is at 20 with Lisa Torres. Slayer's at 22. And Jeremy Bryant on the Cure waiting list, Copacabana Beach. If anybody else wants one, let me know. All right? Slayer's at 25. Steven wants to bid on Death. He keeps asking. The more he keeps asking, the more I keep delaying it. I'm really dragging that one out. Next one we have is Jack Johnson, On and On. Jack Johnson is $36.99. On and On. Jack Johnson. Jack Johnson. This is sold to Scott Smith and Chris Kirkley. They were on waiting lists. There's one, there's two. There's one, there's two. Jack Johnson, On and On. Now there's 2 copies left. Next auction's going up right now. That next auction's another metal compilation. It's called The Heavy Way with Dio, Lita Ford, Status Quo, Kiss, Bon Jovi, Nazareth, Rush, Pitcher, TNT, and Black Sabbath. An 84 Netherlands OG, VG Plus, original on her sleeve, $15 start on The Heavy Way. Slayer, the last bid on Slayer was Lisa Torres at $25. We're about to sell that. I may or may not put up the auction Steven wants to bid. He's asked for it between 300 and 400 times. So every time that's a 10-minute delay, so it'll be put up sometime tomorrow. Anthrax, I'm the Man. Anthrax is a 1987 specialty OG pressing. Anthrax, 87 OG, clean, no condition notes, a $25 start on Anthrax. Heavy's up for bid and Slayer's a final call. Next 2 records in here is the Rolling Stones, Let It Bleed. The Rolling Stones is $33.99. We have Olivia Dean, Messy. That was 100% something I didn't order. Laura, do you know anything about that one? We have Emperor. This is Anthems to the Welkin at Dusk. This is $33.99. Also, we have System of a Down self-titled for $29.99 and Spinal Tap. That's part of a shipment. That's part of a shipment. The rest of those are probably going to be on the way next. That's not supposed to be here yet. That doesn't come out till next week. That one doesn't come out for a while, till next week. Okay, so right now the Slayer is sold, and this is sold to Lisa Torres for $25. The Heavyweight compilation, the last bid on this was Jason Wilder at $28. That's a final call to him. Anthrax 20, Anthrax 30, Anthrax 35, Anthrax 35, Anthrax 45. What was the U2? That's a live, bootleg, unofficial, live on air, 1992. It is $34.99. All right, this crate is definitely worthy of a recap. Let's put up another Slayer. And the next Slayer is When the Stillness Comes. Let's take a look at this Slayer. It's on black vinyl. When the Stillness Comes. It needs cleaning. Boy, it's dusty. We hadn't really cleaned or touched any of these. I'm looking at a lot of these for the first time right now. I'll put that in a new sleeve too. Slayer, When the Stillness Comes. That's going to go up for a $10 start. All right. Edmund Estrada wants a System of a Down self-titled. You've got it. And let's read through these again one more time. Yeah, they shipped that spinal. They accidentally put that in my order. That's not supposed to be. We got that way too early. The rest of them will be here on Monday. Yeah, the Spinal Taps come out next week, okay? All right, here we go. Yeah, so what happened, Brian? Brian asked for a pre-order on Kiss. I forgot I had already ordered those. I ordered those about 4 days before Laura did, and Brian asked about it. So they showed up. I hadn't even got the note yet that Brian said he wanted one where Laura ordered it. Plus, they mark on the list who got a special order. So those came in, and I didn't even realize I've ordered them. He was asking about that stuff 2 or 3 nights ago, and I ordered so much I didn't even know I ordered them. So yeah, it showed up. I had no idea I had even bought that stuff. And so it showed up kind of undetected, and I didn't have my list keyed in. These waiting lists, if we don't have somebody come in the next morning and watch the show, and I don't get those waiting lists immediately, sometimes stuff shows back up before I even get the waiting list. And then that's where it gets really confusing. Everybody's like, wait a minute, I was on a waiting list. And I'm like, you were? Not according to my records. No pun intended. But we usually get it figured out. And good thing is most of the stuff like that usually stays in stock. All right, here's a quick read through, and then we've got Paul has marked 2 crates of, I think, mostly metal. I mean, the first record in this crate is Mastodon. Right in the middle is a Death album. In the back is the Scrunch. I don't know what that is. And then his other crate has Pantera and Iron Maiden as the first and second record. And then John's marked 4 crates of classic rock, pop, soul, jazz, adult contemporary, new wave, and belly dancing music. And then we also have a whole crate of singles, and I have a whole crate of Hatchet Ed stuff. 3 crates of Hatchet Ed. Hatchet Ed is stuff people put back or didn't pay for. Those people that don't pay for stuff, we block them and take them out of our group. We've got 3 crates from the last 7 days, which means that's about stuff we gave everybody about 30 days to pay for, and they didn't. And I've got bad news for some other people. There's some people that have some backlogged invoices. I've already sent them reminders. You can't buy. You got to pay this stuff off quickly. 2 things. You're either going to lose your buying privileges or lose the merchandise. If you can't figure out a way to come up with the money, then you're probably already in a pickle anyway, and not a good pickle. Not the kind they give you with your Panera sandwiches, okay? Not the pickles they put on your sandwich over at Publix if you go get a sub. They're in a bad pickle. You got $3,000, $4,000, $5,000, $6,000, $7,000 in vinyl you can't pay for. You're in a pickle already. We just probably need to go ahead and resell them and cut ties, okay? Come back in about 3, 4, 6 months, maybe after you get a job, and you can start paying for some of this stuff. Otherwise, we just got to keep the show rolling, okay? We just got to keep the show rolling. Anthrax is at $60. Slayer over here is at $15 of Lisa Torres. Oso Adventures out, and then the Heavy. The Heavy is at $28, okay? Heavy is at $28 of Jason Widener, and nobody else bid. That's sold to him, okay? What else Slayer do you have? I have no idea. I have not even looked at them. I have never seen this in my life. I didn't know I had this. I didn't know I had that. I didn't know I had this. And I'm 100. If you would have watched me go through posters last night, I have no idea what we're about to sell in the Slayer 45s. Yeah, I'm pretty excited, though, to find out. I wouldn't go anywhere for the next 5 hours. No FX. I have 1 left for $29.99. Liberal Animation. Where the heck is Jim B is? Next thing is Beetlejuice soundtrack. $34.99. Beetlejuice. We have Jim Hall and Bill Evans Undercurrent. $24.99. This is $24.99. Also, I got 2 copies of the Stone Roses. That's a live bootleg unofficial from 1989. $29.99. The last thing on Anthrax that came in, Chris Bocci at $60. I think some other people went out. That's a final call. Slayer is sold to Lisa Torres for $15. Thank you, Lisa. That is sold to you. I got to go grab another handful, but let's put up some featured premium auctions, okay? Let's get this show on the road. There's Anthrax, final call for $60. Let's get it, but it's not even on the road. Let's just keep it rolling. Next thing is going up right now. This is Motorhead, Bomber. Motorhead is a 1986 UK. It's classified as a reissue. This came out in 86. This is an 86 release, but they call it a reissue. $30 start on Motorhead. Really nice copy. $30 start on that. Also, I got 3 copies of Bauhaus Live, 1982, $29.99. Jaws, $33.99. I've got 2 left. Elton John, Empty Sky, $36.99. Albert King with Stevie Ray Vaughan, $33.99. Drive-By Truckers, Decoration Day, $33.99. U2 Live, $34. Jack Johnson, On and On. I still got 2 left at $36. The Rolling Stones Let It Bleed is $33. Emperor is still available. Anthems to the Welkin at Dusk. Emperor's a picture disc, $33.99. And System of a Down self-titles, $29.99. Anthrax is sold to Chris Bocci for $60. Motorhead is a $30 star, 1986 UK, looking for a $30 star. Jeremy Bryant on Bauhaus, that is sold to Jeremy Bryant, okay? Now, next thing is going to go up right now. Let's get started with this one. Death, Spiritual Healing. Stephen Tinley is about to go into cardiac arrest. That's what he told me. He said, Chad, listen, right now, I just put a heart monitor on. If you don't put this up where I can bid on it, I'm literally going to have to go commit myself to the hospital. Admit and commit myself. This is Death, Spiritual Healing. This is what Stephen Tinley looks like right now trying to bid on this. He is like, goodness gracious, for the love of all things good and holy, please put this up for auction. Death, Spiritual Healing. Folks, this is a 1990 USOG rare 1990 USOG original pressing in shrink with hop sticker. This is going to go up for a $250 star. It is top copy. If I were to give this a grade, I would say 9.8. It's beautiful. It looks like it just came off the shelf in 1990. That is the starting bid. The vinyl is absolutely beautiful. Combat, green camouflage label, good luck bidding. There it is. There's the hop sticker. There's no telling where that might end up at. There's no telling. Motorhead has 1 bid for $30 of Brad Waits, going once, going twice. Next auction is Iron Maiden, Somewhere in Time. Iron Maiden is a 1986 U.S. Carrollton OG. It's an original Columbia Club copy with the original on her sleeve, EX++ near minus. This is OG, beautiful condition. $50 start on Iron Maiden. Unbelievable. Motorhead just has 1 bid for $30. And 86 UK, 1 bid for $30, and Brad's about to get it. Let It Be is a new remaster. $33.99, 180 gram. Death has a bid for $250. Steven's starting to hyperventilate. He's the first bidder. He may be the only bidder. They may be like, good gosh, just let this guy have a break and let him win the auction. There may be somebody right now like, sorry, Stephen, I want this record too. I'm in for $275. Right now, he has it for $250. Going once, going twice. Let's go through our first Hatchet Ed crate. The Hatchet Ed crate could have anything. It could have new and sealed. It could have box sets. It could have puzzles. It could have unpaid auctions. This first one has unpaid auctions. It has new vinyl. And it has a puzzle and another box set. We pre-sold 5 Metal Church box sets, and I think 3 people either didn't pay for them or put them back, which is a big no-no, okay? That's a big no-no on box sets, okay? Here we go. Just got on. Where's the vintage crates? You've already missed 7 of them. You've already missed 7. First thing we have, though, is Death, a final call for $50. Next thing is the following. Iron Maiden has... Rick Reese put Iron Maiden. Make sure if you're bidding, you put a numerical. This is an OG club copy of Somewhere Back in Time. We're looking for a $50 start. No one else has bid on Death. It's at $250. We could be done at any second. Now, here is this. I'll get this figured out later. Here's an Ozzy puzzle, Blizzard of Oz. Evidently, somebody didn't pay for it, or they put it back. Now, we have earlier about 30 waiting lists all of a sudden for Ozzy puzzles. Let me go figure this out later because they're not keyed in. There's probably sticky notes coming 2 days from now with everybody who all of a sudden wants Ozzy puzzles. Here is the next thing. Death has a new bid for $251 and now $260. I don't think y'all realize the severity and rarity of this album. And it's like it's brand new. It's a 1990 and shrink and hot. Steven, you're not off the hook yet. Deckelman came in at $251. Now Gavin's at $260. And Brad Waits, you've been outbid on Motorhead. El Pisca has it for $35. Nobody has still bid on Iron Maiden. Nobody. There is officially 0 bids on Iron Maiden for a $50 start. Make sure if you're bidding, you put Iron Maiden and then a number, okay? And then a number. Here's a Metal Church box set. It's called Metal Church Reforged. It is $169.99. $169.99. Metal Church Reforged. This is the second non-payment or putback for this. This is probably something from what, about 2 or 3 weeks ago. This one has the following albums: Masterpiece, The Weight of the World, A Light in the Dark, The Present Wasteland, and Generation Nothing. $169.99. Now Death is at $265. Now Motorhead is at $36. What Iron Maiden is up for bid? Chad, can you tell me more about Iron Maiden? Iron Maiden is somewhere in time. Oh, so I thought you said you locked yourself in a room and shut off all the lights. We have the original inner sleeve. It's an 86 U.S. Carrollton OG club copy. Iron Maiden, Somewhere in Time. It's beautiful. EX++, near mint minus. There has been 0 bids. We're looking for a $50 start. We have an extremely tough to get Death album, Spiritual Healing. There's 3 active bidders right now. The most recent bidder is Justin Deckelman at $265. Gavin's in at $280. We're going to have some battles. Motorhead over here. This is a new bid, $36. El Pisca, you're out. I've only shown 2 things from the Hatchet Ed bin, and I've called out about 50 bids. Next thing is the 5-Finger Death Punch, 20 years of 5-Finger Death Punch, $39.99. Silver, special Silver Galaxy colored vinyl, 2 LPs, $39.99. I have 2 Metal Church box sets. I would love to sell somebody one, okay? I would love to sell somebody a Metal Church box set. I have 2 left in stock right now. 20 years of 5-Finger Death Punch, $39.99. Silver Galaxy colored vinyl, $39.99. Justin Deckelman says he'll take a Metal Church. Excellent. $169.99. Sell that to Justin Deckelman. Sold. Now Motorhead. El Pisca's bid $39. Brad Waits is out. This is sold to El Pisca for $39. We finally do have 1 bid on Iron Maiden, Somewhere in Time, for $50, and that is with Aaron Civic, and he's about to get it. Death is at $285 with Stephen Tinley. Now there's another bid. Rick was the first bidder on Iron Maiden, but he technically didn't put a bid in. Now he's in at $50, but now you've already been outbid by somebody else who already bid $50 before you, and now y'all are tied. Deckelman's out on Death. It's between Gavin and Stephen Tinley. It's an OG top copy and shrinking hot. Saxon, Dogs of War, music on vinyl pressing, limited to 1,000, silver colored vinyl, $38.99. Heart, this is the MoFi pressing of Dreamboat Annie, $59.99. What an amazing album. I love that transition when they go into Soul in the Sea. Holy moly, it's like angels are singing. It's like angels have come down. We have another, boy, look at all these singles I just grabbed out of this box. Heaven and Hell, Slayer, 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 Slayer. I'm not joking either. Here's the next handful. Heaven and Hell, which is Dio and Iommi and Butler. Slayer, 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 Slayer. That one looks pretty cool. And then Blondie and Benatar and Blondie and Rat. Ooh, that's pretty cool. Ooh, the Ramones, Pet Cemetery. Def Leppard. I've never seen this before. Def Leppard and Yngwie. Holy moly. Whew, we're going to be busy tonight. Hope everybody's already had their monsters and coffee. Hopefully you've already ordered your Japanese, your Chinese. You've already went to the Chinese buffet and stocked up. Holy moly. Next is Death, $290, $295. Iron Maiden's at $56. Those are still getting bids. Any claims yet? No claims yet. And then we have Pink Floyd Pulse. You got to have this. You got to ask yourself right now, do I have a copy of Pink Floyd Pulse, the 4LP box set remastered with a 52-page hardback book? And if your answer is no, I don't have the Pink Floyd Pulse 4LP hardback book, then go ahead and buy one. What are you waiting on? You only live once. Next auction is Venom, the singles. This looks pretty cool. I've never seen this before. Venom, the singles, 1980, 1986, an 86 UK. This is a $35 start. Venom. Never had this before to my knowledge. The singles, 80 to 86. Somebody go ahead and bid 55, 60, 65, 70. It's going to get there anyway. That's something I've never seen before. There's that. Pink Floyd Pulse, $119.99. Also, Alice in Chains, Jar of Flies. Stay Away, No Excuses, $24.99. Gavin, it's all up to you, sir. Stephen Tinley has Death at $295. Iron Maiden's at $58. Gavin's right back in at $301. Death has surpassed $300. It's a beautiful OG top copy shrink, $19.90. It's self-explanatory. Tom McEwen on Alice. Tell your friends. Have you been watching Collecco lately? They travel the country and buy all these amazing records. They have a whole building just full of nothing but premium, rare, top quality records, and they sell them every night, 8 hours a night on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch. If you're not watching, what are you doing every night? You're missing out. We were showing stuff at 2 a.m. last night I couldn't even believe I even had. Right, Laura? Laura agreed with me. Venom's a $35 start. The singles, I'm very curious why others don't have a bid yet for 45, 50, 55, 60, 65, 70. Tool is a live unofficial. Tool is a live unofficial. This is Live Dynamite 2002. That is an amazing track listing on this one. Look, Parabola, Sober, The Grudge, Stinkfist, H, and Schism. Holy moly, $38.99. I told my friend Garrett and Sean, hardcore Collecco customers, love it. Venom has a bid for $35. What lane is Venom on? And we have Billy Joel, The River of Dreams, $33.99. What about Iron Maiden? Iron Maiden's at $58. I haven't heard back from Aaron Civic. It's at $58. Gavin, that 301 bid might be the winning bid on Death. You have it for $301. OG Spiritual Healing, beautiful. Top copy, $301. Next thing is Rush Signals Subdivisions, 180 gram remastered, $36.99. Steven's out on Death. Man, Steven, you never know. One more bid, you might have got it. Holy moly. Next over here is this. We have Chevelle. That's their newest release. Bright as Blasphemy. $33.99. Ruby and clear color with color and white and black splatter. $33.99 for Chevelle. Also, Kiss Psycho Circus 2014 remaster. Technically the same edition as the OG. We all know that it's not, but they really hadn't changed much from this and the OG pressing other than a true first issue has the lenticular cover. $33.99. There's Psycho Circus and Megadeth. Rust in Peace, $36.99. All right, so he's out on Iron Maiden. The first thing we're going to do is going to go ahead and sell Iron Maiden, and Iron Maiden is sold to Rick Reese for $58. That is sold. Billy Joe is $33.99. Nice and OG, beautiful Iron Maiden. That is gone. It's being put away. I'm going to remind everybody that Venom does have a bid for $35, and this is called the Singles. It's a compilation. Now, somebody asked me a question about it earlier, but I had no idea actually what they were asking. They said, what is the lane on Venom? And this is at $35 of John Mincemory. It's a beautiful OG. It's an 80 UK OG compilation, 86 UK OG compilation. It only has one bid. Gavin, congratulations on the Grail here. This is sold to Gavin Lesko for $31. This is Death, Spiritual Healing. Let's put this away. Thank you, Gavin. Let's put this away, and what an amazing copy here. That's one of the first top big dogs of the night. There's that, Death, Spiritual Healing. Thank you, Gavin. That's sold to you for $301. If you're near the Cookeville area, Gavin has a shop up in the Highway 111 Flea Market. That's for anybody that's within the Middle Tennessee area. We have Chevelle, sold to Tom Sullivan. That's sold to Tom Sullivan. Tim Rory on Megadeth, and Jessica Anderson on Psycho Circus. There's that. And then over here, he probably meant Label. Oh, Label. Label over here. Label. What label? Label, it's on Raw Power. Raw Power, RAWLPO2A4A. And John Mincemory still has it for $35. Air horn. Its air horn is 500 or more. No air horn on that one. Next thing is, let me make sure I didn't miss any claims. So that Jessica Anderson is Chad Anderson's wife. So put that Kiss under Chad Anderson, okay? Chad Anderson on that. Next. And then we have one copy here of Prong Cleansing. Prong is $39.99. And we have Kiss Carnival of Souls for $36.99. Quarter till 8. Boy, there's some crazy stuff still to be put up. Holy moly. Look at all these Metallicas, Panteras, etc., 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 etc. Holy moly. Let's run a Faith No More before we get to this 8 o'clock hour. I want to let y'all know, between the hours of 8 and the hours of 9, the hours of 8 and 9, there's going to be some crazy stuff that's one after another for an hour solid. Some of them may be getting bids for an hour solid. Faith No More, Gold Stamp promo, the real thing. Faith No More is a 1989 U.S. Specialty OG. Gold Stamp promo with the original under sleeve, EX condition. Faith No More is a $95 start. It does have the original under sleeve, folks. OG, not in print. It has been reissued, but it's not been in print for a long time. I've never been able to order that, I don't think. I don't know if it really has been reissued, but that is an OG. That's the one you would want there. $95. All right. Next thing over here is the following. We have this. We have Death sold for $301 to Gavin Lesko. $301 to Gavin Lesko. Gavin Lesko got Death. I probably will need the gavel tonight. Here we go. sold to Gavin Lesko for $301. That, folks, was the gavel. It's going to be coming out a lot more tonight. Next thing is the following. We have Jessica got Carnival, and this is sold to Chad Anderson. Faith No More is at 95. John Mincemoyer, I figured you would get outbid on this. I can't believe it, but this sold to you for just $35. There's been about 7 questions, people asking about it, wanting to examine it, look at it upside down, sideways, backwards. But unfortunately, for me, you were the only bidder. That sold to you for $35. Next auction is Slayer, Christ Illusion. Now, somebody the other day said, Chad, I want to go on a waiting list for Slayer, Christ Illusion. And I said, I've got bad news for you. That's never been in stock since I've been selling vinyl, new vinyl, for the last 5 or 6 years. I've never seen this where I could order it. I mean, I can, but they never come in. They've really pretty much been out of print. Slayer. It's a 2013 180 gram shrink hype. Slayer is a $45 start. There is that. Now, Faith No More is at 100. Next thing is Ozzy, Ordinary Man. Okay, so this is, let me check right quick for a waiting list. I think this might be available. Ozzy, Ordinary Man. I got a waiting list for an air freshener, a Bark at the Moon puzzle, a Diary of a Madman, Bark, and okay, this is available. Ordinary Man, I've only got one, $29.99. Next thing is Slayer, 45, Slayer, 75. Faith No More, the last bid is X-Wing 81 at $100. X-Wing 81 at $100. X-Wing 81 at $100. Slayer's already 75. He went ahead and just said, guys, I'm in at $75. Let's throw up another single right quick. We got some singles I'm going to try to slip in. How about the Ramones from Stephen King's Pet Sematary? Nice. And the vinyl on this is pretty dang nice. I hadn't cleaned it or anything. Just some light dust on it. It needs to be wiped down. It's going to be EX or better and not a bad sleeve. The Ramones Pet Sematary, just a $10 start on that. Holy moly. There it is. Good luck bidding on that. Another quick auction right there. Next thing is Metallica Live Hammersmith Odeon 1986 cloudy colored vinyl. Numbered on the back. It's a Metallica Live unofficial, $38.99. Next thing is the following. How much was Prong? Prong Cleansing, that is a music on vinyl pressing, $39.99, $39.99. Also got Ozzy, Blizzard of Oz. This is available, $29.99. Ozzy in here so far. And then we got Black Sabbath, Never Say Die for $33. And then there's the Billy Joel's Greatest Hits, Volumes 1 and Volumes 2. Billy Joel is $38.99. Billy Joel's Greatest Hits, $38.99. Dang it. I'm out of Chick-fil-A Diet Coke. Time for a Monster. I haven't had a Monster yet. Can y'all believe I haven't had any caffeine yet? Well, except for Diet Coke, which to me is equivalent of water. Diet Coke and water is pretty much the same thing. We have Slayer at $76. Slayer's at $80. Pet Sematary at $15. Ron Eaton says, give me a Prong. That is sold. What about Faith No More over here? Faith No More, I expected that to get bids for like $7,500, $125, $130, $135. Anthony Riddle. John Kaiser has it for $115. Faith No More is at $115, $115 decibel 00. $1 bid increments. I love when stuff starts getting bids of increments of 5, 10, 15, 20. Slayer's at $96. The Ramones is at $30. I've got one copy of Godsmack, 1,000 horsepower. Godsmack is $33.99. I've got one copy of KK Priest, Center Rides Again. That's on clear vinyl for $34.99. And Rage Against the Machine, live, 1993. 3 different venues here. It's a compilation, $24.99. Testify, Killing in the Name. That is $24.99. Slayer is at $110 of Alonzo Breezy Brinsno Jr. Faith No More, Faith No More. Going once, going twice, going 3 times. Let's look at it again. It's a beautiful copy, the real thing. Faith No More. Sometimes I'm bad about not saying near mint or EX because it's just a high-grade record. An 89 U.S. Specialty, OG. It's a gold stamp promo. There is no promo label this album that exists. There's no promo label this album that exists. So this is the closest thing to a promo you can get. It's an EX condition, and that is Faith No More. $116. $116. That's the high bid. That's the high bid. The Ramones right now, the Ramones single, the last bid was George Jones at $30. The most recent bid on the screen is Anthony Riddle at $16. That's the most recent bid, but the highest bid is $30. And now Jeremy Barnes wants Rage Against the Machine. There is this. Now, we also have Cinderella, Long Cold Winter. That's $38.99. We had one of those earlier. Blind Melon, music on vinyl, self-titled. Everything right here is brand new and sealed. And Collective Soul, hints, allegations, and things of $33.99. I abbreviated the last part of that. I went, we have Stephen King's Pet Sematary. This is On black vinyl. No, they were asking about Slayer. Slayer is on black vinyl. Yes, special edition black vinyl. It says special edition. And that's been out of print for a long time. Faith No More is at 120. Anthony Riddle, there was 2 other people that bid 120 before you. Next is Van Halen. We had those earlier. Live in Tokyo, 1989. Those are $29.99. And we got 2 copies of that. Okay, so the next thing we have right now is Faith No More. That's gotten a lot of bids, but they're all tied. 120, 120, 120, 120. Those are all the same bids, but they're all from different people. Now the Ramones got a new bump, and George Jones is right back in at 35. Edmund tried 33. George right back in at 35. Slayer is a final call to Alonzo Breezy Brinsnow Jr. They call him Breezy. Okay, that's what they call him, Breezy. And if you want to get through Breezy, you've got to place a bid for more than $110 on Slayer. That's what I'm showing. That's what I'm showing. Faith No More is at 125, another 125, and another 125. 3 more people with another 3-way tie. How much is Blind Melon? 39. Now we're going to get into some unpaid auctions. Here's how the unpaid auctions work. There's not many. 99.9% of our auctions get paid for. The few that don't, you might not ever see those people again. At least here, okay? That wasn't like a mob threat or anything. I'm just saying you might not see them here anymore. These are unpaid auctions. I'm going to show you what they sold for. You might have been the last bidder the last time, $1 less, and you might want to go ahead and buy it. Here we go. Quite Right, $40. It's an 86 USOG with the original on her sleeve. Quite Right 3 is $40. Next is the Ramones. This is sold for $35, and the Ramones is sold to George Jones for $35. George, that is sold to you. Thank you. Next thing is Slayer, $110 with Alonzo Breezy Brinsnow Jr. sold. Over here is Faith No More. It's still getting bids. It's at $136. Tom McEwen gets Quite Right for $40. Folks, it's time for more auctions. We have some big dogs on deck. Next thing is going to go up right now. This is King Diamond, Them. King Diamond's a 1988 USOG and VG condition. Them is a $25 start. King Diamond, Them, $25 start. It's up for bid. Next thing up for bid is going to go up right now, and it's another Pretty Maids. Pretty Maids is a 1992 UKOG with the original on her sleeve, EX condition, a $50 start. $50 start. Faith No More, $140. We have Solarplex next on, Quite Right. Collective Soul. Reverly, these are sticker price, no more, no less. This Collective Soul is $33.99. It honestly should be even more. We have Van Halen for $35. These prices are non-negotiable in this crate. No, you can't even pay me more if you wanted to. Some people have tried paying me more. They're like, no way, Chad, I can give you $35 for that Van Halen. Please, let me try to give you $50, $60, $70. I'm like, no, it's only $35, and it's sold to Scully Mac. That is sold to Scully Mac. Diver Down is sold, $35. Next is Metallica. Holy good gosh. Whoa. $201, an 84 USOG specialty press with inner sleeve VG Plus condition. Now, this is not an OG specialty press. This is a 1984 US second label. It is from 84. It is from the year of release, $201. This is pretty recent. Who didn't pay for this? I'm going to track this person down. That's $201 on Metallica. It is an 84 black and red Electra label, $201. We have King Diamond at $42. Pretty Maids at $75. Faith No More is at $155. $155. Next, $101. Metallica. Who was the Metallica no payer? This is live at Grimey's. I Will Find You. A 2010 US OG Record Store Day, out of print, $101. Who was this person? I Will Find You. Faith No More, the last bid over here. Anthony Riddle, $155. $155. King Diamond. The last bid was Chase Arnold at $60. Pretty Maids is at $75. Metallica, $101. This is sold to Chase Arnold. Sean Holford was second. That title is now OOP. Faith No More is at 160. King Diamond's at 70. Pretty Maids, the last bid was Dwayne Sevilla. He's also the only bid. No, maybe John Kaiser was also bidding too. This is a 1992 UK OG. 1992 UK OG. Next is Cyndi Lauper. She's So Unusual. Japanese pressing. $35. Cyndi Lauper, $35. King Diamonds at 75. Pretty Maids is at 80. Uh-oh. We have now a bidding war between Crooker and Dwayne on another Pretty Maids. Holy moly. King Diamond, Kenny Roll on Cyndi Lauper. Sold. 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 Faith No More, the last bid was John Kaiser at 160. The other bidder before him was Anthony Riddle. Anthony, it's up to you. He's back in at 170. King Diamond's at 85. Ingve, $20. A 1984 U.S. Club, EX condition, $20. And the last one is another Diver Down, this time in shrink. Hop sticker, an 82 VG, $60 on Diver Down. $60 on Diver Down. Sparkle and Fade. X-Wing's been trying to buy an Everclear record for the last 5 minutes. You've caught me at a really bad time, but I will pull you a Sparkle and Fade, right? Sparkle and Fade, sold to X-Wing 81 from the previous crate over here. You got it. You got it, just like the Roy Orbison song. There's that. Next thing over here is John McPatriot on Ingve. Sold. Slayer Nation on Metallica and Ingve. I'm assuming you just wanted Ingve. So there's only 2 left. I'll show those again in just a second. Faith No More got a new bid for $175. Guess what? That means Anthony Riddle, you've been outbid. Pretty Maids is at 110. Pretty Maids 110. Now it's at 120. The last bid on King Diamond was Chase Arnold at 100. And this is an 88 USOG VG condition. 88 USOG VG condition. Let's run through the 2 no bids again. Metallica is a 1984. It's a US, okay? Now, 84 is the year of release. It's not the first label. The first label would be a silver Megaforce label, okay? But it is an 84 on the first kind of mainstream release there on Elektra. Megaforce, a little bit smaller kind of metal label, as y'all know. Elektra is when they kind of went big time. They went holy moly, these guys are good. Let's start cranking their stuff out on a bigger scale with Elektra. 84 USOG, it's a specialty. I keep saying OG because it's 84, but it's not. It is from 84, the year this album came out. If you walked in a metal shop in 1984, there was a better chance you probably would have bought one of these and opened it up and it would have been that label than a silver Megaforce. Probably if you wanted a metal store in 84 or a record store and just started opening up copies of Ride the Lightning, probably most of them would have been that one right there. You probably could have opened up 20 or 30 and not found a silver Megaforce. Pretty probably tough to find back then, tough to find today. Next thing was one more. This was a $60 VG copy of Van Halen, probably because the cover was in shrink and hop and the original under sleeve. If anybody wants those are the prices. If not, I'll re-auction them again later. Next time, this could sell for 110. It could sell for 280. Who knows? It's an auction. Next thing, Faith No More, 190. Pretty Maids, 160. I think we're done on King Diamond. Hiram went out. That was the final call to Chase Arnold. In about 60 seconds, it's going to be top of the hour. Here's some of the first auctions we're going to do starting at 8 o'clock. Not in this order. Marilyn Manson, Megadeth, Metallica, Pantera, Slayer, Sinister, Slayer, Death, and Faith No More, MoFi. That's some of the stuff coming up within the next hour. There'll be 2, 3 up at a time. It'll probably be pretty crazy. I've still got 2 more crates like this from Hatchet Ed. I hadn't even touched the first crate of metal that Paul marked. Lord's in the back marking stuff. John's got classic rock, pop, soul, and belly dancing music over here. Here we go. Here we go. First thing we have is the following. Five Finger Death Punch, the best of Volume 1, $39.99, special Silver Galaxy colored vinyl. Quickly on this one, Sax and Dogs of War, $38.99. And Heart, Dreamboat Annie, 2 LP, $59.99, 45 RPM. Next thing is Pink Floyd Pulse, the 4 LP box with 52-page hardback book, $119.99. Chase Arnold, You Get King Diamond, that is so do you. Also, Tool, Live, 2002, $38.99. Billy Joel, 33, River of Dreams, Rush Signals is 36. Ozzy, Ordinary Man's 29, Metallica's 38. Ozzy, Blizzard of Oz is 29, Black Sabbath is 33, and Billy Joel's Greatest Hits Volumes 1 and 2 is $38.99. Faith No More, the high bid is John Kaiser at $190. We're about to sell it, folks. This is an 89 USOG gold stamp promo, EX, not in print, always desirable. I get asked on a daily basis, Faith No More, Faith No More, Faith No More. Tune in Thursday nights. You might get a chance to see one go up for auction. John Kaiser has that for $190. Next thing is Pretty Maids. Ken Crooker's out. Sold to Dwayne Sevilla for $200. That is sold. Also over here, Godsmack, $33.99. KK Priest, $34. Cinderella, $39. Blind Melon, $38. Collective Soul, $33. Van Halen, $29. And I got 2, and then I just already ordered more. So all of a sudden, we got a bunch of those. And let's go ahead and put up this big dog right here. Holy moly. Folks, I guess you could say the Rolls Royce of Megadeth pressings. Not often does MoFi do a metal release. Many audiophile labels don't do metal releases. This is Megadeth Countdown to Extinction as a original master recording, aka the MoFi label. It's a 2007 US MoFi, numbered on the back. It's numbered 1729. They did one run of this. It's out of print. I don't see them making this again through MoFi. They actually done it as a 2 LP, unlike the original release, which is a single LP. Megadeth is going to go up for a $295 start. Let the bidding begin. This is an air horn worthy record. If not, I'll be slightly disappointed. Megadeth, $295 start. Countdown to Extinction. Good luck. It's beautiful. We've actually got the vinyl graded at EX just to be conservative, okay? And then Faith No More. Faith No More is sold, and this is sold over here to John Kaiser for $190. That is sold. Megadeth already has a bid for $295. Before I introduce the next auction, let me go ahead and swap over more crates, okay? Let me bring this over right over here, and let me bring this right over here. Next crate, I'm going to see if I want to do the Hatchet Ed over here. The Hatchet Ed over here, and mostly if it has maybe, I don't want to get too deep into maybe vintage titles right now when there's plenty of metal and other stuff to show. This actually has a little bit of everything in it. Yeah, those will probably be something I go through later. There's a few new LPs in there, but there's a lot of vintage and pre-owned. Not really what I'm looking to grab right now. And what I'll grab right now then is I think this first crate that Paul marked. Great to be going through this because, yeah, this is going to be pretty insane, honestly. Let me take a quick peek. Oh, man. Let me see what's in here. Make sure there's nothing else I want to maybe try to auction. Yeah, y'all going to like this one. This is all just brand new metal, mostly new stuff and new pressings, and they're probably going to be at great prices where we've comped them. And here we go. Let's get started. Okay? Let's get started. Now, here we go. Megadeth at $305. Oso said earlier he'd locked himself in a room, turned off the lights, and put in headphones to bid on this auction. So good luck to all involved. There's Megadeth. So let's not run a Megadeth right now. How about since we got one MoFi up, let's go ahead and put the other one. Here's another bizarre MoFi title. Faith No More Angel Dust, okay? This one is a 2008 US MoFi. They only did 3,000 of these. It's also numbered. They did it over 2 LPs. It's also EX, MoFi, Faith No More. This one's numbered 523. This one's going to go up for a $125 start. Megadeth is at $305. Oh, so you're out. Going once, going twice to Glenn, $305. Next, I'll put up one single here. And this is Slayer, Criminally Insane from Def Jam. Never seen this one, or maybe I have seen it. It's been a long time. Slayer from the Rain and Blood album. This appears to be an original single. I haven't got to really look at it or anything. Looking at it right now for the first time. Slayer is going to go up for a $10 start. That is Criminally Insane Remix and Aggressive Perfector. Slayer is now a $10 start. Let's lay that right there in the middle or off to the side. All right, let's see what we got in here. Next thing. Chad just had a neck adjustment. You know what else Chad needs? A monster. I'm going to go grab that before things get too crazy. It's that time. If I don't go get it now, next hour is going to fly by. I'm going to be wishing I already had a monster, and that's going to be the situation. Chad's going to be like, wow, where's the monster at? All right. That's the situation. That's where we're at right now, folks. Let me Come on. There it is. That's what I want. Give me what I want, what I really want. A monster. A rehab. Some say I probably need to go to a rehab. They're probably not too far off. Get off the cookies, Chad. Get off those cookies. Get them off. Get them out of your system. All right. Here's where we're at. Megadeth at $350, Slayer's at $20, and Faith No More's at $225 of MT Matt. Next is Riot, Thunder Steel. This is some stuff Paul marked earlier today. A 2015 reissue out of print of Riot, Thunder and Steel. Sold immediately to Patrick Lear. That was fast. Also, we have Wasp, the Crimson Idol. A 2012 pressing on red vinyl. Wasp is $39.99. Maybe Patrick wasn't claiming right. I was about to say that's a quick claim if so. These are not only sticker price, but they should be even more. So this is a sticker and possibly even more crate. Riot, and then there is Wasp, sold to Tim Rory. Next is the following. King Diamond, Abigail 2, The Revenge, a 2012 amber colored vinyl, $49.99. Next is Megadeth, $375. Megadeth, $375. Megadeth, $375. Faith No More, the last bid, a final call. MT Matt, $225. We might wrap this one up quickly. We have Slayer with Lisa Torres at $25. 25 of Lisa Torres. Next thing is King Diamond, sold to Justin Deckelman. Nick Galletti was second. Todd Fisher does get right. Anthony Riddle third on King Diamond. Megadeth at $400. Over here we have Doro, Warlock. Doro is a 2023 blue vinyl, $34.99. I want to make sure if you were wanting to bid on Faith No More, you have your bid in right now. Mo-Fi, Faith No More, Mo-Fi Megadeth, $225. We're about to sell this. Slayer, Criminally Insane, an original single from Rain and Bloods at $25. We are about to sell it. Deckelman on W and Todd on W. That was Warlock. So Deckelman was first, then Todd Fisher, then Sean Holford, and then Todd Fisher. Same thing. Warlock, Deckelman, Todd, and Sean. Next is Black Sabbath, The Humanizer. The third album Dio came back for, and this is a 2019 expanded edition with live tracks. Great stuff there. $34.99. $34.99. Megadeth, the last bid right now is with Gregory at $400. It's between Oso and maybe one other person, but right now it's at $400. Oso's out. Slayer has a new bid for $28. Lisa Torres, you've been outbid. Todd Fisher gets the Black Sabbath. And let me show two more records. And then I'm selling the Faith No More if there's not a new bid for more than $225. That should give you about 60 seconds by the time you hear this and I read off these two bids. We have first, we have the Texas Devils on red vinyl, $24.99. It only took one record. Faith No More, $235. MT Matt's at $240. T-Base, you're out. Oso, are you still out there in California connected to the internet? If so, it's up to you on the Megadeth. Gregory's now had it for 3 minutes. It's at $400 of him. Now Slayer's at $30 with Lisa Torres. Next auction, next record is Metal Church, and this is a numbered on silver vinyl from Music on Vinyl, $49.99. T-Bass is right back out. Let me know as soon as you can. And David Saunders, you were immediately outbid on Slayer. Let's get a third auction going, okay? Third auction going. There's Slayer. Next thing we have over here is what? Let's go ahead and put up, so we got Slayer, we got Megadeth, and let's go ahead and do this one right here. Holy moly. I told you I was going to try to break the internet a little after 8 o'clock. For the first time in a long time, I can finally say we have an official pressing of Marilyn Manson, Portrait of American Family. A 1999 UK 180 gram with insert EX condition. Some sealed copies of this have sold for as much as $930. This is Marilyn Manson, Portrait of American Family, $395 start. Let the bidding begin. For the first time, I can say we have a real official Marilyn Manson. It's been a long time. I think this goes all the way back to the Kevin Cave of Rock collection, who bought one when it came out. He had his local record store import it. This was hard to find in 1999. You could have woke up on release day when this album came out in 1999 and drove around to a few record stores anywhere in any city. You might have not seen this on a shelf. Same story. It remains the same 35 years later. $395 start. Marilyn Manson's up for bid. Slayer's at $33. Empty Matt, you get Faith No More for $240. You had one contester. He's out. I'm not going to drag it out anymore. This is sold to you for $240. Did we lose Oso on the Megadeth? Dang. I mean, he's been telling me for 3 days he wanted a bid on this. Unfortunately, I think we've lost him. Here's what I'm going to do, Gregory. I'm going to show 2 more records. If it doesn't have a bid, I'm going to sell it to you for $400. And there was one other person earlier, too. So let me go ahead and do this. Let me make sure he didn't say out. Let me make sure I didn't miss him. Gregory still has it for $400. Let me show 2 more records. Slayer, Live Undead. Slayer is a 2021 blue, white, and black splatter. $34.99. He's in at $401. Man, Oso. You got extremely lucky. You had me worried there. 401. Hopefully Gregory's still here. I got 2 people that's really wanting this record. I lost one for a long time. Oso, 401. Slayer is sold to Justin Deckelman. That is sold. And now we have Riot. And this is Nightbreaker. Riot is a 2018 remaster, $29.99. Slayer is sold to Lisa Torres for $35. Sold. Gregory, it's back to you. It is now at 401 with Oso Adventure. We have 401 with Oso. Next, David Saunders, you were next on Slayer. Marilyn Manson has 1 bid for $395. Going once, going twice. Gabriel's the only bidder right now. If anybody else wants in. Gregory's back in on Megadeth at $425. Oso, you're out. This is a record. We get asked about it a lot, okay? Here's the deal with Marilyn Manson. If you're new within the last 10 years of record collecting, most people's like, I'm going to go pick up some Marilyn Manson today for my personal collection. They get online and their mind is immediately blown by the scarcity of these albums. And then they start doing some research. If they don't get online and do the research and they hop on a Collectco show and is like, Chad, I'd like to buy some Marilyn Manson. I'm like, well, it's extremely rare and expensive. And then all of a sudden, they're like, holy crap, we had no idea. This is at $395. It's a final call. Megadeth's at $450. Oso Adventure, you've been outbid. Next auction is going to go up right now. This is Pantera. We had this one the other night. This is the Far Beyond Driven. This is one that we showed the other night. We showed this one the other night as a teaser. Paul just got it in this collection. This is a 1994 USOG with the original cover, Far Beyond Driven, with insert, it's in shrink and hype, Pantera, Far Beyond Driven. Nice, an OG copy. The special edition features artwork available nowhere else. That's what the hype sticker says. Pantera. The vinyl is in EX condition, high grade. Has the original insert. Strength Beyond Strength, Becoming, 5 Minutes Alone, I'm Broken, Slaughtered, Shedding Skin, and their cover of Black Sabbath's Planet Caravan. This is going to go up for a $175 start. Pantera, Far Beyond Driven, EX condition, $175 start. Megadeth is at $451. Gregory says he's done. Hammers up on Marilyn Manson. I'm almost in shock. I'm almost in shock. The last bid on Marilyn Manson is the only bid for $395. I've got to sell it quickly. I've got to sell it quickly. He's got it. He's been sitting there. He's just like, I'm waiting. Here come the bids. It took some people thinking. There they are. They've waited and waited, and they're like, holy crap, we better go ahead and bid. Also, I might have accidentally just blocked somebody. I was over here trying to find who had the high bid. I need J Nutra, can you still comment? And Solarplex. Y'all see if y'all can still comment. Solarplex. Send a I accidentally clicked. I don't think I did, but I do this about every so often. I may accidentally block somebody. Okay? So Solar, you might want to send a comment. And if you can't comment, you might want to try to get a hold of us, okay? So Megadeth is now a final call. 451 of Oso Adventure. Pantera is getting a lot of bids. Next is Anthrax Worship Music, $39.99. Was there a claim for Riot here earlier? There's been so much going on. Todd Fisher, did you claim this Riot? I think he did. Todd Fisher got Riot. I just hadn't pulled it for him yet. Thank you on that. That's so to Todd Fisher. Okay, there we're at the bottom. I haven't seen Solarplex. I might have accidentally blocked Solarplex. I didn't mean to. I'll have to go and unblock them if so. And then over here we have next. Wasp, Double Live Assassins. Double Live Assassins, a 2017 2LP. That hadn't been in print and for a long time. $44.99 on that. And we have Metallica, the Black Album. That's a 2LP remaster, $29.99. Glenn over on Twitch gets Anthrax. Ken Crooker on Wasp. And Just a Decima next on Wasp. Manson, $435. Manson, $440. Boy, Gabriel, I thought you were going to be the only bidder. I was like, man, test 1, 2. Is my mic working? I was like, where's everybody's bids at? Pantera, Gregory Roberts has it for $250. That is an OG with shrink first cover there. OG with shrink, that original artwork with hop sticker, and it is nice. Really, really, really nice. And also, I've got good news. I think we're done on Megadeth. $451, the MoFi pressing. We're about to sell at $451. Manson's almost at $451. It's at $450 right now. The Black Album. Nothing else matters except you buying that right now. Fear No Evil, Doro. Fear No Evil, a 2022 blue and white marbled vinyl, $29.99. Right now, the only thing unclaimed from this crate is Doro, Metallica, Metal Church, and this record here was the Texas Devils on red vinyl, $24.99. Also, we have Slayer, the Repentless Killology. The Repentless Killology is a 2019 red and black splatter, which they only did to 500 copies, $59.99. Hiram on Doro, Todd on Doro, and Sean on Doro. So first was Hiram Aponte, then Stephen Lewis Jr. Oso, congratulations on Megadeth. I'll give you a commemorative gavel in just a second. Thank you. And this is sold to Oso Adventure for $451. Boy, I was concerned there for a second. I thought you had lost connection out there in Los Angeles and your bids wasn't going to show up. That is sold. I wish I could have sold a copy to you and Gregory both. Sometimes I'm like, man, I wish I had 2 or 3 more copies. I could sell one to everybody, but they're ones of ones tonight. That's it. Thank you, Gregory, for bidding. Thank you, Oso, and everybody else that bid early. Sold to Oso. We got to give him a gavel. I didn't have room for it. Let's do it right here. Just like at Sotheby's when I watched them auction that. Man, what did they sell the other day? It was a painting, of course, at Sotheby's. Man, it was something crazy. It wasn't a. Oh no, it was. I'll have to pull it up. I watched bidding on that for like 20 minutes. Okay, so let's update where we're at. I remember saying Manson got up to 460 with Gabriel Chavez, okay, 460. Pantera, Gregory had placed a bid for 275, all right? Next is Shannon Lee on the Texas Devils. That's sold to Shannon Lee. The Metal Church is a numbered colored vinyl pressing, numbered to 36. Wow, pretty low number. Numbered on silver vinyl for $49.99 for music on vinyl. Faith No Mores are sold. Yes, Faith No Mores are sold. Manson is a real official pressing. I'll show it again before we call it sold. So is Pantera. These are highly desirable titles, as y'all know. This is real 1999, official, real and official. So, of course, and so is Pantera. Let's add one more right now. It's being asked about a lot. This is the real deal. Slayer, Divine Intervention. Slayer, Divine Intervention. And it gets even better. Not only is it real, not only is it official, it's OG on the original translucent red vinyl from 1994. 1994 US original they did on translucent red vinyl. It's spectacular. It's real and it's spectacular. $125 start. Let the bidding begin. It's real and it's spectacular. Yes, this is the first time this was ever on vinyl. It's technically a reissue, but it's the first time ever on vinyl. It is a 1999 UK. It's from that Simply Vinyl, I believe. Yeah, this right here should ring a bell. That right there. It's on the Simply Vinyl. We still got it in the original 4mm sleeve with the sticker, okay? So it's an official pressing they did in 1999. It is in EX condition. It has the insert. Some of these sealed have sold for as much as $930. The high bid is a final call to Gabriel Chavez. He has it for $460. An official, real Marilyn Manson, $460. Pantera is a final call to Gregory Roberts. One more look for those that just got on. It is a 1994 US original, shrink and hop with the insert. Amazing. $275. Slayer is $125 start. Waiting for Stephen Tinley to bid. Laura just dropped off a Laura crate. It's going to be pretty insane, just like this one. Now over here, Metal Church. I'll take the Metal Church. I realized I don't have it. That's so to Jay Nutra. Somebody wanted to know the price on Slayer. Slayer is $59.99. A 2019 red and black splatter limited to 500. Yeah, so a lot of people get confused. They'll see that Marilyn Manson and they'll say, oh, a reissue. I'll wait for an OG. This is the OG essentially for vinyl, okay? 2 more records and then these are gone. Dio, Master of Moon with the lenticular cover. A 2020 lenticular cover, $34.99 with that lenticular cover. Very cool. And Motorhead Aftershock. Motorhead's a 2013 Euro, $39.99. $39.99. Bidding is closed on both of these. Bidding is closed. Pantera is sold to Gregory Roberts for $275. Now, we've also recently came through, it's recently came through a sealed copy of this. And actually, I laid it on Laura's desk. I was wondering if this is the one she was going to put out. I'm thinking about keeping it. I've really tried to start tracking down OG copies myself. Or I might run it tonight if she knows where it is. I might run it tonight. I do have a sealed copy of this. If somebody thinks they might be interested, we might run it. This one just sold $275. I would need a starting bid for more than that, but I have an OG sealed copy of this, just saying, okay? I do have an OG sealed copy. If you think you might be interested, let me know. Marilyn Manson, thank you, Gabriel. I'll owe both of y'all a gavel. I'll do it right now. Man, we've been so close to some air horns tonight. This is so to Gabriel Chavez, him picking up another grail. Gabriel Chavez, $460. I need a lot of y'all to make me a promise right now. Some of y'all have some records. I've sold y'all a lot of records. If you ever decide to sell your collection, I think y'all know who to call. Some of y'all, just seeing some of these go night after night, I'm like, golly. Thank you. I'm going to need that. That's so to Gabriel for $460. And if anybody's interested in that sealed Pantera, like I said, I think Laura has it back there at her desk. I can run it. Okay? There's Slayer. Here we go. I need some of y'all to still be buying, though, in about 5 more years. I don't plan on stopping anytime soon. Hopefully y'all aren't either. Doesn't look like it. Next thing over here is the following. First of all, this is a sticker price crate. If you're not first, you're going to be last. Don't even think about trying to make an offer. You're going to get beat out quickly. Slayer's at 130. Justin Deckelman commented D for Dio. That is so to Justin Deckelman. Slayer 125, Slayer 145. Todd Fisher second on Dio. Slayer's at 135. Stephen Lewis next on Dio. Brian next on Dio. Slayer crate price, $59.99. El Pisca, if you want Motorhead, it is sold to you. $39, he actually put 40. It's only $39.99. It's sold to you. Tony Rental put after. Slayer's at 150. We're down at the bottom. We're down at the bottom. We're down at the bottom. Let's update Slayer. It's a 1994 original studio album called Divine Intervention. It's on the original red vinyl. And Slayer, the last bid that came in on Slayer was El Pisca at $150. Everybody else is out. $150 on Slayer. $150. Next auction is the following. Metallica. Folks, this is a 1992 pressing of the Black Album on the Vertigo label. How cool is this? A 1992 UK Euro original under sleeve Black Album. It's on the Vertigo Swirl label, 92 UK Euro. That is technically billed as a reissue, 1992. It has both original under sleeves. Metallica, the Black Album. $155 start. This is now up for bid. 2 LP, it has a Made in England sticker on the back. $155 on the Black Album. The Black Album, a 1992. 1992. Okay? Right now, I got a Black Album in the crate. I got a Slayer still available. Slayer's at 151. Black Sabbath, a 2010 pressing Rhino. This is $39.99. Metallica's $155 start. Next auction's going to go up right now. It is Sinister, Cross the Sticks. STYX, like the band. Cross the Sticks. A 92 German original with the original under sleeve with insert, VG condition, a $50 start. The 92 Black Album already has a bid for $155. Todd Fisher on Black Sabbath. But I got to pause there because my crate is really full and we got to swap out crates. Third crate full. Laura has delivered a Laura crate and it appears to be full of metal at my first glance. Let me step over here and try to locate an empty crate. If not, I'm just going to dump a bunch of stuff out into the floor. I did have a Van Halen autograph, but I don't know if tonight's the night I want to show it or not. It's going to be a surprise, but honestly, I don't even know where it is. So I'll go ahead and break the news right now. I have something signed by Eddie Van Halen, JSC authenticated. I have found an empty crate, but I don't know if tonight's the night. Tonight might not be the night. I don't know if y'all are serious or not. Y'all don't know if y'all are serious. Okay, about 20 minutes ago, I went and got a Monster too. Here we go. Let's open this up. Ah, that was a good pull. Might have to sell a couple organs. One guy sold his salt and pepper shaker collection the other day. He said, Chad, I want to let you know I sold off my salt and pepper shaker collection so I could buy more vinyl. I was like, dang. That had to have been a tough decision. Okay, here we go. We have Black Sabbath. And Black Sabbath was sold to Todd Fisher. Janet Gray was second. Metallica did get that bid for $155. What Slayer is this? We really need somebody to buy this. Slayer, the Repentless Killology, live at the Forum in Inglewood. It's limited to 500 on red and black splatter for $59.99. Ryan Eaton, you were third on Black Sabbath. Slayer got a new bid for $155. Slayer got a new bid for $155. Sinister got a bid for $50. Sinister got a bid for $50. Sinister got a bid for $56. Sinister got a bid for $65. Sinister got a bid for $75. Sinister got a bid for $85. Sinister got a bid for $80. Are you still ordering from Relapse? Yes. Metallica, $165. Sinister, $90. Over here, Sinister, $95. And then over here, we have what? Slayer. David Saunders takes Slayer. Sold. The only thing left in here is the Metallica Black Album. $29.99. Slayer's at $156. We got a lot of bids going on. Next is Slayer Repentless. Red with white and orange and black splatter. $34.99. Slayer, $34.99. Riot, The Privilege of Power. Riot is a 2015 2LP, $34.99. Metallica's at $170. Sinister. Hiram Aponte has it for $95. That's who I'm showing as the high bid. Metallica's at $180. Stephen Tinley over here. Repentless. This is sold. Todd Fisher on Riot, The Privilege of Power. That's sold to Todd Fisher. Judas Priest Painkiller. This is a reissue, $24.99. Judas Priest Painkiller, $24.99. Metallica's $185. Metallica's $190. Still bidding on Slayer, too. Fight, A Small Deadly Space, $29.99. Metallica, Ride the Lightning. Remastered, $24.99. Metallica's at $190. Jason Widener on PK for Painkiller. Color of Label Sinister. Mark Morris next on Priest, then James Young. Metallica, $195. Mark Pierce takes the Black Album out of the crate. Painkiller has another claim. Let's go over here to Slayer. Who's the two people involved? I'm going to get this down to a science. I'm waiting for one other person to bid. The other person that was in on Slayer was this person. I'm going to call your name out loud and proud. El Pisca on YouTube. I need you to bid more than $156, or I need you to say out. He's out. Finally, we can say a final call on Slayer. A 1994 USOG on red vinyl. Stephen Tinley, $156. $156. Metallica. This is a 1992 Black Album. UK, Euro, 1992. It does have an original inner sleeve. The Black Album right now has a high bid of $190 of Chase Arnold. $190 of Chase Arnold. The Sinister album. I remember saying Hiram Aponte had it. It's a 92 German. Somebody wanted to see the label. It's a German original pressing. And the last bid on Sinister is going to be a final call to Mr. Hiram. And Hiram has it for $95. It's OG with the original inner sleeve and the insert. With the insert and the original inner sleeve. The last claim in here was Fight. And that was sold to Todd Fisher. Right now, no one's got the reissue of Ride the Lightning. Tyler Hubry says he has Metallica for $195. $195. Now Chase is back in for $200. Iron Maiden self-titled debut, a reissue, $27.99. Mike Strauss, who asked to see the label on Sinister, has now bid $100, Hiram. Here's a Dio I don't see too often unless you buy the box set right back here. Dio, Strange Highways on purple vinyl, $49.99. Purple vinyl, $49.99. Mark Stanley, first on that Iron Maiden. Holy moly, this is starting to get out of hand. John McPatriot, second. Metallica, $205. Metallica, $215. Alonzo, Breezy, Brensno Jr. on Dio. And Stephen Tinley gets Slayer. Let's put up another auction. This is Slayer. Slayer is sold. Slayer's gone. Stephen Tinley, $156. We still got more Slayers. Metallica's at $220. Exit Light. Next auction is the following. This is going to be up for bid right now. Without further ado, I don't know. I've got Wasp, Armor Saint, Guns N' Roses, Hanoi Rocks, Grim Reaper, UFO, Banshee. It's been asked about 30,000 times. Let's put it up. Banshee, Race Against Time, Hop Sticker, Play It, Say It sticker, Cut Mark, VG cover, EX vinyl, a gold stamp promo, must be on the back. No white label promo of this record exists. VG minus cover, EX vinyl, Banshee, a $30 start. Metallica, $235, Metallica, $245. Next, Pantera, Cowboys from Hell. Nice, the Rhino cut. That's not available anymore. Yeah, that's why it's $74.99. Cowboys from Hell, $74.99. Diamond Daryl, Phil Anselmo, Rex, Vinnie Paul, Pantera. Next is Metallica, $250. Metallica, $260. Banshee, $30. Banshee, $30. What about Sinister? Hiram, you did get outbid, and this was at $100 with Mike Straws. Let me make sure there wasn't another bid. And Hiram, I want to make sure he's back in at $105. Mike Straws, you've been outbid. Next is Motorhead, Death or Glory. Motorhead is $24.99. Motorhead, Death or Glory. Let's put up another single. And you may ask, how did I find myself here? You may ask, what is going to go up for bid next, Chad? We're going to put up a single. This is Heaven and Hell, Bible Black. Lord just walked by with a sandwich. Oh, a burrito. Heaven and Hell, Bible Black. Heaven and Hell, that's Ronnie James Dio, Tony Iommi, Geezer Butler, and Vinny Appice. Bible Black and Neon Nights from the Heaven and Hell band. That is Dio with Iommi and Butler and Appice. That's going to go up for a $10 start, okay? Next thing we have, Banshee was at $35, Sinister $105, Metallica $265, Metallica $275, Ken Crooker on Motorhead, Metallica $280, Tony Riddle next on Motorhead, Metallica's at $290, Metallica $292, The Number of the Beast, VG Plus, a remaster, $19.99. Megadeth, Dystopia, EX $22.99. Heaven and Hell is $10. Banshees at $36. Heaven and Hell at $10. And now Jason Wilsky gets Ride the Lightning. Ride the Lightning. Mark Stanley on Iron Maiden. And the only thing left right now is Pantera and Megadeth. And Pantera again. Another Rhino cut. This time Reinventing the Steel, EX $22.99. Reinventing the Steel. Holy moly. Let me touch my toes, crack my neck, and drink some more Monster and eat some more of this Chick-fil-A brownie. Yeah, Laura walked by with a burrito, and all of a sudden I could go to the Chinese buffet and just stock up. But I better calm down. Let me regain my composure. There's a few things that distract me in life. Chinese buffets and a pack of double stuffed Oreos. You get those around me, and next thing I know, I don't know who I am. I'm starting to shake. My eyes go crossed. And then I wake up and I'm in a hospital bed. So keep me away from Chinese buffets and double stuffed Oreos. All right. Sorry, I had to take a bite of Chick-fil-A brownie. Got to stay focused. Come on, Chad. You can do this. All right. You can do this, Chad. All right, so Mark Stanley, you got Iron Maiden. You got Iron Maiden. Mark Stanley. Jason Wilsky got Metallica. All right. Heaven and Hell 12. All right. Metallica's at $300. All right. James Kika gets Megadeth Dystopia. That's sold to James Kika. Todd Fisher was next, then Tim Rory. Pickle next on Iron Maiden. Then Shannon Lee. Heaven and Hell's at $15, all right? And then Banshees at $36, okay? And then Megadeth, another claim from Weasel. Heaven and Hell's another $15 bid, okay? Jay Nutra wants Pantera reinventing the steel. Banshees at 40, Metallica's at 312, and then Michael Baker was next on Pantera. Ron Eaton was next on Pantera. Heaven and Hell's at 117, okay? Tony Clem next on Megadeth, all right? Metallica's got a $325 bid, all right? Paul Richards was next on Megadeth. Metallica's at $335, and then over here, Banshees at $41. Sinister has a new bid for $110. That means Hiram, you've been outbid. Heaven and Hell $113, Heaven and Hell $118, Heaven and Hell $20, and Banshees at $42. Folks, I got one record left in Paul's crate, and we haven't had an ear horn or an air horn yet. We also haven't had a car horn. I'm going to literally drive my Tahoe through the side of the building, and I'm going to blow my Tahoe horn, okay? I will drive my Tahoe through the front of this building like Stone Cold Steve Austin if somebody buys this last Pantera, and that's so to Jason Thomas, okay? Let me go get my keys and get it started. There's about to be destruction and havoc here inside this store. Next is Banshee. That has a new bid for $45. Heaven and Hell's at $21. Next is Sinister. Sinister is at $110. Hiram Aponte, it's back to you. Banshee's at $46. Banshee's at $46. Restream may be hung up. Let me refresh the cache. Yeah, it is. It is hung up. Hold on a second. Yeah, let me refresh this here. Restream chat, and let me reset it. Okay, it should be fine now. All right, thank you. There we go. Now, Metallica. It should be good to go now. All right, so Metallica. The last bid on Metallica. And if y'all want to go ahead and bid again, that would be great, so it's on the top of the screen. And the last bid on Metallica was Chase Arnold at $335. $335 on Metallica. Somebody wants to go ahead and bid that again. $335 on Metallica. The next bid on Sinister right now. Sinister. Mike Straw's at $110. I'm going to make sure my Hiram Aponte is done bidding. Now Banshee's at $50. $50, and that is with Stephen Lewis Jr., Metallica 335, and Heaven and Hell is with Calvin Ward at $21. Okay, if you think you're in higher or you want to be in higher, go ahead and bid again. Now that crate is done. If you got sensitive ears, you might want to go ahead and turn down your volume. I'll drive my Tahoe through the side of the building later and blow the car horn or truck horn, whatever you call a horn in a Tahoe horn. Right now, though, let me go ahead and blow the air horn. Here we go. We got to have at least one of those on Metal Nights. We haven't had any auctions hit it yet, so we cleared out a crate. So we better do that. Let me go hide this lower crate sticker. Holy moly, what a sticker. There'll be some of y'all wake up in the morning and be like, good gosh, I wish I could have got that lower crate sticker. But I didn't get the lower crate sticker. Holy moly. Laura, I vetoed one record. We're going to put that one up for auction. That one's actually pretty tough to get. Even though it's not in print. Or it's not in print, that's why it's tough to get. Let me flip through these one more time. This is going to be a tough decision. Oh my gosh. Where the heck do I put this? Oh my gosh. What kind of version's that? Yeah. All right. Okay. Golly, what a crate. You're just about to be blown away. You're about to be just absolutely just blown away, okay? I'm going to put it on that one right there. Let me write this down. Here we go. No breaks. Got to keep going. Let me write down which record I'm hiding this on. Let me find my marker, my stickers, and here we go. Next thing is the following. I don't know where my marker is. I don't know who I am. And, okay, I found my marker. I got to clean this place up. By the way, tomorrow, Paul will be hosting the show. I'm leaving about the time Paul's getting the show started. I'll be here tomorrow. I am meeting up with my Vols crew, and we are heading to Atlanta to watch the Tennessee Vols play in Saturday's matchup with Syracuse. I won't be here Friday or Saturday. Paul will be here bringing you action. There will be more new vinyl tomorrow. There will be new vinyl tomorrow show up. There will be auctions. Laura will have great auctions. There will be New arrivals from John, Paul, and Laura. It'll be just like normal. It'll be Paul. He'll be here. You better tune in. There's probably going to be some great stuff, and he'll be doing the same thing on Saturday. If you're not here, you're going to be like, dang, I wish I was here. If you're not, make plans, okay? You might can talk Paul down off something, okay? Here we go. I'll be back on Monday to, well, actually, I'll be back on Sunday. I might be doing a knife and coin show on Sunday. If not, I'll be back on Monday. So you won't see me for a while. I've got to really come back Sunday and get this place cleaned up so we can have an epic week next week. Autographs, posters, metal, hard rock, classic rock, belly dancing, polka, gospel, whatever you want. Now, I've been away for a while. I have no idea who has the high bids, and we're about to put up a whole new wave of stuff. I've got a surprise auction bin over here that I hadn't pulled out from in 2 hours. It's still got crazy stuff in it I don't even want to call off, plus all the stuff. I have all these 45s. They also brought me a set of metal cassettes. They brought me 2 boxes of metal cassettes, 8 tracks, 45s, and we're going to be here all night selling off all that kind of stuff, okay? So the first thing I'm going to do is this right here. Tell you that this is a lower crate. I have hid the sticker on a selected record right back there where I laid it is where I put it, okay? The first thing I have over here is this. I have the following. We have Metallica at $450, $450, $450, $450, and that's Metallica, the Black Album, okay? I don't take off much from work. Actually, the last time I took off was now another 2 months ago. I think it's been about 2 months. That's when I went to Denver and seen Metallica. Before that, it was another 2 months. I'm pretty much working 7 days a week, all day, every day. College football season, I pretty much save up my, I don't feel as guilty because I really don't take off any other time of the year. So starting about every Saturday, I won't be here. I'll either be at a Tennessee game in Knoxville or on the road. We've pretty much already made decision. We're going to be going to most of the games. If not, I'm with our regular crew. I'm going with some other people. So hope everybody's ready for some Paul action. All right, let's update some auctions. Here we go. Back to full pace gear. So, and the more Tennessee wins, the more sales we have, okay? If we beat Georgia in a few weeks, we'll probably do 90% off. We have Heaven and Hell. This is sold for $21, and this is sold to Calvin Ward for $21. Thank you on that one. $21. I am the boss, but bosses don't get a lot of days off. I mean, I could walk away from Coletco right now and ask Paul to do it for the rest of the year, and I'm going to go to Hawaii, but I would be miserable. I'd be absolutely miserable. I would be. Anytime I go out of town, I'm like, man, I got to get back and do a live stream. I got to get back. This is vacation. I'm vacationing right now. I'm having the best time of my life. Hopefully y'all are too. The last bit on Sinister over here. It was between 2 people. Hiram went out. This is sold to Mike Straws. Thank you, Mike Straws. This is sold to you from like 2 hours ago. Mike Straws gets this for $110. We're having the time of our life right now. There's that. And then over here is Banshee. The last bit on Banshee is the following. Banshee, I hate taking, if I had to sit in my couch and watch TV, I would be so mad. I'd be trying to figure out a way to get out of my house. I'm like, I cannot take this. Get me back to work. Banshee is right here. And the last bit on Banshee is the following. B-A-N-C-H-E-E-E-B-A-N-E-C-H-E. Mike Strauss also has this. Mike Strauss has this for $51. So what I'm going to do, $51, Banshee. $51 on Banshee. 51, now 57. Okay, what? Now we kind of know where we're at. Now we kind of know where we're at. Now we kind of know where we're at. And here's the first one, Metallica. Tyler Hubery, $462. Chase and Tyler are at war right now. And then Banshee recently got a bid for $57. Let's go ahead and introduce another auction. The next auction is going to go up right now. This is Sepultura, and this is Chaos AD. Folks, an original pressing. We don't get this too often. Sepultura, Chaos AD, a 1993 Euro original with the original on her sleeve. It's on that label. This is an OG pressing of Sepultura, a $95 start. A $95 start. Okay, there we have it. Here we go. First thing I have is this, Thor, Only the Strong. Thor is on red and black splatter vinyl. This is sealed for $34.99. This is a Laura bid. This is a Laura crate. First come, first serve, sticker price, no more, no less. Where did Tyler bid? 462. Tyler bid 462 on Facebook right there, 462. You're at 460. Tyler bid 462. He's at 462. Chase, you're out. Next is Sepultura. Already has a bid for $95 and $110. Banshee. We got Mike Straw's out. That's with Stephen Lewis Jr. at $60. Okay, I'm about to add another Slayer single. Don't go anywhere. There's Thor. Next is Alcatraz, the very best of Alcatraz. 2 LP, 180 gram marble vinyl, sealed for $24.99. Metallica 4.7. Do I hear an air horn warming up? Do I hear wedding bells? We got John Yarborough the second on Thor. He's first on Thor. There's Alcatraz. It's available. These are all straight price new arrivals. Right now, we have Sepultura at $115. This is brand new stuff that Laura marked about 20 minutes ago. Lizzie Borden, Master of Disguise. Blue vinyl, Lizzie Borden, $24.99. Somewhere there's a secret Laura Crate sticker hitting with a purchase. You make a purchase, there's probably everything in here is going to sell. Somebody's going to end up with a Laura Crate sticker. There's usually none of these kind of records left behind. No, sirree, Bob. These are not going to be anything left behind in here. Michael Thrower on Alcatraz, Ed Riviera second, Cosmo Kramer on Lizzie Borden, Sepultura 101. There's already a bid for $115 with Steven. It was already with King Fluffy. You're out. It's already a $115 bid. Tyler Ubry, it's up to you on Metallica, $473. And now Banshee is sold, and Banshee is sold, and Banshee is sold over here to Stephen Lewis Jr. He gets this for $60. Stephen Lewis Jr. Let's move these two over right here and let's get a third. This, unfortunately, is an unofficial. We had a real one a couple of weeks ago that sold for like nearly 500 or over 500. This is a bootleg. It's a very rare record. It's Wasp, still not black enough. It is a bootleg unofficial from 2017, a really well-made one. I mean, at first glance, it looks real to me. I mean, it's not like a dead giveaway. It's a bootleg, so... But it is a $25 start on Wasp. That's the high bid, or that's the starting bid. Metallica, $480, $485. Do I hear an air horn warming up? Also, Metal Church. This is the Human Factor. Limited edition 1000 on flaming colored vinyl. That is flaming colored vinyl. Music on vinyl, $29.99 and numbered. Sepultura's at $120. Stephen Tinley, you're out. Next in here is Poison, Flesh and Blood. Sea glass colored vinyl. Poison's $29.99. And KK Priest, Center Rides Again. KK Priest is $27.99. KK Priest, that's KK Downing, of course, $27.99 on that. Wasp has opened up at $50. Deckelman bid $50, and then there's two $25 bids, and now a $75 bid, now another $50 bid. And we have MC, Metal Church. That sold to Nick Galletti. Gerald Whitworth was next on Metal Church. Sepultura, $121, and now Metallica, $495. Johnny Hancock. He's kin to both Herbie and John Hancock. Johnny Hancock, Poison. Well, so to him, Todd Fisher was next, and we got Janet next, and we still got KK Priest, and we have Wasp, Golgotha. Wasp is $29.99. $29.99. I've never been able to say that, both when reading it from the Wasp album or the Bible. I'm like, Golgotha. That is at 100. Mike Ospaw says, Chad, give it to me. That is right here. That's sold. Tyler Hubie's out. Oh, man, just short of an air horn. Oh, man, we were so close. Chase Arnold, $495. Tyler Hubie's out. Final call, Sepultura, $122. We got Stephen Lewis Jr. next on Wasp. Iron Maiden Killers. This is a 2014 sealed, $29.99. Cosmo Kramer on KK Priest. There it is. Golgotha. Exactly. And over here, Iron Maiden sold to Mark Stanley. These are getting grabbed up. You would think these are kids picking up Easter eggs. It's like all-out war right now. Next thing is Alice in Chains. Black Gives Way to Blue, a 2024. That's a 2 LP and shrink and hop sticker, $29.99. Warren Hardin, you were second on Iron Maiden. There's an AIC and Corrosion Conformity. America's Volume Dealer, 2 LP, $27.99. Metallica is sold for $495 to Chase Arnold. Nice pick up that on Chase. He's going to be playing that so loud, he's going to have to go to a optometrist. and get his eyes checked. He's going to be playing it so loud. That is sold to Chase. Thank you on that one. Over here is AIC. That's sold to Mega Blast 9, John Durden. COC is sold to Mark Stanley. Janet next on AIC. And then Sepultura. The last bid was King Fluffy at 122. I'm waiting for one person, Stephen Tinley. I'm waiting for a couple people on Wasp. Deckelman's out. The last bid on Wasp that came in was Ken Crooker at 125. That's a 2017 unofficial. Next auction's going to go up right now. And you may be asking yourself, what could the next auction be, Chad? And yeah, I've got it. Hope you're ready. Folks, here it is. Go ahead and fire up your engines. This is a 1988 U.S. OG specialty. I'm going to say a lot of very important words in a row here, okay? A lot of very important words. 1988, United States, specialty, original pressing, shrink wrap, hop stickers, original price tag, original inner sleeve, EX ++ near mint minus. That means this record looks very similar to the day it was out on a shelf for sale. $155 start for Slayer, South of Heaven. The vinyl is EX ++ near mint minus. You could eat off of it. I wouldn't recommend it, but if you do decide you want to eat some, I don't know, shish kebabs or something off of it, go right ahead. That would be a very bad decision. Here is this original inner sleeve. It's in shrink. It's got the large South of Heaven sticker. It has language that you do not want to play around your kids unless you want to get them exposed to some metal at a young age. That is now up for bid, and it's already got bids up for $250. That took off like a rocket ship, okay? It's already up. It's blasted off. It's the afterburners are cooking already. I hadn't even had time to lay it down. Sepultura, right here. This got a new bid. King Fluffy, you got outbid. This is Sepultura. It's at 155. 155, okay? There's that. And then next thing is the following. We have Wasp, and the high bid on Wasp is 125 with Ken Crooker. 125 with Ken Crooker. 125 with Ken Crooker. There's that. There is no claims left in here, okay? Everything so far I've shown in this crate is gone. Here's next. Death Angel, human side. Death Angel is on clear and purple splatter, $27.99. Stephen Tinley, you are out on Sepultura. It's at $130. Slayer's at $250 of Chase Arnold. $250 of Chase Arnold. King Diamond, the Eye. King Diamond, the Eye, is on purple and black splatter, $27.99. Death Angel is sold to Justin Deckelman. Right back into the fast-paced madness of Lore Crate. Black Sabbath Paranoid, a 2016 sealed, $29.99. King Diamond sold to Nick Galletti. Slayer at $260. Wasp, the bootleg unofficial from 2017. Very tough record to get any version of. This is sold, and this is gone to Ken Crooker for $125. That is sold, sold, sold. Let's put that away. Boom, there it is. Now, Sepultura is at 131 with Stephen Tinley. That is with King Fluffy now, if you want to be it. Also, we got Slayer. And Slayer is at $260 with Chad Sauls. Next was Danny Thomason. You were next on Death Angel. Todd first on Black Sabbath. Tony Riddle next on King Diamond. Sepultura's at $132. Slayer's at $280. Next auction is Wasp, Live Animal. Let's do another Wasp. I don't recall seeing this one too much. A Live Animal. This is an 87 USOG, a 12-inch single, black vinyl, a US original. I just don't see this one too much. I mean, I just don't. Animal, F like a beast. That's, I guess, I've seen that, but I've just never seen this edition before. Hellion and Mississippi Queen. Wow, they cover Mississippi Queen. Wasp is a $20 start. Slayer, $285. Sepultura, $135. Sepultura, $141. Now we got a Wasp up for bid, and we have Lamb of God. Lamb of God is $19.99. That's self-titled. Black Sabbath, Master of Reality. All right, now, wow, Sweet Leaf, $29.99. We have Thunder Mother, Rock and Roll Disaster, $29.99 for Thunder Mother, and Merciful Fate, Melissa. Merciful Fate, Melissa, $34.99. Sepultura, $141. Wasp, $20. Wasp, $30. Scully Mac, $19.65 on Sabbath. Scully Mac got Sabbath. Great decision there. Wasp is at $30. We have Warren Hardin on Lamb of God. Sold. LOG. Sold. Logarithmics. That is sold to Warren Harding. Sepultura, 150, 145. Todd next on Sabbath. Wasp, 30. Ante next on Lamb of God. Scott next on Lamb of God. Wasp, another $25 bid. Tim Rory on Merciful Faith. Then MT Matt. And then Thunder Mother sold to Gerald Whitworth. All righty. Next is Sepultura. It's still getting bids. Wasp is at 50. Well, what about Slayer? That's the big dog right now, and it is at 285. Chad Sauls, it goes back to you. Just let me know what you're thinking on that. Next thing over here is Overkill, WFO. Overkill is sealed. 2023 on clear marble vinyl, $29.99 for OK. Overkill. Flotsam and Jetsam, No Place for Disgrace. Numbered colored vinyl from Music on Vinyl, $29.99. Deckelman, first on Overkill. Brian Thurman was next, and Striper, When We Were Kings, $29.99 for Striper. Jeff Brindley next on Thunder Mother. Alonzo next on Overkill. Brian was next on Overkill. Kenny Roth said is in on Flotsam and Jetsam. There's that. And then over here is Sepultura. And then Sepultura is sold. King Fluffy's out. Sepultura is sold to Stephen Tinley for $145 on that. $145 that's sold. Over here is Wasp, and the last bid on Wasp is a final call. He says he's out, so we're about to sell this. Hammers up. Make sure everybody's done. Chase Arnold has that for $285. Now we're going to put Wasp right here next to it. The last bid on Wasp that came in was the following. I think it was $50 with Trent Peasley. It is Live Animal. $50 on that. Overkill, Flotsam and Jetsam, Flotsam and Jetsam, Flotsam and Jetsam. James Chilcott first on Striper. That is sold to James Chilcott. Let me show it over here from this top camera. There it is. That's sold to him. Next thing over here is the following. Rob Zombie, The Lunar Injection, Cool 8 Eclipse Conspiracy on Red Splatter, $24.99. Let's go ahead and get another auction rolling. And that next auction is, oh my gosh, Creepin' Death. An 84 UK original. 84 UK original on Music for Nations. Extremely nice for this release. EX condition. This is going to go up for a $75 start. Good luck to all those involved. Good luck to all those involved. Slayer is sold. Hopefully you wasn't twiddling your thumbs because it's gone. No more bids on this. And it is sold to Chase Arnold for $285. Let's put that away. Sold to Chase Arnold for $285. Thank you, Chase. That is sold to you. Appreciate that. Let's put that away. Metallica is at 75. Metallica's at 80. And Wasp did not get another bid. We're ready for all new auctions all of a sudden. Trent Peasley gets this for $50. Metallica 75. Metallica 80. Metallica 76. Metallica 80 with Glenn over on Twitch over here. Let's move this into slot number 1. Next thing is Rob Zombie. So did Todd Fisher. Next thing is we need more auctions. How about another OG Death? Do what? Yeah, I have Leprosy. This is an 88 UK original with the original under sleeve. An OG Death, 88 UK original under sleeve, VG Plus condition. Leprosy, a $75 start. There's the original under sleeve. VG Plus vinyl, VG Plus cover. I don't often say I have OG Death. There is OG Death, a $75 start. Let's get back into this crate. Hatebreed, Weight of the False Self. Hatebreed is sealed for $24.99. Another painkiller for those that missed out on the other one. Sealed for $24.99. Over here, Metallica is at $125. Metallica is at $125. Metallica is at $125. Death is already at $100. Next auction is going to go up right now. Holy moly, look at all this stuff we still got to do. I mean, this is just absolutely insane what's still left over here in the auction bin. Here's something I never, ever get in. Corrosion of Conformity. This is an OG 1996 pressing of Corrosion of Conformity Wise Blood. So this is, we have the Music on Vinyl pressings all the time. There is some writing. It looks like somebody wrote CRAP on the cover. I don't know if that's CAAP for cap or somebody wrote crap. I'm not for sure, but there is some writing right on the pig's forehead. This is a gatefold. No, it's a single pocket jacket with hop sticker. It has both original sleeves, but what you need to know, it is a OG from 1996. It's in VG Plus condition, and that's going to go up for a $55 start. $55 start. That's OG Painkiller. We sell the heck out of the Music on Vinyl pressings. I don't think I've ever had but a handful of those ever. Next thing is Death had a bid for $100. John Howard on Hatebreed. That's so to John Howard. James Young first on Judas Priest. Then Mark Morris. Then Chris Johnson. Then Glenn. Then Pickle. Then Warren Hardin. And then Metallica got a new bid for $130. We're talking about Creepin' Death. Dun, 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 dun. Run, dun, 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 da, da. Judas Priest. Pickle was next, and then Warren Hardin, then Dave Connor, then Melanie Clausen, then Mark Stanley has put C, and then we have, I don't even know. Let's go right here first to Metallica, Creeping Death. The last bid was Todd Fisher at $130. That is the original UK 3-track of that. You also get Am I Evil and Blitzkrieg. Very cool. And then Death is right here in the middle. This is OG Death. David Baber put 1988, 101. I'm assuming that means he's bidding on Death. I would hope so. David Baber has that at $101. $101. And then COC is a $55 start. $55 start. That's OG corrosion conformity. That's where we're at right now on all auctions. Hope everybody's locked in. If you're trying to bid on these, right now would be the time. Otherwise, you're about to miss out on these. Next thing is this. Queensryche, Frequency Unknown, 2LP red vinyl. That's sealed on a double LP, $29.99. Pantera, Reinventing the Steel. It's colored vinyl. It's on white and Southern Flames yellow marble, $29.99. Death is at $101. If you're not David Baber, you don't have the high bid. Metallica's at $130 with Todd Fisher. If you're not Todd Fisher, you don't have the high bid. And COC has one bid for $55 of Chris Bocci. We're about to sell that. If you want in, time's ticking. Next is Korn, Requiem. Requiem is $19.99 for Korn. We got Michael Baker on Pantera. Still got Queensryche and Korn in there. And now Death has a new bid for $115. David Baber, you've been outbid. Also, we have Wasp, Crimson Idol, Red Vinyl, Half-Speed Master. Wasp is $29.99. Drew Boyd, you were next on Pantera. Matthew Sherrick, first on Queensryche. Now we have Korn, and now we have Wasp. CLC has a new bid for $56. Scott Oman, SoulMan66 on Twitch, gets Korn. That just leaves Wasp. What about Metallica? Are we done? I haven't seen anybody say out on Metallica. Either they're thinking, earlier when David Saunders says he's thinking, you're thinking way too long. You should just go ahead and bid $150 because you're about to lose the auction, and you're going to be like, dang, Chad, I was thinking. Thinking doesn't get you very far. You've got to just pull the trigger, jump the cliff, do it. Warren Hardin on Crimson Idol. Stephen Lewis Jr. next on Wasp. Next is Metallica. David is not thinking anymore. He's bid $135. Now there's a new bid. Todd Fisher, you're out. David Baber, you're out on Death. You shouldn't be thinking very much longer. David Baber, just go ahead and bid $150. Now Wasp is at $60. Matthew Sherrick next on Wasp. David Baber said out. Y'all shouldn't be saying out. You should be saying in. Iron Maiden, Power Slave, a 2014. That is sealed for $29.99. And Alice Cooper, Paranormal. Alice Cooper, that's a 2LP picture disc, $34.99. Iron Maiden, Alice Cooper, Corrosion and Conformity. This is sealed, a 2020 reissue. Eye for an Eye, $24.99. And now we have Todd Fisher says he's out. Way too many people's going out. You should be going in. Now all these records have fell over. They're even disappointed. They're like, what is the matter with y'all? You should be placing bids left and right. It's Metallica. Todd Fisher says he's done. We may have our high bidders, okay? Next thing is the following. Ken Crooker, we have, whoa, hold the phone. My feed's moving so fast that my eyes are going crossed. Let me go back to the top and work my way down. There was Wasp. Metallica 135. Death out. Metallica out. Ken Crooker gets Alice Cooper. Brian Thurman next on Alice Cooper. And then we have Mark Stanley put X. And he's also going to get... No, Master Mog gets COC. Scully Mack was next on COC. Okay, and then we have Alice Cooper. Danny was next on Alice Cooper. Metallica's at 140. New bid with El Pisca. David Saunders, you've been outbid. John Howard put COC. That means you were sixth. What is the COC? And then Death. Here's what we're going to do. Death is a final call. It's an OG pressing. The last bid on Death right here. Death, King Fluffy, Death. Death is at $115. King Fluffy, $19.79. This is an OG CLC. There is some writing on the forehead. It's a 2LP Corrosion Conformity Wise Blood. There was a Corrosion Conformity in the crate. There was way too many people late on it, though. It was grabbed up faster than lickety split. John Howard has COC at $56. That's the high bidder. The bidder before him was, I think, $55. And that's way up here. It was way up here. I don't even know where that is right now, but it's at $56, and I don't think there's anybody else in on this record. David Saunders, if you want to bid on Metallica, you got to go through El Pisca, okay? Wow, there's the only Iron Maiden record. That's the only record left so far in this crate. Next is Death Angel, a music on vinyl pressing, $24.99. You never know, that might be the one that gets you the Lore Crate sticker. Who knows? How about a music on vinyl pressing of Death Angel, $24.99. $24.99. Death Angel, Soda Deckelman. He is fast. Deckelman claims faster than Wyatt Earp drawing his pistol. King Cobra, this is sealed $29.99. Then Jason Widener on Death Angel. Then Michael Baker on Death Angel. CLC has a new bid for $60. Chris Bocci bid $60. There we go. CLC's at $60. David Saunders, I need to know one question from you. Do you want to bid on Metallica again? He wants to know, is this a 1984 UK? Sir, this is the most OG this is going to get. This is an OG 1984 UK release of Creeping Death. It is there. You should buy it. You should place a large bid on it. I'm just asking. You can do whatever you want, though. Nobody else bid on Death. This is sold to King Fluffy for $115. I thought this would bring $200-$300. Sold to King Fluffy for $115. Over here, let's jump right back over here and see who got these claims. Death Angel, sold to Deckelman, then Jason Widener, then Michael Baker. King Cobra, sold to Brian Thurman, then Clay Moore. James Young gets Iron Maiden. There it is, and now we have COC at $60. I don't know who was before Chris Bocci, but now you've been outbid, and now it's at $60, and Chris Martin, you just missed out on the Iron Maiden. My crate over here is really full, so let me swap out crates right quick. There's only about 5 records left in this Lore Crate, and everything's going to be gone. Let me find a new empty crate right quick. New empty crate, new empty crate, new empty crate. Here's a new empty crate. Let's not pause in anything else except this. We're going to do this right here. We're going to put up another auction, okay? There's still some crazy stuff over here. What about this right here? Holy moly. Killing is my business and business is good. It's a 1986 UK repress. VG condition, a $55 start. This is Megadeth, an 86 UK repress. It is an 86. It is a UK repress. Very cool to see this, though. $55 start on that. That's now up for bid, okay? There's that. Next thing is KKKKIM Iron Maiden price. And then David Saunders, it's all up to you on Iron Maiden. It's all up to you on Metallica. El Pisca's had it for 4 minutes, $140. David Saunders, I need to know. Time's ticking. It's been 4 minutes. He said he was thinking. 4 minutes is a long time to think to place a bid. Make sure if you want to bid, you've went ahead and sent it. Also, we have Black Sabbath, Never Say Die, 180 gram, 2012 remaster. Who Wants Sabbath, Ozzy Osbourne, Johnny Blade, $29.99. Metallica's a $55 start. Corrosion Conformity, I hope we were done on this. This is sold to Chris Bocci for $60. CLC is sold for $60. Wow. The music on vinyl pressings are like $50 new. That was an OG copy. Holy moly. He's right back in on Metallica at $141. El Pisca, you've been outbid on Metallica. Josh Brown wants Black Sabbath. Let's put up another auction, but I am going to go ahead and show another record. LA Guns, Covered in Guns. LA Guns is on split blue and red vinyl, $24.99. Next auction is going to go up right now, and that next auction is going to be the following. I don't know if y'all ready or not. If you are, I hope you are. If you're not, you probably need to get ready. Here's Hanoi Rocks, Oriental Beat. Hanoi Rocks is a 1985 US. It is OG for the US, but a reissue for the rest of the world. So OG for the United States, EX condition, Hanoi Rocks, a $25 start. LA Guns is sold to Brian Thurman. He was first, then Ken Crooker, then Janet Gray, then Scully Mack, then Mike Ospaw. El Pisca, now you want back in on Metallica. David Saunders did bid $141. We got to make sure he doesn't want to bid again. Is anybody going to bid on Megadeth? The last bid on Megadeth was $0. It takes 55 to get it started, just saying. Next is going to go up right now. Tesla, 5-man London Jam. That's a 2LP Tesla, $27.99. And Metallica, Saint Anger, the fan favorite, most people's favorite album by them. Seal, $29.99. Hanoi Rocks has a bid for $25. Megadeth has a bid for $55. The next auction is going to go up right now. Rat, Reach for the Sky. This is a Rat single. It's going to go up for a $10 start. It is on orange vinyl. This is Rat, Reach for the Sky, previously unreleased track from the Albus Cellar Sessions 1983. Orange vinyl Rat, that's going to go up for a $10 start. Next thing is the following. Jeremy Rourke on T. And that's Tesla for Jeremy Rourke, then Clay Moore, and then Hanoi Rocks 30, 30, 30, then another Tesla, and then another Tesla. Over here, we have Overkill, the music on vinyl pressing of Overkill, taking over just $24.99. Rat has a bid for $10. El Piscazala Metallica. David Saunders, your long drawn-out bidding process, won this auction at $141. Creeping Death is sold. Slaves, dun, 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 dun. That is sold. And then over here, Megadeth, the last bid on Megadeth is a high bid, one bid with Dave Connor for $55. He's about to get it. There was about 34 people on Tesla. You're out of luck though. Rat 10, Hanoi 33, Rat 10, Scully Mac on Overkill, Ivan on Overkill, and Rat 11, Lat 12, Hanoi 40, 15, Rat 27, 30, 34, 34, 37, 37, Rat 15, 27, 13, Hanoi Rocks 40. Golly, did y'all just see all that? Now, there's only one record left in the lower crate. Are y'all really going to do this to Lars, James, Kirk, and I guess Bob Rock? They really didn't have a bass player for this album. I guess Bob Rock on a lot of it. Are y'all really going to do this? This is the only thank you, Dwayne. I was about to say, these new are pretty. I just ordered some of these new. When these come in next week, they're like $44.99. They're not cheap whatsoever. Dwayne gets that. Hopefully you got your ears covered up because, folks, it's time for the one and only. It's time for the air horn. That's back-to-back crates. We've sold everything in there. There are 0 records left. 0 records left. Wow. Holy moly. That's it. We've went back-to-back crates, and Laura says she's working on another like this. And I think this other one from Paul over here has some pretty interesting stuff. I think there's some New Orleans stuff mixed in too. But man, yeah, there's a lot of metal coming up in this next crate from Paul, so don't go anywhere. If we sell everything in this next one, it will be unbelievable, but there's a really good chance at what I just seen, it could very easily happen. So let's not take any breaks. The only thing I'm going to do is pause my mic, maybe drink a Monster, and finish off this Chick-fil-A brownie. Here we go. What's going on? We got a 1986 UK repress of Megadeth. Steve Ritchie's in at $60. Steve Ritchie's in at $60. An 86 UK repress, $60, $60, $60, $60, $60. Steve Ritchie has it for $60. It's an 86 UK repress. 86 UK repress. There it is right there. Rat is right here. This is Rat, Reach for the Sky. It's on orange vinyl. This has had about between 200 and 300 bids. The last bid I'm seeing is Chad Saul's at $20. If you think you're in higher or you want to be in higher, you got to bid more than 20 or let me know. And then over here is Hanoi Rocks, Oriental Beat. Hanoi Rocks is a 1985 US. This is OG, but it's a reissue for the rest of the world. It's EX condition, and that's a US original. And the last bid on Hanoi Rocks that came in was Kristen Driscoll at $44. Kristen Driscoll at $44. The lower crate sticker went to... The lower crate sticker went to Black Sabbath, Master of Reality. I almost forgot about that. I think it was to Scully Mac. It was Scully Mac, yeah. Scully Mac got that. Scully, are you still watching? You get this sweet lower crate sticker. Take a look at this. Nice, Laura. This is the lower crate sticker. This is the front woman of Molly Cruz, Lynx Neal. Lynx Neal. That goes to Scully Mac. He got the Black Sabbath, Master of Reality. There it is. Thank you, Scully Mac. Black Sabbath, Master of Reality. That was sold to you. All right. One of my favorite albums. I mean, of course, you know, you got Paranoid, but man, that album is just Children of the Grave. From I mean, it's just unbelievable. We'll be talking about Black Sabbath for decades. The music they recorded with Ozzy, I mean, it's just timeless. I mean, more and more people's finding out about it. There's little kids walking around Black Sabbath shirts, know the lyrics to Paranoid. It's just incredible. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. Don't go anywhere because we're going straight into this lower Paul crate. All right. First can of Monster down, 3 more to go. Here we go. I finally finished off my Chick-fil-A brownie. So I'm on sugar rush number 3. Here we go. Ra-da, ra-da, da-da-da-da, ra-da. Oh, man, so good. Golly. Holy moly, I'm ready to listen to it right now. Hanoi Rocks, Oriental Beat. This just got a bid for $55. It's an 85 US original. $55. Rat. This was a final call. Chad did bid 22, so he must have got outbid. Kristen Driscoll has it for $25. Kristen Driscoll has this for $25, okay? Kristen has that for $25, and there was a question about Megadeth. Megadeth has been with Steve Ritchie for $50, $60 for the last 4 minutes. Steve Ritchie has this for $60. 2 people have wanted to see the label. It's a reissue. It's an 86 reissue on Music for Nations, okay? It is an 86 reissue. Still an 86 copy, though. A repress, not a reissue, a repress. It is still from 86, okay? Now, Rat has a new bid for 27 and now has a new bid for 28. Hanoi Rocks is still getting bids. Music for Nations is a UK label, yes. Anything Music for Nations is automatically UK, correct. All right, let's keep going. This is it right here. If you've said out, you can't bid again. If you've said out, you can't bid again, okay? Somebody has requested 80s Iron Maiden. I don't know if we have any or not. I really don't think so. And then somebody asked about a Tokyo Blade, maybe. I will get one of those on deck, okay? We got 3 up right now. That's about all we can handle. Let's get started. I think this has metal and maybe some of even of that New Orleans stuff. First thing we have is System of a Down Hypnotize, just $24.99. This should be great stuff in here too. $24.99 for System of a Down Hypnotize. How about Chimney Sweeps, Devil Girl, Crude Unissued Australian Garage from 66 to 67, a 2002 Garage Comp from the 60s, sealed for $19.99, and Stewed, Deep Down Thing. That's a 1995 Garage album, $14.99. Rat is at 33. Hanoi Rocks is at 60. Hiram, no. Edmund Estrada first on System of a Down, then Jeremy Barnes, and I've got to sell this Megadeth. Steve's had it now for 7 minutes. This is sold to Steve Ritchie for $60. That's our very own Steve Ritchie. Steve packs y'all's records every day, okay? Shout out to Steve in the shipping department. He also is our other in-house artist. Him and Laura, both amazing artists. Y'all have probably seen people posting Steve's artwork in the group. That's Steve Ritchie, everybody. Shout out. He don't have a Facebook, so when y'all are talking about him in the group, he can't see it. He's just on YouTube. Steve, thank you. We might need to get you a Facebook set up, Steve. Thank you, Steve Ritchie. That was sold to him. I was making it very fair. He even works here, and I was trying to get him outbid, okay? That's how bad of a boss I am. Brian Call on Stewed. That's sold to Brian Call. I still got Chimney Sweeps. Rat is still getting bids, and now we got more auctions to put up. Next thing is this right here. I have the following going up for bid right now. Another Metallica. Folks, y'all have kind of overlooked this. A lot of people didn't even ask because they probably didn't assume it was. I have a 1983 OG pressing of Metallica's Kill 'Em All. This is OG Metallica. This is what started it all for them. He does have an Instagram, though, where he posts a lot of his artwork. That's true. He is on Instagram, and he shares some really cool stuff. Okay, let's take a look at this, folks. An 83 Kill 'Em All, a U.S. original Hop Hog pressing, okay? A3 in the dead wax, that's an early stamper. If you find an A1, that's the first one off the plates. This is an 83 U.S. Hop Hog. I don't know if I used the right terminology there, right off the plates. That sounds like I'm talking about baseball or something. Off the stampers. 83 U.S. Hop Hog original. It's a super nice copy. okay? A super nice copy. I don't even want anybody to bid, but please bid. $195 start. Beautiful. Oh, look at the jacket. The vinyl is near mint minus. That is pretty crazy, honestly. $195 start. A3 in the dead wax. That's early. That's early. Next over here is Rat. This was a final call to Chad Sauls for $38. Hanoi Rocks is sold to Michael Snared for $60. That's sold to Michael Snared for $60. There's that. Let's show a few more records quickly. Tom Powder and the Ton Up Boys at the Teenage Hangout. That's a 2002 Swedish import rockabilly. Wow, $124.99. That's a good one. $124.99. And Anthrax Sound of White Noise, a 2021 white vinyl, $59.99. Metallica has a bid for $195. Is everybody paying attention? Next thing is this right here. We have a request for, I remember, Wasp, Armored Saint, GNR, Grim Reaper, UFO, Tokyo Blade. Here it is, an 84 OG2. This is on the Green Combat label, Night of the Blade, an 84 US original. EX condition, a $30 start on Tokyo Blade. Rat is sold, and Rat is sold to Chad Sauls for $38. Metallica has took off like a rocket ship. I'm not surprised. Let's go ahead and throw in another single. Slayer, You Against You. Slayer is on Go Vinyl, and this is going to go up for a $10 start. You Against You and War Ensemble live at Whackin'. Slayer is going to go up for a $10 start. The first thing we have in here is Trent Peasley picking up Anthrax. That's so to Trent Peasley. Next is the Scrunch present Smelly Sally. Oh no, it's Oh Smelly Sally. That's a 1991 Psychobilly album. Boy, somebody got some bad sunburn there. Holy moly. $39.99, a Psychobilly album. That's Oh Smelly Sally. And we have Ghetto Ways. Ghetto Ways is a 2004 garage punk album, $14.99. Slayer's at $12. Metallica's at $30. And Tokyo Blades at $32. 3 active auctions right now. I've got all kinds of cool metal singles to show you tonight. Crowbar, Time Heals Nothing. Time Heals Nothing by Crowbar, clear and black splatter. $34.99. $34.99. Tokyo Blades at $40. Metallica's at $300. We got some people bidding. We got some people thinking. You need to stop thinking. You got to start bidding. Next thing is Bob Log. There's old Bob Log. This is My SHIT is Perfect. He makes perfect music. It's a 2009 garage album. Sealed, $24.99. Bob Log. I told y'all this crate from Paul is going to have metal. It's also going to have some ins and outs, some oddities and obscurities like Rosas in Blanco and Negro. This is Orgasma Madelia. Boy, I have no idea what I just said. 1992 Spanish Garage Psych, $9.99. Tokyo Blade is at $55. There's only been one bid on Slayer for $12 with David Saunders, and we're about to sell it. Wow, Metallica has Frozen at $300. Anybody else want in? It's at $300. Going once, going twice. Next is the following. Sepultura Chaos AD. Sepultura is a 2017 remaster, which includes a bonus disc. Sepultura, $39.99. $39.99 on Sepultura. Also, we have Trash County Dominator, Second Sight. This is a 1991 UK, $9.99. Metallica at $310. Metallica's at $350. J Neutra on Sepultura. That is sold to J Neutra. Tokyo $70. Metallica $325. Metallica Info Slayer +1. David Saunders, you got. I was about to pause to sell that. Danny has Slayer at $13. David Saunders says go ahead and bid $20, and I bet you'll win the auction. Totally up to you though. Next auction is Wasp, the Headless Children. Wasp is a 1989 UK original. This is an OG pressing of Wasp. It is nice too. EX on the vinyl. It's a UK original. It has a Wasp insert with it. It has an original inner sleeve, and Wasp is a $55 start. Good luck on that one. Jeremy says he bid $20 on Slayer. Slayer's at $20. Jeremy already bid $20 30 minutes ago. He said, y'all are all out. Y'all are not even in the same ballpark as me. Now Danny has it for $21. Now Metallica's at $350. All of a sudden, an OG Metallica kill 'em all. This is an OG pressing, Danny. This is an OG pressing, Gregory. It is a Hop Hog original from 83, A3 in the dead wax, an earlier stamper. It's in beautiful condition, and that's why it's getting so many bids right now. That's the real deal. It's nice. Jump in the fire. Jump in the bidding. Aaron has it at $375. Slayer's at $30. Wasp. A lot of bids already. And what about Tokyo Blade? It's kind of chilling right here. MT Matt has it for $72. And there's been about 3 or 4 claims I've missed. The first claim I missed was Chris Knapp on trash. Chris, this is a beyond sticker price. That means the price is marked and beyond. That is so to you. Let's keep going. We have the Leg Hounds. Date your daughters. These guys are going to date your daughters. The Leg Hounds. A 2003 Garage Punk. $14.99. Slayers at $35 of Lisa Torres. Over here, we have the Flash What of something and something else. And with us also something else. Flash Cooney and the Deans of Discipline, Har Glitter Transvesto Billy. Har Glitter Transvesto Billy. That's the name of this album. It's a 87 Psychobilly Punk sealed for $14.99. Spam Psych album 2. Brian Call wants Garage Punk. Chris Knapp wants the Spanish Psych album. This one right back here. This one right back here. Orgasmadelia. That is sold to Chris Knapp. Okay, so right now, Slayer is at $35. This single's at $35. Wasp is at $65. Metallica's at $400 with Brian Thurman. $400 with Brian Thurman. And Tokyo Blade is at $72 with MT Matt. And I've already said that once. I just said it a second time. And now I'm about to say it for the last time. Here's another look at Kill 'Em All. Oh, man, it's nice. Lower graded, it's super clean. You know what that means? EX++++, near mint minus. It's beautiful. That is pretty crazy to see this album in this kind of grade. Let's make sure y'all are seeing the quality of what you're bidding on here for an OG Metallica Kill 'Em All. Do y'all realize how mistreated these albums were? These were played at parties and abused and thrown on the floor by teenage kids just like some of y'all. Y'all love these albums so much, you threw them around like you hated them. And then Slayer, I mean, it was thrash. You were playing air guitar, throwing the jacket up against the wall. You were taking that off, then putting on Megadeth, and then taking off Megadeth and putting on Iron Maiden, taking off Iron Maiden, and putting on Exodus, and taking off Exodus, and playing that album again, just over and over. You were beating your head against your closet door. Wasp is at $65. Next is Cannibal Corpse, Butchered at Birth. What a pleasant cover that is. Cannibal Corpse is on clear with black smoke colored vinyl. $39.99. Next, I think we're done on Tokyo Blade. The last bid was $72. I've said it once. I've said it twice. MT Matt had it for $72. I'm going to scroll through and make sure I didn't miss another bid. And this is sold to MT Matt for $72. $72. There it is. 72 S2 7272. That's done. Over here, Wasp is now at $70 with Danzig $35. Slayer, the last bid. David Saunders went out. This single still with Lisa Torres at $35. She's had it for 2 minutes. I've said it once. I've said it twice. I'm about to say it 3 times. And Metallica, the last bid was Aaron Andrus at $450. This is definitely worthy of an air horn. If not, I'm going to be extremely disappointed. A tribute to Nino Ferner, 16 garage shots of rhythm and soul, $19.99. $19.99. Master Moss, 666 on Cannibal Corpse. 666 gets Cannibal Corpse. Metallica, $475 of Gregory. Death. Holy moly, it's Death. The Sound of Perseverance. Gold vinyl, $39.99 for Death. The Sound of Perseverance. Gold vinyl, $39.99. Wasp is at $75. We're not done on Wasp. Metallica's at $475. Matthew Sherrick's out on Wasp. Next is Follow. David Bruce Jansen. This is a 98 private press folk rock, $14.99. Also, Give It Time. the Revlons, I think. 2014 Rock Blue sealed, $19.99. Slayer is sold to Lisa Torres for $35. Thank you, Lisa. That is sold to you. That is sold to you. Okay? Over here, and this is the following. We got Metallica at $4.75. Wasp is at $75. Wasp is at $80. Dave Connor gets death. Dave Connor gets death. There's that. Over here, this is Metallica, Kill 'Em All. High bid, $4.75 with Gregory. $4.75 with Gregory. That Wasp is now at $80. And our next auction is going to go up right now. And that is Grim Reaper. Grim Reaper is an 87 USOG and shrink with the original on the sleeve and EX vinyl. Grim Reaper is a $35 start. $35 on Grim Reaper. Next is, wow, Pantera reinventing the steel. Look at that. That's pretty cool. It's the silver vinyl remaster from Rhino over 2 LPs. $39.99 with the metal plated cover. $39.99 on that. So Metallica right now, Gregory has it. It's up to Aaron Andrus. It's at $4.75 on that. And then Wasp is up to a couple people. I think it's really up to Mr. Steve Ritchie. He has it for $75. Danzig has it for $80. Grim Reaper's at $35. X-Wing 81 on Pantera. I'm broken. And then Aaron, my voice is so raspy right now from talking so much the last couple nights for so long. I kind of sound like Phil Anselmo. I wish. Aaron Civic next on Pantera. Grim Reaper's at $40. Grim Reaper's at $35. Imagine if I could do the sell in his voice. I could talk like in a deep voice. The bid on Grim Reaper. All right, next thing we have is a 1990 Spanish psych album. This has got Chris Knapp's name written all over it. It's called Rosas de Blanco y Negro. That is a very similar title to what we just sold. Must be the same artist. $9.99. Wasp is at $81. Wasp is at $85. And Downliner Sect, Dangerous Ground. Downliner Sect is sealed, $19.99. This is a 2011 U.S. rock album, $19.99. I'm assuming Aaron's done. Gregory, final call to you. Oh no, Gregory's going to get another Metallica Grail from him. I'm going to show about 2 more records, and we got to drop the hammer on this thing. Wow, look at it. So nice. Look at the colors back there. And then we got Wasp still getting bids, and Grim Reaper definitely still getting bids. I got John Yarborough at $40 on that one, okay? First over here is the following. First of the fall, and have to smoke about 3 packs a day. That's what somebody told me the other night. I said, I want to be able to do that thing he does where he goes like, wah, wah. Someone's like, well, you better start drinking a lot of whiskey and smoking cigarettes. And I was like, yeah, I'm out then. I guess I'll just sound like Chad and not like Phil Anselmo. Jeremy Barnes on Roses. He beat you to it, Chris Knapp. You said take it, but he was first. Grim Reaper 41. And Metallica has a new bid for $525. Aaron Andrus is in, $525. $525. Gregory, it's up to you. Aaron has bid $525. Dave Connor needs to put back Death. If anybody wants Death, it's going back in the bin. Go Vinyl, $39.99. Grim Reaper's at $50. And what about Wasp? Steve Ritchie, $81. Going once, going twice. Next is The Predator. This is the soundtrack. Wow. This is on green and black smoke. Didn't expect to see that. That is the original Predator soundtrack. $59.99. Henry Jackman, $59.99 on that. And we have the John Spencer Blues Explosion, Jukebox Explosion Rockin' Mid-90s Punkers. Wow, that's a cool cover. John Spencer, 2007 US, $24.99. And System of a Down, steal this album. System of a Down is $24.99. The Pits, Lost in the 90s. The Pits is a 99 US Psychobilly Garage album, $24.99. Ivan R. on John Spencer, sold. What about Wasp? What about Wasp? What about Wasp? Danzig bid $85 on Twitch. Steve Ritchie, you've been outbid, just FYI. He did bid $85. Steve bid $81. Now it's at $85. The last bid on Grim Reaper was $41 with Curtis Marachi, and then John Yarborough bid $50. We sold John Spitzer. William Drugovich second. X-Wing put S. And that was probably for System of a Down. Chris Knapp next on Spencer. Then another System with X-Wing. Then Edmund Estrada. And Metallica out way past my number. Congratulations, Aaron. We're not done. MT Matt's at $540. MT Matt says, guess what, folks? I'm up to the plate now. MT Matt has it for $540. Aaron Andrus, you've been outbid. Death is the sound of perseverance. Perseverance. Sorry, I can't spit that word out quickly. Gold Vinyl, $39.99. Also, we have Italian Girls Like Ear-Catching Melodies. This is a 1999 Italian import, $24.99. BK, you were next on System of a Down. And we have Grafton Blind Horse Campaign. That's a 2003 Garage, $9.99. Aaron Andrus, back up to you on Metallica. If you're done, you can say out, or you can go ahead and bid again. He's out on Wasp. After a long battle, this thing is done. Danzig 35 gets this over on Twitch for $85. Grim Reaper, I'm just making sure Curtis Marachi was out. It's up to Curtis Marachi. Let's get up some more auctions. A couple of these have went into some extended bidding. I'm not surprised, though. And over here is Grim Reaper. GR for Grim Reaper, and John Yarborough has that for 50. Waiting for the Marachis on that one. First thing is how much on the pits. The pits right back here, Jeremy Barnes, was $24.99. It's a 1999 U.S. Psychobilly Garage. Really cool kind of spooky Halloween-looking ghoul cover. That's pretty cool. It's got all the Universal Monster characters there on the cover. Here's some other auctions I have. So here's what I have, okay? Not counting singles. Here's what's left in the advertised auctions. I was going to wait and do this at 10 o'clock, but we're still well over 300 viewers. So let me go ahead and make sure before anybody starts side to side they want to go to bed. Here is what's in the advertised hot picture box, okay? Armored Saint, Guns N' Roses, UFO, Great White, Loudness, Vengeance, Metal Church, Obsession, King Diamond, Leather Angel, Alien, Virgin Steel, and Living Color. Now, I'm about to read off a bunch more stuff. This stuff was in the bonus or supplemental crate. The bonus or supplemental crate that was completely unadvertised. Okay? And here's those records. Brittany Fox, Poison, King Diamond. Some of these may not be metal. And if I read a metal title, probably not going to go up tonight. Coldplay, that's why I paused right there to tell you that. Coldplay, Rat, Wasp, Poison, Motley Crue, Dokken, R.E.M., Brittany Fox again, Heaven, Ozzy, TNT, Dokken, Beatles, Def Leppard, Duran Duran, Fleetwood Mac, Def Leppard, Rolling Stones, Cars, Run DMC, Beatles, Judas Priest, Pink Floyd, Kiss, Dokken, Municipal Waste, Rat, Kiss, Beatles, ELO, Rainbow, Kiss. This is a heavy metal compilation. Def Leppard, Saxon, Axe, Kiss, Def Leppard, Cult, Crocus, Kiss, Whitesnake, David Bowie, Kiss, ELO, Heaven, Van Halen, Stones, ZZ Top, Helix, Wasp, Angel, Fleetwood Mac. And that doesn't include the whole stack of singles I have over here, which the next 4 are all Slayer. And there's still a whole box over here. That was still from my last handful. The next one in the box is Anthrax. I hadn't even got over there to those yet. I have to climb over a rack, but I can see an Anthrax single. Whew. Golly. That's what we still got left. I told y'all, it would be midnight and we would definitely still be bidding on stuff. I wanted to say that while we still have over 300 people watching. Hopefully you're like, okay, I do need to probably stay on the chat for a little bit longer. I mean, it's insane. Plus, we got Laura marking another crate. There's another Paul crate after this. We haven't touched a single John crate, and there's still 2 more Hatchet Ed crates. Let's get some balloons action going. Golly. All right, let's get really focused all of a sudden. Really focused all of a sudden. The Metallica is a final call for 540. All right, next is out on that, out, and this and that. And Grim Reaper's out. The Leather Angel, Pits, Poison, UFO, King Diamond, GNR, Poison, TNT, Predator, Info, ZZ Top, Great White, Wasp, Loudness, Brittany Fox, ZZ Top, Dio. All right, Grim Reaper is sold. GR, Grim Reaper, is sold to John Yarborough for $50. I'm closing this. Unfortunately, I lost Aaron Andrus. He never did bid again. I never did see him say out. Aaron, I'm sorry, but I got to sell this to MT Matt for $540. $540. It's gone. Folks, we have our true first legit air horn on an auction. And nobody even really asked about this because I'm sure some people's like, oh, it's probably a reissue. Oh, it's probably not an OG pressing. Oh, I kind of had it tucked back here waiting to strike. And it's sold to MT Matt. MT, anytime you're getting this album, an OG pressing with one of those early stampers in near mint condition, it's a great grab. Congratulations. Let's blow the air horn. We've had 2 others tonight, mostly because of crate cleanouts. Even with all the Manson and even with the Megadeth and the Faith No Mores, this is the first true air horn of the night for an album. Awesome. Thank you, MT Matt. Right in your face, too. Did y'all see the distortion on the screen from the sound waves or the chemicals? One of the two things coming out there. I don't know if that's like a medium distortion because of the sound or some kind of chemical coming out of the air horn, but that's pretty amazing. All right. Now, A3 on the stamper too. We've had an A1 come through, and I think we sold it for close to like $1,000. I remember one night we had like an A1 that looked like it was brand new, and it got bid way up there. So, okay, we're kind of in a good part to get new fresh stuff going, all right? We sold 2 Faith No Mores earlier tonight. There was a lot. I see people asking about stuff like auctions. I'll keep them in the back of my mind. If I pause right now to show them to you, I'll just start putting them up for bid, okay? Next thing is the following. The Pitts is available for $24.99. And then over here, we have Death was asked about. That's about the only metal album in the whole crate not claimed, $39.99. And we have Predator. This is the original Predator soundtrack. Now, this wasn't available on vinyl, I think, till later. I don't think there is an OG Predator soundtrack from the 80s. This is 2018. Or did they make another Predator movie? You know, I really don't know. I better be careful what I'm saying here. This is Green with Black Smoke. 50. Have they made? Here we go. Predator Took Me Back to the Awesome. No, this is, I think, did they make another Predator movie? Either way, it's really nice. 59. I've never seen Predator. I've never seen Alien. Please don't shoot me. I know I live in a cave. Next thing is going up right now. Brittany Fox. I'll do one of the first ones here. This is a Real Gone music pressing. Zach Wilde plays guitar on this album. This is Bite Down Hard by Brittany Fox. This is going to go up for a $30 start. It's in shrink. It's on clear with brown splatter, and Brittany Fox is a $30 start. This album is not in print right now. Brittany Fox, Real Gone Music, $30 start on that. Next is going to go up right now. Let's go ahead and run that copy of Obsession. There were some people asked about that. Obsession Methods of Madness. This is an 87 USOG in shrink with the original company in her sleeve. Nice. $25 start on that. Brittany Fox is a bid for $50. Okay, there's that. There's that. I'm back down to the bottom, and here we go. That's the Predator, not Predator. Different movie. Okay, yeah, this is the Predator. This is the Predator, okay? There's that. Yeah, I'm very far behind on my movies, I know. Instead of watching a new one last Sunday, you know what I watched? National Treasure 1 and 2, which I've seen a million times, but man, I loved it though. All right, we have the Maggots, Monkey Time. The Maggots is a 2006 Garage, $24.99. Prisoners of the Beat. Prisoners of the Beat is $19.99. And The Best of the Creation. Nice, The Creation, a great reissue, great band. Me and Paul's on the Save Lamely. They have some great music. The Creation, $24.99. Brittany Fox has two $50 bids. Jim Cooper's in on Obsession for $25. And we have, where happened to all my singles? Here we go. Let's throw up another Slayer single. Let's do, this one here looks interesting. Seasons in the Abyss. The Slayer Christ Illusion's already sold. This is Slayer Seasons in the Abyss. It's kind of got like an eagle-looking thing on the cover. It is Seasons in the Abyss, an Aggressive Perfector. It's on American. This is definitely an older release. 1990, it looks like. Yeah, 1990, 1991. Slayer's a $10 start, okay? Right back into this Paul crate. We have something here. This is a 1981 Mexican import hard rock VG minus, $14.99. This is some kind of Mexican hard rock album. Brittany Fox, Chris Martin, it's up to you. Obsession's at $25. Slayer's a $10 start. Obsession has a new bid for $26. And our next auction is going to go up right now. Let's do all the stuff in the hot picture first. I'm going to try to do all those first, including Loudness. Soldier of Fortune, Loudness. This album's not in print. It's a 1989 USOG Gold Stamp promo with hop sticker. Loudness, nice copy, $35 start. That's up for bid. Slayer, 15, 20, 22. When they showed me these 45s, I was like, good gosh. One, I never see Slayer singles. Two, most of these are originals. Also back here, somebody wanted to know the price on the Dio box. Earlier, we sold a purple vinyl reissue of this album right here for $50. OG sell for well over $100. So does this one. And then, of course, Holy Diver, Last in Line, all those classic ones, tough to get. Clean, nice OGs of. This is the complete albums from 83 to 93. The Dio box set is $329.99. $329.99, the complete studio albums from Dio, 83 to 93. Actually, that includes Intermission too. 9 LPs. Intermission, the reason I said that is because Intermission's a live album. All right, back to this crate here. Nice, Metallica, 72 Seasons. What color? It's on Midnight Violet. That was the indie exclusive. They have made this on about, what, 100 different colors because they sell a different color for every town they play in. Did y'all know that? I hadn't got on Discogs really to look up all those, but they press a different color for every town they play in that they do a pop-up show for. When they're done with this tour, there's probably going to be more colors of an album. I mean, that's going to be more than McCartney 13 or whatever, or McCartney 3. They press a different color for every town they play in. That's crazy. Over here, we have this is VG Plus, $14.99, a 1996 mod beat compilation, $14.99. Carol, the Duran Duran album was Rio. I doubt I run that one tonight. I could. Got to get through all the metal first, which is quite a bit. And then we have Star Glow Energy. That's a 1995 prog album. Hard Rock, VG Plus, 1999. Metallica was EX, $27.99. Midnight Purple, Dark Purple vinyl. So Brittany Fox, I remember we were hung up at 50. Did Chris Martin bid again? Todd Fisher bid 50. Chris Martin bid 50. Unfortunately, I never did hear back from Chris Martin. So this is sold to Todd Fisher for $50. Okay, that's done. Now in the middle is Obsession. In the middle is Obsession, and that has got a new bid with David Baber for $31, and Deckelman had bid 30. So now Deckelman, you're out. The Slayer single is at 30 with Chad Sauls. That's who I'm showing high bid on that one, and Loudness is with Cindy Yarborough at 50. Kelly Cook wants Metallica. We'll make sure mortgage guy Rob doesn't want it first. And now we have next Megadeth Rust in Peace. This is a new 180-gram reissue, EX $32.99, and we have Mr. Dynamo, Ronnie Hawkins. Nice, an OG60 Mono, VG $24.99 on that. Let's put up a third auction, and that next auction is King Diamond, the Dark Sides. King Diamond's an 88 Canadian, US and Canadian OG. And it's a gold stamp promo. Nice. OG King Diamond with no condition notes. A $35 start on that. Jeremy's out on Slayer. Loudness is a bid for $55. And another claim on Metallica. It's really up just the mortgage guy Rob. If he doesn't want it, it's sold to Kelly Cook. And then Obsession over here. David Baber, 31. Deckelman bid 33. David Baber, you've been outbid. Next over here. And then this is Loudness is at $58, and mortgage guy Rob does get Metallica, so there is now 2 people back up on that. I think we're done on Slayer. Let me show 2 more records. First, Carcass, Back to Metal, Heartwork. Carcass is a remaster, EX $27.99, and MOD is the British mod beats. That's not Method of Destruction. That's a 60 British mod group. It's an unofficial issue, a Canadian garage album from 1967. EX $22.99, and Mastodon Leviathan. Mastodon Leviathan, Great Creature of the Water, VG Plus, $24.99. What Slayer is this? This is an original 1991 single of Seasons in the Abyss. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to say the hammer's up, and we've got to sell it really quickly. Chad Sauls has it for $30. Chad Sauls has it for $30. We are about to sell that, okay? The Obsession was near mint. Yeah, near mint minus and shrink. There is a punch hole on the cover. We'll have to call it VG Plus, but it's still in shrink. Laura left no notes, so that means it's near mint minus. Okay, the next thing was, okay, that's Obsession. Loudness had got up to 68 with Jim Sedal, and King Diamond has a bid for 36. The first claim on Mastodon was Glenn over on Twitch. He gets Mastodon. Scott Van Sickle gets Carcass. And then over here, King Diamond has a bid for 36. Mark Steele next on Mastodon. Shannon Lee on Last. I bet he meant Mast. Obsession 44. Loudness 68. Obsession 45. Slayer has a new bid for 32 and now 35. So all 4 auctions are still getting bids. All 4 auctions are still getting bids. All righty. So here's what we're going to do. All right, here's what we're going to do. Obsession out, Obsession out. Okay, so Deckelman has it for $45. Deckelman says he's out because of the punch hole. And now you have the high bid, though. So here's what we're going to do. You actually have the high bid right now. So if MT Mass still wants it for $44, we'll say final call to him. We'll say final call to him. All right. And Glenn wants to put back Mastodon. Oh no, we've hit some snags all of a sudden. Okay, so Mastodon goes to, instead of Glenn, give this to Mark Steele. Mark Steele, you do get Mastodon, okay? There's that. Loudness is now at 70. Slayer's at 37. What about King Diamond? Jim Cooper still the only bidder for $36. He's about to get it then. And then MT Matt. We've had two people go out on Obsession. MT Matt, $44, okay? There's the balloons. $44. If he wants it, we'll say he has the high bid, okay? There's the punch hole. This doesn't bother me, okay? This one, that mark, it does with some people. That's never has bothered me as a buyer, but man, some people, I've had some people say, Chad, I got a record in the mail. You didn't tell me it had a cutout mark. I'd like to return it. And I'm like, dang. But preference doesn't matter. Totally up to you. Rich Kulak, $71 over here. And if MT Matt says I'm out, then we got to restart the whole auction and restart it. We'll have to just restart it all of a sudden, okay? We'll have to just restart the whole auction from the bottom, okay? Then that means we'll just redo the whole thing. King Diamond, what is this? Lisa Torres just bid 37. David Baber, oh, I didn't see King Diamond. Info, King Diamond, the Dark Sides, an 88 U.S. Canadian OG gold stamp promo, near mint minus. Let's read through these one more time quickly. I'm going to show you what's left in here, and then we're going to go through another crate, okay? MT Matt says he'll take it. Obsession sold for $44 to MT Matt. That was about to have to be a total redo. MT Matt for $44. Sold to MT Matt. That is done. Let me put that away for him, okay? Thank you on that. You just saved us a lot of time and trouble on that one. A lot of time and trouble on that one. So somebody asked today during the chat, and we were so busy, someone said, Chad, I think it was Todd Saw, he said, Chad, can you take a moment to explain to me what cutout and punch hole marks are? And I just really couldn't. I'd even answer because everything was so busy. But cutout marks, this was basically a sealed record that was sitting in a store. Somebody didn't buy it at some point, and they had to cut mark it and put it in a discount bin. You know what it also could mean? It could also mean it was a promo copy. It's an unmarked promo. That's also what that could mean. You can't confirm that. You can't say that, but a lot of times the punch holes were for promos. A lot of times clip corners and saw marks were cutouts. So a lot of times a punch hole, that means sometimes an unmarked promo, but you can't call it that. You can't tell somebody, oh, this is a promo copy. It's not. But that's a lot of times when you see punch holes, what that could mean. All right, so Loudness over here. Jim Sedal, $73. Jim Sedal had this for $73. Typically means it was sitting in a record store like Loudness, and somebody didn't buy it, and it went into a discount bin, okay? It went into a discount bin, and it was sitting there sealed, and somebody eventually bought it when it was on sale. And now Slayer is sold, and Slayer is sold to Chad Sauls for $40. Slayer is sold to Chad Sauls for $40, okay? Let's put that right over here. And now King Diamond. The last bid on King Diamond. The high bid on King Diamond right now is 37 plus 5. That's 38, 39, 40, 41, $42 of Chad Sauls. $42 of Chad Sauls. Next auction is going to go up right now. That next auction is Metal Church, their self-titled album. An 85 U.S. specialty OG with the company inner sleeve. Metal Church is a $35 start. Metal Church is a $35 start. That's now for bid. That's an OG copy of that. OG copy. Do I have another? Yeah, let me just read through these one more time very quickly. We got Chimney Sweets, Devil Girl. We have Tom Powder and the Ton Up Boys. The Scrunch presents Smelly Sally. Ghetto Ways. Crowbar still available. Time Heals Nothing. Crowbars on clear with black splatter. $34.99 on that. Bob Log 3 sealed for $24.99. The Leg Hounds, I'm just going to read some titles so we can go into another crate. The Tribute to Nino Ferner, followed by David Bruce Jansen. We have Give It, The Revelins. That was sealed for $19.99. The Downliner Sect is still available. We have Italian Girls Like Ear-Catching Melodies. Also, Grafton Blind Horse Campaign. That was a Garage Punk album, $9.99. The Pits is still available for $24.99. We have Death, The Sound of Perseverance on Go Vinyl for $39.99. William Drugovich on Leg Hounds. Leg Hounds was sold to William Drugovich right back here. What happened to the Leg Hounds? That was right That was right here. That was sold to William Drugovich for $14.99, okay? Let me trying to keep up with all the metal here. Metal Church 35. King Diamond is sold. $42 to Chad Sauls. It's gone. Loudness is sold. Loudness is sold to Jim Sedal for $33. Final call on Metal Church with Buddy Cordova, $35. Next auction is Leather Angel. Leather Angel, we came to kill. An 83 USOG EX condition. Leather Angel's a $25 start. Next auction is going to go up right now. Lickety Split. Great White. Great White is shot in the dark. This one has not been reissued yet. This is an 86 US Allied OG with the original under sleeve. VG condition, $20 start. We got Metal Church 37, Metal Church 40. Also, we have the Predator soundtrack. The Predator, $59.99. The Maggots, Monkey Time, 2006 Garage, $24.99. Prisoners of the Beat was $19.99. The Best of the Creation, $24.99. How much for the British Mod Beats and Label? Also, we have this, which was called Something, and it's an 81 Mexican import hard rock, VG minus $14.99. We have this I don't remember showing this one. Mod Stock is a 1986 Mod Beat compilation, VG plus $14.99. And Star Glow Energy, VG Plus $19.99. Megadeth, Rust and Peace, EX $32.99. Ronnie Hawkins, VG $24.99. Mod is the British Mod Beats, EX Condition $22.99. It is on Flash 70, 1998 copyright control. All right, let's go right over here. First thing, Metal Church. Somebody wants to see the label. This is a 1985 U.S. Specialty OG. It's on Elektra Records. Elektra Records. We have a high bid on that at $40. Great White, $25. Metal Church is at $42. Over here, we have Leather Angel. There's no bid. We're looking for a $25 star. Leather Angel, $25 star. Great White, $30. I'm confused today and slow. I'm not confused. I'm not focused. You just got to bid. I would just bid. See a record you want, bid. Just bid. Start bidding. That's the best strategy. See a record, Great White, I want that. I don't have it in my collection. I need it. What's the high bid? 40? Okay, I'm bidding 45. Just keep bidding. You'll win it and you'll be lucky. That's the best way to stay focused. Leather Angel, I don't have it. I want it for my collection. What's the high bid? 25. Okay, I'm in for 30. Great White's at 45 of Glenn. The last bid over here on Metal Church, Buddy Cordova, $42. That's the high bid on that. Let's go through another crate. I do want to show you that while we do have a lot of metal people on, I meant to bring these out a long time ago because I still got a bunch in stock. I've got Acid Bath in stock. I meant to do this like 2 hours ago. Who needs a pagan terrorism tactics and when the kite string pops? I've got Acid Bath in stock, $39.99, $39.99. Acid Bath and Acid Bath. I have plenty. They're brand new and sealed from Rotten Records, pagan terrorism taxes, and when the kite string pops, okay? There's that, and there's that. Let me set this right over here. So there was the Hatchet Ed crate. We've already been through that one. There was that Paul crate. The first Paul crate, nothing was left. The first Laura crate, nothing was left. So there's not much leftovers over here. If you need an Acid Bath, there they are right there. Just so you know, we've sold dozens and dozens. I still have those available, just FYI. I have them if anybody wants them. And then let's put these right over here. Let's see this. Let's do this. Let's do that. Let me put away this. I got to throw away these. Doing a little cleanup, trying to get to our next crate. Going to try to find some metal for you. Some of it may be new and sealed. Laura's working on another probably mind-blowing crate right now. We're all looking forward for that to come up here. We'll knock that out in just a second. I'm going to try to find a crate over here, some metal maybe you hadn't seen before. And over here we have this, Montreal. That's sold out. That's a waiting list. That's sold out. That's a waiting list. I think we're about done with some auctions. I see Great White at 47. I see Metal Church is still at that $42 bid with Buddy Cordova. We're about to sell it. If no one's bid, the auction's about to be sold. Just FYI, okay? There's that. There's that. Next thing is this. Somebody asked about King's X. Nothing is predictable here. So, Tim, there is nothing predictable that's coming up. We have a lot of requests. Can you get this? Do you know when this is going to be sold? Any chance you're going to get this, this, or this? My answer will always be the same. Heck, I don't even know. And I own all this stuff, and I'm running the show, and I have no idea. Laura could have been marking King's X albums right now, because if I did tell you they were coming up, then you would ask what title and how much it is, and I just wouldn't be able to do that. That's one thing we don't tell, because if I do say, yes, we have this, your next question is going to be, what title and how much? And we just can't do that. We just can't do that. So we just say, you got to be watching. They could be put up for auction. They could be in a crate. You got to be watching. You got to be watching, okay? Because if we said, yes, we do have King's X, obviously your next question would be, which ones and how much? And we just can't sell them to you that way. Because if we did that, then everybody would be asking for every title they want, a price, and for us to go find it and sell it to them. Okay, next thing is Metal Church. This is sold. What is the condition of Metal Church? Near mint minus. No condition notes. Buddy Cordova's had it for 15 minutes for $42. It's in near mint minus. And then over here, Leather Angel. We have a question. When's more metal coming up? Mod Beats. Can you show LA? Metal Church. This. Track listing. I need to know the label on Great White. What is LA Guns? Can we see Whitesnake? Holy moly. Okay, I'm going to say that I can answer some of those questions. If not, I just got to keep going. Right now, the high bid on Great White is with Glenn at $48. This is a 1986 U.S. Allied original pressing. It does have the original inner sleeve, okay? This is a 1986 U.S. Allied OG pressing. A 1986 U.S. Allied OG pressing. It's on Capitol Records. This is Great White, shot in the dark. It's in VG condition. The cover's in VG Plus or better. Right now, the high bid on Great White is with Glenn over on Twitch. Glenn has that for $48. $48. This is Leather Angel. Leather Angel's a 1983 USOG. This is an 83 USOG. The vinyl's an EX. It is on Miami Records. It has this cover, which is in VG Plus or better condition, and Hiram just bid a $30 bid. Okay, and then over here is Metal Church. Metal Church is a 1985 U.S. Specialty OG. This is EX++++ near mint minus. It's an OG specialty pressing with the original sleeve. And the last bid on Metal Church that came in was $43 of Trent Peasley. So $43.30, and Great White has a new bid for $50 with Stephen Lewis Jr., and now another bid for $50, okay? I still got the Great Whites. I've grabbed a random crate of vinyl here. This stuff is all new and sealed and sticker price. Mod Beat sold, and thanks again, Derek. So Jackie Reynolds wants a record from the last crate, and that was Mod Beats. That was a sweet crate from Paul. All kinds of cool stuff in there. The only ones that didn't sell was Crowbar and Death and the Megadeth. Crowbar, Death, and Megadeth. That was the only 3 records in that crate that didn't sell. Mod is the British Mod Beats. This is sold to Jackie Reynolds. Now we have Shannon Lee says, I had Leather Angels earlier at $30. Hiram, you tied Shannon Lee. This was already at $30. Dennis on Twitch bid $45 on Metal Church again. Once again, a lot of bids are getting out of order. Make sure you never look at your Facebook chat. Make sure you never look at your YouTube chat to place a bid. Make sure you pay attention to what's over here on the Twitch. Now, it could move, or on the restream bar. It could move and you can't see it. If so, I would just wait for me to call a bid. Otherwise, things are going to get out of order, and then all of a sudden your dogs are going to start freaking out, and then the whole show's going to be over, okay? We don't want any dogs freaking out. Great Whites at $52 with Glenn. 52. We have a tie on Metal Church at 45. Dennis was in first at 45. Curtis, you're out. And now Great Whites at 52. Leather Angel, Hiram, you're out. Shannon Lee bid $30 like 15 minutes ago. First thing in here is Pink Floyd, the Division Bell. This is a 2LP remastered Pink Floyd, $49.99. That is a tough album to get an OG of. Why? It came out in 1994. $49.99. $49.99, okay? We have Great White at $50, now $52, and now John Kaiser's at $54. Now it's at $53. John Kaiser's already at $54. Leather Angel, it's all up to Hiram Aponte. Metal Church is really up to Curtis Marachi. Curtis, you're out. Dennis has it for $45. Dennis has it. It's up to Curtis Marachi. Circle Jerks, Wild in the Streets. Circle Jerks is a limited edition deluxe, 20-page booklet. Limited to 3,000 on orange vinyl. Circle Jerks is $38.99. Johnny Cash, American Recordings, Volume 5 with Rick Rubin, $33. Leather Angels is at $40 with Hiram. That means that Shannon Lee, you've been outbid. That means Great White's at $56, and that means Metal Church is at $46. Matthew Sherrick says he's done on Great White. Also, we have Saxon, Unleash the Beast. Saxon is a music on vinyl pressing, limited to $1,500 on solid red colored vinyl. Saxon is $38.99. Skid Row. Skid Row is revolutions per minute. First time ever on vinyl. The OG release of this, $31.99. Now Great Whites at 56. Now Leather Angels at 52 with Kaiser. Now Metal Church is at 50. Now Aaron Andrus wants Johnny Cash. That is sold to Aaron Andrus. Now Great Whites at 55. Laura's on her way with a Laura crate. We're all very excited. We have a Perfect Circle Emotive. A Perfect Circle is $46.99. A Perfect Circle Emotive. We have Peter Murphy, Love Hysteria, Indigo Colored Vinyl. Peter Murphy is $33.99. The Sound of Music soundtrack. How do you solve a problem like Maria, as featured in Seinfeld? $33.99. Great White is still getting bids. 55, now 57. Leather Angels is with John Kaiser at $42. Hiram Aponte, you have been outbid. How much was Skid Row? $31.99. $31.99. Next is Metal Church. This has got about 3,000 bids, but the high bid right now is with Dennis on Twitch at $50. Laura has delivered a Laura crate. It looks like it's full of metal, and it has an awesome Laura crate sticker on the front. And now Great Whites at 58. Now Leather Angels at 45. Black Sabbath Sabotage, $29.99. Black Sabbath, $29.99. Pantera, we sold an OG copy earlier tonight for $275. Here's the Rhino 2LP Remaster, $49.99. $49.99. And we have Halloween, Keeper of the Seven Keys, Part 2. Halloween is $44. That's Keeper of the Seven Keys, Part 2, $44.99. Halloween, Keeper of the Seven Keys Part 1 is $33.99. Big price difference in those. That one's an import only right now. Warren Hardin on Black Sabbath, that is sold. And Janet Gray, let me know which of the two Halloweens you want. Leather Angel, 47, now 50. Metal Church has a new bid with Chad Sauls at $52. Now that means somebody's been outbid. Dennis on Twitch, you've been outbid. Janet on Halloween, Keeper of the Seven Keys Part 2. That's sold to Janet Gray. Now Metal Church has a new bid for $55. The last bid on Great White was Glenn over here on Twitch. He has this for $58. The other bidder was John Kaiser. He already bid $59. John already has Great White at $59, just FYI. Now Kaiser has Leather Angel also at $52. Next is Cancer to the Gory Inn. Cancer is $38.99. Overkill, Under the Influence. Overkill is $33.99. Half Speed on Yellow Marble Vinyl, $33.99. Mammoth, Wolfgang Van Halen, 2LP, Black Ice, Retail Indie Exclusive, $36.99. Leather Angel 52, Leather Angel 55. John Kaiser, you've been outbid on Great White. Glenn has it for $60. Now Metal Church is at 55. Chad Sauls, it's back up to you. Metallica, Hardwired to Self-Destruct, double LP. Metallica's $29.99. Chad's back in on Metal Church at 60. We're not done. That also means that Dennis over on Twitch has been outbid. We have two Metallicas here. Also got Matt DeMarco, too. Matt DeMarco is $28.99. Now Leather Angels at 58 with John Kaiser. Hiram Aponte, you've been outbid. Now Dennis is out on Metal Church, and that means Metal Church is sold, and this is sold to Chad Sauls for $60. Next auction is going to go up right now. Armored Saint. Armored Saint is called Raising Fear. This is a 1987 US OG. It is a promo sticker covering up the barcode on the back. EX condition with the original on her sleeve. Armored Saint's going to go up for a $30 start. Long for promotion only, not for sale. This is Armored Saint. It's now up for a $30 start. Great White is at $60 with Stephen Lewis Jr. Leather Angel is at $60. Leather Angels at $58, now $60 with Hiram Aponte. Danny Thomason sold on Skid Row Revolutions Per Minute. Sold to Danny Thomason. Also over here, we have the single soundtrack, 2LP, amazing grunge stuff here. Pearl Jam, Alice in Chains, Soundgarden, Chris Cornell, $38.99. Leather Angels at $60. John Kaiser, you're out. Great White is at $60 with Stephen Lewis Jr. The other bidder on Great White was John Kaiser. You've been outbid. Armor Saint has bids now for $30 with Tony Bradford. Now $35 with Buddy Cordova. Gorillas, Demon Days, that's a 2LP. $44.99 for Gorillas. Also Motorhead, the Manicore tapes. This is the original Lost album from 1976, $33.99. Now Armored Saint has a new bid for $40. Now Leather Angels up to Hiram Aponte. And now Great White, John Kaiser, you're out on that. The last bid was Stephen Lewis Jr. for $60. Now Armored Saint is at 40 with Kristen Driscoll, and Now Leather Angels at 65 with Hamra Maponte. Depeche Mode, London Dungeon, Live in London, 1993, a 2LP unofficial, $38.99. I'm going to go right into this next lower crate as soon as I'm done recapping this. I think this was a Hatchet Ed new vinyl crate from last week. Here's what didn't get claimed the last time. Pantera, The Great Southern Trendkill, $33.99, $33.99. And we have Rod Stewart's Ultimate Hits, a 2LP green vinyl, $39.99. We right now have Leather Angel at $68, and we have Armor Saint at $45. And Glenn's out on Great White, and that was after Glenn was out on Great White, and that means the last bidder, it should be, wait a minute, I think you had it. I'll go back and double check right quick. Great White and then John Kaiser. So Great White, the last bid on GW, Great White. Stephen had it for $60. Okay, Stephen Lewis Jr. had it. Okay, so John Kaiser, it's at $60. $60 on that. And then we have Wendy O. Williams, wow, $29.99 on Wendy O. Williams. And Clutch, that's the 1995. That's their self-titled release, the newest remastered over 2LP with etching and autographed artist insert, $59.99 on Clutch, okay? John Kaiser has Great White at $65. Stephen Lewis Jr., I think that means it's up to you. Stephen Lewis Jr., I think that means it's up to you. John Kaiser has it for $65. Armor Saints at $48 with Tony Bradford. It's up to Gerald Whitworth. And Leather Angels at $65 and now $68 with John Kaiser. Now that's back up to Hiram, okay? Anybody else on anything in here? If not, I'm going to go right into this lower crate. Here's all that's left in here. This was Hatchet Ed stuff from last week. Clutch, Wendy O. Williams, Rod Stewart, Pantera, Depeche Mode, Motorhead, Gorilla, Singles, Mac DeMarco, Metallica, Mammoth, Overkill, Cancer, Halloween, Pantera, Sound of Music, Peter Murphy, a Perfect Circle, Saxon Circle Jerks, and Pink Floyd, okay? There's this. And let me go block this edit over on YouTube. Okay, so first thing we have is returns. Skid Row, already have it. I was about to say, Danny, I think you bought that from us originally on the pre-order, okay? Let me go do this and hide user on this channel and goodbye. Back to your shanties. Goodbye. We have Gerald Whitworth on Clutch. That's sold to Gerald Whitworth. And Any More Sabotage. That was no longer available. Skid Row going back in the crate. If anybody wants that, it is $31.99. That was a Shooter McGavick quote. Go back to your shanties. Next thing is this lower crate. Let's go right into it right now. And let me figure out which record I want to put in here and put up for bid, okay? Or put the lower crate sticker on. Holy moly, I've got a tough decision to make. Goodness gracious, good golly, Miss Molly. Look at all these titles. Good Lord, holy moly. If y'all fell asleep there in that crate, you better wake the heck up right now. Things are about to get ridiculously just out of control, honestly. It's about to get just really crazy. I have figured out which one I want to, well, based on her design here, I may have just changed my mind. Based on her design. Let me see if what's in here one more time. Dang it. That'd be perfect for that record, but I don't see one in here, Laura. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to my original, okay? And we're going to go right there. And I'll tell you that that would make sense to put it on that one, okay? Here's this one right here. This is right here, and we're going to put it on this record. Done. All right. Boom. And there's that. I'm going to tuck it right back there. All right. Awesome lower crate. It's the first Mammoth. Okay, first Mammoth. I was such in a groove there calling out bids. There's about 6 people bidding on all 3 of these auctions. I was such in a groove there calling out bids. I don't remember what I read off in that last crate earlier. That was pretty insane, honestly. All right, let's go ahead and do this right here. All right, I don't like seeing negativity in the chat, so that's an instant block. You can go torturize somebody else with your own miserable life somewhere else. And first thing we have is this. We have Gerald Whitworth got Clutch. I've already pulled that for Gerald Whitworth. Sabotage is sold out, but if you want on a waiting list, let me know. Carol Keys on Skid Row, and Buddy Cordova wants the first Mammoth record. You got it. Let me go pull those out. Where did I lay that somewhere? Where did I put that crate? I put it right here. Okay, there's Skid Row for Carol Keys, and that Mammoth on the indie exclusive colored vinyl is right here. All right, done. Fantastic. All right. I only see an A. Is that the first? It should say A1 in the dead wax. A-1. You can pull it up on Discogs, but I think it's just A. I think it's just A1. Okay. Unless they did an A before they did A1. I've never seen anything like that. Okay. Let's figure out where I've left off because I took a break. Bids were coming in just one after another. I've stepped away for 2 minutes now. Now I'm going to have to get reset on who had the high bids. So Hiram went out on Leather Angel, so I know I can sell that to Kaiser. He gets that for $68. We got so much more. It's only $10.19. Gosh, it's only $10.19 with 288 people still watching. So we're about to empty out this crate, and the whole time we're going to be putting up more auctions, okay? The last bid on Armored Saint here. Armored Saint, AS. Kristen Driscoll says, I'm in on Saint at $56. Okay, well, the last bid before you was Tony Bradford at $48. All right, so Kristen has this for $56. We'll say Kristen Driscoll has Armor Saint at $56. This is an 87 USOG promo sticker on the back. Kristen Driscoll, $56. $56. There's that. And then Great White Shot in the Dark. Great White Shot in the Dark is, it was quite a battle too. And I'm showing the high bidder on this one, John Kaiser at $65, and nobody else bid. This is sold to John Kaiser for $65. This is sold to him for $65, all right? There's that. And let's do this right over here. Now, boom. And let's put this right over here. And he's out, and we're about to sell that to Kristen. All right, new metal crate from Laura and new metal auctions. Next day, we have Vengeance. And Vengeance is called Take It or Leave It. We have a 1988 U.S. Gold Stamp promo, EX condition, a $20 start on Vengeance. And then let's go ahead and run this right here. Is this a bootleg or is this real? Wow, this is real. This is a big auction going up late unadvertised. This is Poison, Swallow This live. This is a 1991 U.S. club copy, sealed. Right now, there's only one listed for sale, and it was in VG Plus condition. Folks, this is an original sealed copy of Poison, Swallow This live. This album's out of print. It's never been reissued. It's an original sealed club copy, a $250 start. Wow, that's a grail. That's a tough one to find there. I don't use that word a lot, but for hair metal stuff, for Poison stuff, that one is tough to get. And also people have different definitions of grails. It depends on what you collect. If you're into jazz, you're like, what's Poison? Over here, Armored Saint, this is sold, and this is sold to Kristen Driscoll for $56. Vengeance, a $20 start. So big difference there. Vengeance, $20, and Poison, $250. And then let's go ahead and put up this Guns N' Roses. Da-da-da-da-da-da-dum. Run-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. Run-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. Welcome to the jungle. That is Appetite for Destruction. This is an OG pressing, obviously the second cover. It is nice though. VG++/EX, and this is going to go up for a $65 start. $65 start on that. There it is. All right. Poison, $250 start. Vengeance, $20 start. And GNR, $65 start. Straight price metal here. This is absolutely fantastic. Let's get started. First thing I have is this. Lamb of God Omens. Lamb of God is sealed, $24.99. We have Tremonti. How us show will the end the. How about the end will show us how? This is sealed for $29.99. Now, Poison, Carol, you put number 51. I'm not for sure what that was. But also, GNR already has a bid for $75. Brian Thurman on T for Tremonti. Tremonti, I think. That's sold to him. And then X-Wing put an L, and I guess that was for Lamb of God. Shannon Lee was second. Kaiser's in on Poison at $250. Nobody's been on Vengeance. That's a final call for a $25 start. And next over here is George Lynch, Kill All Control. George Lynch is sealed, $29.99 for George Lynch, and Avenged a Sevenfold, Sounding the Seventh Trumpet. That's on purple vinyl, a 2LP, $29.99, and Metal Church, Congregation of Annihilation. Metal Church is on colored vinyl, $24.99, okay? Brian Thurman on G, and G was for George Lynch. That is sold to Brian Thurman. All right, next was Janet Gray on AS, and that was from Avenged Sevenfold. Shannon Lee next on GL for George Lentz, and Deckelman first on Metal Church. There we have it. So all of a sudden, we have our very, very first no bid of the night. Vengeance can be picked up for $20. Take it or leave it. An 88 US gold stamp promo with the original under sleeve. That's a no bid. And moving to a final call is Poison. One more look. This is called Swallow This Live. It's a 91 original US club copy. And I don't think this was really ever sold in stores. I don't know if there is retail copies of this, honestly. That's a tough one. $250, a beautiful sealed copy. No punch holes or saw marks because it's a club copy. $250, and we're about to sell it. And then GNR has a bid of $75, and that's going to be with Turd Ferguson, and they're about to get it. They're about to get it. Next thing was another Metal Church claim. Edwin Riviera, you were second. Dave's Dream over on Twitch gets the Vengeance for just $20. Shannon was next, then Edwin Riviera, Poison $251, Poison $260. Next is Bruce Dickinson, the Mandrake Project. That is $24.99. It is open, lightly used, near mint. $24.99. Over here, we have USO Misdemeanor. This is a sealed copy from 1986. UFO is sealed, a $25 start. $25 start. OG US too. $25 start on sealed UFO Misdemeanor. Next auction is the following. This is King Cobra, The Lost Years. King Cobra is sealed on red vinyl for $29.99. And Great White Recover. Red and white split color. Great White is $24.99. Poison's at $275 with Travis Woods. That means Kaiser, you've been outbid. Trent, you've been outbid. Brian Elkins sliding in on the Bruce Dickinson. That is sold to Brian Elkins. Brian Thurman first on Great White. That just leaves King Cobra right there. Warren Hard next on Great White. Turd Ferguson is the only bidder on GNR, and he gets that for $75, folks. It's getting a little bit later. Some things are getting just 0 or 1 bids. I would pay close attention. You could be getting a great deal even with 1 bid. It's like, holy moly, what's going on? Why isn't this getting more bids? It's because it's getting a little bit later. Some people's going to sleep. Some people's going to bed. Some people have fell asleep. It still says we got 291 people watching. About 91 of those people are currently asleep, and this is on their TV, and they've casted it to their TV, so it counts as a live viewer. But guess what? They're asleep. They've been asleep for hours. They're snoring right now. They've spilled coffee all over the floor. They don't even realize it. They're going to wake up in the morning mad. They're going to be late for work. They're going to be, holy crap, I've sat here in this recliner all night and fell asleep listening to Chad. Next auction is going to go up right now, and this is another Slayer single. This is on Psychopathy red colored vinyl. This is called Psychopathy Red, and this is Slayer, and this is going to go up for a $10 start. Nice. Slayer on red vinyl. When is this from? 2009. It's in like an envelope-style envelope. It's in an envelope-style envelope. It has like an inner sleeve insert. And Slayer's on red vinyl. A $10 start on that. Still got OG Sepultura roots. I don't think that was advertised for tonight. I know we showed it the other night when Paul brought in some of the new stuff, but I don't think that was advertised to be sold tonight. I don't think that was in the hot pitch or anything. All right, a UFO has a bid for $25, Poison $280, Poison out. And then over here, Poison has another bid for $25. And then over here, Poison's at $290 and Trent's out, okay? So Slayer has a bid for $10. There we go. And we have AC/DC Powerage, gold vinyl, 50th anniversary, sealed, $24.99. Also, Iron Maiden, Seventh Son of a Seventh Son, 2014, $24.99. And Corrosion Conformity, Wise Blood, music on vinyl pressing, unopened, $29.99. $29.99. Holy moly, there's a lot of cool stuff in here all of a sudden. What about that sealed Poison back there? Travis has it for $290. I'm not surprised. UFO just had a bid for $25 with Matthew Sherrick. I don't think anybody else has bid. Sieg also bid $25, but Sieg, you tied Matthew, so technically you're out. And then over here, Slayer had bids for $10, and then Slayer had a bid for $15. Michael Nath on AC, and that was for AC/DC, the Go Vinyl Walmart exclusive. That is sold to him. And then Mark Stanley on C for Corrosion of Conformity. That's sold to Mark Stanley. And then Warren Hardin on Iron Maiden. Then Brian Elkins, and then Chad next on AC/DC. And then King Cobra is the only thing still left. And we have filled up another crate. So let me go ahead and swap out crates while I'm in a good time here to pause. Let me slide that right over here. And let me grab this blue crate, and let's start trying to fill this up right here. Let's start trying to fill this up right here, okay? This is right here with this blue crate. And then over here is the following. We have Motorhead, Live and Malmo. Motorhead's a 2022 Record Store Day exclusive sealed, $39.99. How much is Wendy O? New and sealed, $29.99. Sieg has come back in on UFO at $30. So Matthew Sherrick, you're out. Poison, I think we're waiting for John Kaiser. Travis Woods has it for $290. It is a final call, though. Clay Moore on KK for King Cobra. There's Motorhead, and we have Wasp. This is on red vinyl, the Crimson Idol, $32.99. Slayer, I think we're done at 15 with BK. Scott Arnold, I think it's all up to you. Slayer's on red vinyl. It's at $15. What's that? It looks like some kind of Russian-looking envelope or something. I don't know what's going on there, what the theme is supposed to be. But let's go ahead and put up another auction. And that next auction is going to go up right now. And that is Brittany Fox. Holy moly, here we go. An 88 U.S. original. Beautiful, too, and shrinking hot. The vinyl's EX. It has the original inner sleeve. Brittany Fox is going to go up for a $55 start. Now Scott's back in on Slayer at 17. BK over on YouTube, you've been outbid. John Kaiser's back in on Poison at 300. And Buddy Cordova gets Wasp. So far, that just leaves behind Motorhead. Gregory's in on Brittany Fox at 55. Brian Thurman's also bid 55. And we have King's X. Gretchen goes to Nebraska. This is King's X. It's a music on vinyl, limited edition 1500 on gold vinyl, numbered. King's X, $39.99. UFO's at 35. Poison's at 301. John Kaiser, you've been outbid. Also, UFO has a new bid for 35. Sieg, you've been outbid. Brittany Fox is already at 75. And Allison Chains. That's how them bones. Wow, it's on red vinyl too. Walmart exclusive red vinyl, $34.99. Next is Kelly Gabney on Motorhead. Where's Tim Rory at? He's missing out on his King's X. Tim Rory, where are you? Or Michael, I know his last name's Rory. You've missed it. Somebody's already bought it. Kelly Gabney got Motorhead. Next is S out, Slayer out. Slayer then may go to Scott Arnold for $17. And now Brittany Fox is at 80. Michael Thrower on King's X, sold. Gregory got Allison Chain, sold. Dave Ferguson next on King's X. Tom McEwen next on Alice. Warren next on Alice. Poison's at 310 and Sieg's out on UFO. He missed it. He wasn't watching. He missed it. Poison's at $320. Def Leppard with the Royal Philharmonic Orchestra. A 2LP black vinyl sealed, $29.99. Brittany Fox, $85. Poison's at $320. And now he's out on UFO. That's about to be sold to Matthew Sherrick for $35. Sebastian Bach. Sebastian Bach is $34.99. Sebastian Bach from Skid Row and Pantera, History of Hostility. Pantera is $22.99. Slayer is sold to Scott Arnold for $17. That's sold to Scott for $17. Poison's at $320. Aaron Andrus on Def Leppard. That is sold to Aaron Andrus. We still got Pantera and Sebastian Bach. We got UFO sold to Matthew Sherrick for $35. And Brittany Fox, nice copy here. Brian Thurman has it for $80. Now, Brian Thurman's went out, so obviously I missed a bid somewhere. Brian Thurman, 80. Brittany Fox, 85 of Gregory. There it is. Gregory has that for 85. Poison, 320. Poison, 330. Aaron got Def Leppard. Aaron Civic on P for Pantera. And then Chad Thompson next on PA for Pantera. Kristen Curtis first on Sebastian Bach. Poison is at 335. And Kristen Driscoll is very late on King's X. And then over here, we have Corrosion Conformity, Blind, 2LP, $29.99. We have White Line, Main Attraction, $1,500, $34.99. Tim says he already has it. You should be buying duplicate copies. You should be buying duplicates just in case. You got to have safety copies. 2, 3, 4 of the same album on your shelf over and over. Backup copy, backup copy. Next auction is going to go up right now, and this is Alien. I don't know a lot about this, but it's an 83 USOG and VG condition. $10 start for Alien. Mark Stanley is first on Corrosion of Conformity. And then Brian Thurman, then Jay Nutra. And then over here, we have another auction going up. The another auction is going to be another single. And that other single I have is what? It is Slayer. And Slayer is called Eyes of the Insane and Cult Live. Slayer is on red vinyl. It's this original single. Looks like it's from 2006. And Slayer is a UK import. $10 start on that. The only thing left is White Line, okay? That's the only thing left unclaimed, and that's a numbered copy. Slayer, Alien, Brittany Fox is a final call. Gregory has Brittany Fox over here, $85, top copy. Poison's at $350. Alien has three $10 bids. Overkill, Scorched, gold vinyl, sealed, $29.99 on Overkill. LA Guns, Renegades, limited edition red vinyl, sealed, $24.99. Alien 10, Brian Thurman was in first. David Baber, you're out. Over here is Slayer at $10. Do you have a Rain and Blood single? I honestly don't know. Also, we have Brian Thurman on Overkill. That's so to Brian Thurman. Slayer is at $17. Next is Testament. This is an unopened copy of music on vinyl pressing of The Legacy, $29.99. Poison's at $350 with Travis Woods. Kaiser says, I'm throwing in a towel. Nice, Travis. Final call to you for $350. Next is Shannon Lee on L, and L was for LA Guns. Christina Curtis next. Brittany Fox is sold to Gregory Roberts for $85. That's sold. David Baber, you're about to lose the Alien auction. That's about to be sold for $10. And then Slayers at BK for $17. That means Bradley Smith, you've been outbid. Next auction is right here. This is Cult of Personality. No, this is, wow, I forgot about this one. This is Living Color, Time's Up. It's an original 1990 pressing they did on yellow vinyl. It is going to go up for a $75 star. Very cool on that one. Next is Testament, so to Brian Thurman. Alien has a new bid for $12. Dave bid $11. Brian's right back in on $12. Also over here, we have George Lynch, The Lost Anthology. George Lynch is a double LP blue vinyl, $39.99. Poison is sold to Travis Woods for $350. That's pretty incredible. That's sold to Travis for $350. Aliens at $16. Aliens at $16. Aliens at $16. Slayer is a final call. The high bids with BK at $17. Living Colors a $75 start. Ed Riviera on George Lynch. Right now, the only thing unclaimed is White Line, Main Attraction. Anthrax, Anthems. Anthrax is on pink vinyl, $22.99. Merciful Fate, Don't Break the Oath. Merciful Fate is sealed, a 2020 reissue, $29.99. Bang Tango, $24.99. Bang Tango, Rock and Roll. Living Color, going once, going twice. I'm looking for a $75 start. Next auction is going to go up right now. What is that next auction, you may ask? That next auction, I think we sold one of these earlier tonight. Here's another opportunity. Saxon, Innocence is No Excuse. Saxon's an 85 USOG, VG Plus. A $15 start on that. Next thing over here was Aaron Civic on A. Aaron Civic on A for Anthrax. He was first on that one. David Baber bid $17 on Alien. Tim Rory on MF for Merciful Fate. That's sold to Tim Roy. Trent Peasley next on Anthrax. Alien has a new bid for $18. Nick Galletti next on Merciful Fate. Chad Thompson next on Merciful Fate. Saxon has a bid for $15. Nobody bid on Bang Tango. Next is King Diamond, Fatal Portrait. King Diamond's a 2020 reissue on orange vinyl. King Diamond, $29.99. Final call. No one has bid on Living Color. Looking for a $75 start. It's the original yellow vinyl pressing from 1990. Alien has a new bid for $20. Saxon has bids for $15, $15, $15, $15. And the Slayer single is sold to BK for $17. Thank you on that one. Nick Galletti first on King Diamond. Still got Bang Tango. Never mind. Bang Tango is sold to Chad Thompson. Poor White Line. No claim for that yet. Let's pause right here with Great White, the essential Great White. Great White is on blue and red colored vinyl, and that is $29.99. Nick Galletti says never mind on King Diamond. So instead of Nick Galletti, give this to Kelly Gabney, okay? Now Alien has a new bid for $22. Now Saxon has a bid for $16. And now no one bid on Living Color. Yellow Vinyl 1990 Original. That's going to go up for what? A $75 buy it now. Pretty surprising on that one. One hard on Great White. And now Alien. Brian Thurman's out. The last bid was Ed Riviera at $22. There's Saxon. Now that's moving to a final call. Buddy Cordova, $20. Next thing over here is another auction. And at this point, you may be going like, my God, Chad, what else could you be possibly putting up for auction? How about Virgin Steel? How about Wait for the Night? Virgin Steel, Wait for the Night is a 1983 USOG VG condition, a $15 start on that one. Next over here is Saxon, has a new bid for $17, now $18. Aliens, a final call. Ed Riviera has it for $22. I'm about to sell it. AC/DC, High Voltage. It's a long way to the top. That's on gold vinyl from Walmart, $24.99. Iron Maiden, self-titled, sealed, a 2011, $29.99 for Iron Maiden, their debut. And this here is Corrosion Conformity, $34.99. I think it's technically self-titled, $34.99 on that one. Saxons at 18, Virgin Steel 15, Michael Nath on AC/DC. Trent Peasley was second, Aaron Civic third, Wood is Alien, Saxon has a bid for 20, and then Mark Stanley first on C for COC, then Bradley Finley, Kelly Gabney first on Iron Maiden, Brian Thurman third on COC, Josh Brown next on AC/DC, Saxon has a new bid for 19, Brian next on Iron Maiden, Saxon has a new bid for 22, Virgin Steel, though, just one bid for $15. This is called Alien. By Alien, it's self-titled, 83 U.S. original. The last bid on Alien was a final call for Ed and Riviera for $22. Next in the crate is Merciful Fate on bone-colored vinyl. White bone-colored vinyl, $24.99. And Wasp, there's another copy of Golgotha. And that's a 2LP black vinyl, $29.99. And oh my gosh, it's King's X ear candy on purple vinyl, numbered from Music on Vinyl. King's X is $29.99. Holy moly. All right, so Virgin Steel has a new bid for 18. Saxon has a new bid for 23. First thing is going to be one of the next singles over here. And this is actually one of the next Slayer. It's got to be one of the last. We still have more Slayer singles to put up. This is Slayer, When the Stillness Comes, as a picture disc. Very cool. Slayer from Record Store Day. That's going to go up for a $10 start. First thing we have over here is Brian Thurman on M. And that was for Merciful Fate. That's sold to Brian Thurman. Now we have Saxon at $23. Virgin Steel's at $20 with Buddy Cordova. Brian Thurman also first on King's X. He was first on Merciful Fate and first on King's X. Nick Galletti next on Merciful Fate. Saxon has a new bid for $25. Trent Peasley first on Wasp, then Stephen Lewis Jr., then Tim Rory was next on King's X. Chris Johnson gets White Line. Jim Cooper wants cassettes. Virgin Steel 22, Virgin Steel 25, and then Alien is sold, and that was laying over here for a while. Alien is sold to Ed and Riviera for $22, and Slayer's a $10 start for that picture disc, and Alice in Chains Facelift, a 2024 2LP remaster, $29.99 for Alice in Chains Facelift. Chad's in on Slayer at $10. Virgin Steel's at $25. Virgin Steel at $26. Gregory first on Facelift. And then Saxon. Saxon over here, the last bid on Saxon. The last bid was Brian Elkins at $25. Gregory's about to put back Facelift because it's not a 2020 pressing. Sorry, pass on ASC. I knew that was going to happen. That's Gregory's put back for tonight. I knew it was going to happen at some point. That's a $50,000 restocking fee. Go ahead and give that to Warren Hardin. That's sold to Warren Hardin. Tony Bradford on TNT. Is that an auction that I read off earlier? If so, I'll try to find it and I'll put it up for bid. Next thing, another auction. Let's go ahead and do this one. It's called Heavy Metal Thunder. Heavy Metal Thunder. Saxon, Demon, Rage, Spitfire, and Heartbreak. That's a 1983 Mexico compilation, none released in the United States. Pretty cool there. $15 start on that. $15 start on that. Slayer, just one bid. Chad Saul's $10. The last bid on Virgin Steel was Brian Thurman at $30. And Saxon. The last bid on Saxon was Brian Elkins at $25. Haven't heard back from David Baber, but we got to sell it really quick. The compilation has a bid for $15. And folks, that was the second lower crate that got completely emptied. Paul had one earlier, same kind of stuff that got completely emptied. Just a handful left in his second crate. And guess what's coming right now? Hold on to your roses. Boom. Boy, that was loud. That was a good pull there. That was loud through my ear protection. Rest in peace to the people listening through. Over here, Slayer just got one bid, and we're going to go ahead and roll this so we can bring over some new singles. Chad Saul's got that for just $10. Trent just bid 11. It's already sold. Heavy compilations at $20. Over here, we have Saxon. David Baber has bid $26. He got that in at the last second. Virgin Steel's at $33 with Buddy Cordova. There's only one no bid. Living Color, Time's Up, an original 1990 yellow vinyl. It's an original 1990 yellow vinyl, $75 on Living Color. That's the only no bid. It's pretty much not a metal album. Sort of, not really, I guess not. Living Color. I think some people probably that listening to Slayer on a regular basis probably wouldn't say that's metal. Still a cool record, though. Over here, we got Heavy at $20. Saxon's at $28. David Baber, you've been outbid again. And then next thing is going to go up right now. We got a new crate. Let's put this up right now. I'm going to say, I got to thank, and I think, I'm going to say, and I'm going to thank. There's some pretty cool records in here, including metal and other stuff maybe you hadn't seen in a while. We got those kind of buyers watching. Let's go ahead and try to knock out some of this over here, all right? First of all, Living Color has an offer for $68. Saxon has a new bid for $28. David Baber's out. Holy moly. Lower crate sticker. Excellent question. All right, here is what we got. Michael Nath, are you still watching? AC/DC, high voltage. And the reason I picked that one, is she drew a Metallica logo, Garfield, kind of like a James Hetfield thing going on. Garfield fronting his new band, Metallicat. And I couldn't find a Metallica record, so I put it on AC/DC, high voltage. And of course, if you've ever been to an AC/DC concert, you start getting goosebumps. You start getting goosebumps when you hear this. That was a poor attempt, I'm sorry. That was supposed to be the opening to It's a Long Way to a Top if you want to rock and roll. When you hear that, all of a sudden that starts coming on, and then all of a sudden everybody gets chill bumps and the lights start dimming. Oh man, that's such a great feeling if you've ever been to a Metallica show. You're like, okay, it's about to happen. It's about to happen. So I had to match it up with that record. All right. I always look around too. Every time I look around, I'm like, wow. They're right. They filled up this whole stadium. They had to work their way up really to the top to fill up this freaking stadium with 80,000 people. All right. They're all there to see 4 people come out on stage. All right. Let's go over here and let's clean up these auctions, okay? We have Living Color, 65 of Turd Ferguson, and that is sold. He made an offer and he got it. There's that. Yeah, it's so amazing. And then all of a sudden, then that song goes off, and you know what happens? The ecstasy of gold. Oh, man. Then that's when I start getting nervous. I feel like I'm at a college football game. It's like right before the Vols come out at a big game. I'm like, uh-oh, they're about to run through the tee, but instead, Metallica's about to come out, and this is what plays. Okay, I'm going to get a copyright strike. Okay, Virgin Steel over here. Virgin Steel, I do not own the rights to those songs that just played. Sorry, YouTube. All right, Virgin Steel, the last bid on this was $33 replicate. All right, so this compilation, what was the last here for this compilation? This was with Brian Thurman at $20, okay? We're about to sell it. $20, and the feed dies. Seriously? Did it? Are we still live? Are we still live? No, I'll get an email tomorrow. It's not a copyright strike. It's not a copyright strike. They just, if you play like what I just played of AC/DC, if I had this video turned on for monetization, I couldn't earn anything from it. So my, they have the filters for this stuff is so crazy. You froze for 30 seconds. Yeah, it's probably because I played AC/DC. Yeah, it's so crazy. I have to be careful. It's crazy. It basically, AC/DC is some of the most copyright protected music out there. You got to be very careful. Led Zeppelin, AC/DC, Beatles, it's immediately muted or taken down. So I got to be careful. I can't do that again. All right, here we go. Let's put up another auction. The AI filters they have now looking for copyright stuff is insane. It's absolutely insane. You got to think there's hundreds, thousands of live streams going on right now, and they have millions of videos being posted every week. There's so much crazy stuff they have to filter through and make sure there's not copyright. All right, next is 1983 USOG. It's a specialty press, an Atco VG++, a $15 start, okay? Here we go. So virgin steel, we can go ahead and sell that then. Somebody wants to know the track listing. All right, let's do that. But first, we got to sell virgin steel. And virgin steel was sold over here, and that is sold to Buddy Cordova for $33, all right? Now, the track listing on the compilation for J Nutra. The compilation track listing. It's in Spanish. I can't read it, buddy. I'm sorry. It's all in Spanish. There's Axe, and that's now up for bid, an 83 US VG++. It would sound just like a bunch of gibberish. It's now at $25. And then Axe is now up for bid. It's now available as of this moment. Okay, let's read through this crate right quick. I still got some stuff to put up. Let me grab this other pile of singles over here and see what we have, okay? All right, let me grab all these. And the next single is Anthrax. I saw it just a second ago. What happened to it? Here it is. Anthrax. Anthrax is a limited edition colored vinyl. I Am the Law. It should be on colored vinyl. It is. It's on red vinyl. Anthrax, I Am the Law, Live Bomb and Satan's Lounge Bad Madhouse, and that's going to go up for a $10 start, okay? $10 start on that. Yeah, no Eagles. Yeah, that's really bad. Eagles. Okay. Give me 1 second, please. You open this up. All right. This compilation is sold to Brian Thurman for $25. All right, that's done. And then Axe over here. We got Axe and Anthrax. Axe is Nemesis, an 83 USOG VG++. No one has bid. I'm looking for a $15 start. Anthrax on red vinyl. Cindy Yarborough has it for $15. What was some of the other auctions over here that I read off earlier that some of y'all are waiting on? Go ahead and please, now's a great time to remind me again. A fantastic time to remind me again. I really need to know, okay? And I actually need to take care of a deal over here. 1 second, please. I need a quick break, like 2 minutes to send an email and a text. I'm trying to buy some autographed, trying to buy an autographed collection. You gotta jump fast on this stuff. When somebody decides they gotta sell something and they need cash, if you don't act quick, you'll get gone. 1 second. Let me see if I can. How can I save this? I gotta do some PDF stuff over here. Now let me send this. Where's that PDF at? Sorry for my other work I'm working on over here. Let me try to. It's not. Okay. Sorry, here we go. Let's see what some of those requests were. Evidently, I read off TNT. Okay, let me go back to the front, try to find that thing then. Rough Cut, or excuse me, King Diamond, Rat. There's Motley Crue, REM. Yeah, TNT. Here we go. Nice request. An 89 USOG Hub Serval in Shrink and Hop, EX Plus. Nice copy. TNT Intuition is a $35 star. Banshee's already sold. All right, Axe is at $18, and the last bid on Anthrax that came in, red vinyl, David Polkey, $21. I'll run Motley Crue next, Whitesnake next, AC/DC next, Rat, and REM. Right now, I'm looking for any other claims or questions, and I'm right back into action, okay? Tony Bradford's right in on TNT at $35. Let me open up this, and let's get started. So here is, wow, that was the first record in the other band. There's more Division Bells by Pink Floyd, a 2 LP remaster. I also have The Wall, Comfortably Numb, Run Like Hell, Empty Spaces / Young Lust, $49.99. Axe is at $19, TNT $35.35. And then here is the other 2 LP cut of Pantera, Vulgar Display of Power, $49.99. And I have Far Beyond Driven, another copy of that. Tyler Childers, live on Red Barn, $24.99 on Tyler Childers, and Rush Power Windows, 180 gram remaster, $36.99. We might go ahead and do John's Check Condition crate next. We still got new vintage stuff that I'm going to show sticker price and best offer. Should be some cool stuff in there. Filter, that's the newest anniversary pressing of Crimson Moon on Crimson Moon colored vinyl, $33.99 on that. Axe is at $20. And then here is the newest Billie Eilish, Hit Me Hard and Soft, 1 year anniversary, special edition foil cover and splatter and poster, $39.99. No Ronnie Millsap tonight. I'm still looking for it. I know I'm in a building full of it though. Anthrax is sold to David Polkey for $21. How about another Anthrax? How about this one? I Am the Law picture disc. I Am the Law picture disc. How cool is that? Another Anthrax, a picture disc, $10 start on that. TNT is at $38, and we have Wasp. This is a 40th anniversary. This is a half-speed master on red vinyl. That is $38.99. And Melvin's Lysol. Melvin's is $29.99. Tyler Childers, live on Red Barn, one of my favorites of all time now, $24.99. $24.99. Yeah, I've got a guy that's got a bunch of signed albums for sale, and a lot of times people will be like, yeah, I'll send you a list, and I'm like, well, that's okay. How about you just price everything? And they're like, are you serious? And I'm like, yeah, I'm not joking around, buddy. I want to buy everything you have. You should see some of these, and I'm trying to get some of them pre-checked, but man, I think he's got some legit stuff. Stevie Ray Vaughan, Yes, Iron Maiden, Green Day. He's got some really killer signed records. I'm trying to do a big bundle deal with them. There's some of them I don't think I can sell too fast, and because it is going to be quite a bit of money. Thin Lizzy, Striper, Kiss, Post Malone. I've picked out a lot of stuff from me that I think I might keep if it doesn't sell, or I don't mind holding on to for a long time. And then I've picked out some stuff that I know y'all love and some stuff I haven't seen in a long time. So, or I'm going to try to get with them and see if Paul can link up on the next buying trip and just buy it all at once. But bad thing about buying signed albums, there's always going to be a couple that's maybe bad. And the problem is if you start paying hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of dollars for these, even at dealer wholesale prices to make money off of them, if one of them's bad and all of a sudden you've lost $800, that hurts the whole deal. So I've got to be really careful. Yeah, he has a Stevie Ray Vaughan I'm trying to make sure it all checks out though. Okay, so back up the top, a lot of bidding all of a sudden. Axe was tapped out, I think though. I think we can go ahead and sell this. Axe is at 23 with Buddy Cordova. He had outbid Edwin Riviera. I want to make sure Edwin was done on this. Edwin, you've been outbid on that. TNT's at 48, and then Anthrax is at 25 right now. Tyler Childers still available. Who asked about that? That was asked about by Johnny Hancock. You need that. Chad Thompson, you get Wasp. Buddy Cordova second. Buddy, do you want to go on a waiting list for that? Buddy Cordova, do you want to go on a waiting list for that? Judas Priest, Feel for Life. This is live in Missouri, 1986. Judas Priest, that's a live unofficial, $29.99. Also, we have Rush, Grace Under Pressure, $36.99, 180 gram, $36.99 on Rush. And the Beatles Past Masters, a 2LP remaster, $49.99. And then Chad Thompson says, out on Wasp. Who was the first to claim it? Chad Thompson. So give it to Buddy Cordova. Never mind, no waiting list. Give that to Buddy Cordova. Buddy Cordova. Buddy Cordova. You get one right now, okay? And then Shannon Lee on Up, UP. And that might have been for Judas Priest. Let's go ahead and tell that to Shannon. TNT 53. Matthew Sherrick, I can put you on a waiting list. This was my only copy, if that's what Shannon Lee's UP comment was for. Anthrax is at 29. And then Axe is sold. Axe is sold, and Axe is sold to Buddy Cordova for $23, okay? And now Anthrax is at 29, and now TNT's at 53. Yeah, let's see what's up with this Motley Crue Too Fast for Love. Nice. It is a 1982. It is a 1982. It's Too Fast for Love. It's a Carrollton Press, a Columbia Record Club, EXEX Plus, $40 start. Of course, y'all know we had the second press of this the other night, the true second press, and it sold for what? Nearly 1,000? Over 1,000? That's an 82 Electra pressing, $45 start on that one, or whatever I just said, 40, 45. All right, so Matthew Sherrick, you're technically next on Priest. Let me know if you want on a waiting list, okay? Moving right along is G.G. Allen. This is $29.99 for G.G. Allen. I've got a couple of those. 3 Days Grace. Live starts now. 3 Days Grace is $29.99. No waiting list for Matthew. Kiss. Music from the Elder. It has the alternate S's. It's limited numbered, half speed on clear vinyl. It's numbered on the back, 2183, $39.99. I've actually got that, and I've got Queensryche. This is Queensryche Promised Land, $34.99 for Queensryche, and REM is just $24.99. That's Chronic Town. Motley Crue's at $45. TNT is at $63. Matthew Sherrick's in on Motley Crue at $40. I'm pretty sure that's what I said. Charles McDonald has already bid $50 on it. The Anthrax picture disc, I think, is still getting bids, though. Anthrax, Aaron Andrus has it for $29. The other bidder was Brian Reynolds. I'm going to make sure Brian Reynolds said out. He did. And the Vladercheck says they're back. You must have heard me say I have autographed Green Day stuff coming up. We have Aaron Andrus on Queensryche. Tim Rory was first. So I got to give this to Tim Rory. Aaron Andrus, I can put you on a waiting list, okay? And then we have this right here. And then this is this. And we have Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band, $46.99. And we have Electric Wizard presents Black Magic Rituals and Perversions, Crystal Meth colored vinyl, $39.99 on that. We have Motley Crue 57, Motley Crue 60, Motley Crue 65, and we have Prong Cleansing, $39.99. Prong Cleansing, $39.99. Motley Crue 65, TNT, $65, okay? There's that and there's that. And right now, let's update the Anthrax, which is sold. And Anthrax is sold. Anthrax is sold to Aaron Andrus for $29, okay? Thank you on that one. So Motley Crue 57, Motley Crue 65, TNT 65, Turd Ferguson wants Crystal Meth. That's sold to Turd Ferguson. And then Motley Crue's at 70, okay? Motley Crue's at 70 with Matthew Sherrick. Motley Crue's at 70. TNT, Tony Bradford's out. The high bid is Clay Moore at $65, okay? Now, I don't have the Green Day stuff tonight. What I was saying is I was working on a deal. There's a signed, the one with the radio on the cover that's on fire, and I think a signed poster. The signed poster looks really cool. I'm working on a side deal over here trying to lock in some cool signed stuff in the upcoming collection. How about another single, Striper, honestly. So bad news, I don't have it tonight. I also had a couple other things I was going to show tonight, but just not quite ready. We're going to have it very soon, though. How about Striper? Honestly, this is Striper. Honestly, it's a 7-inch single with the picture sleeve. Very cool. The B-side is Sing-Along Song. Striper is going to go up for a $10 start. And then over here, we got Motley Crue at 70, Motley Crue 76. And then we have Alonzo once on that Judas Priest waiting list. And Lord just sent me the hot pictures for tomorrow's auction. Be sure to tune in with Paul. Holy moly, look at this stuff Paul's going to be auctioning. Megadeth, Beastie Boys, Dwight Yoakam, Metallica, Dudes, Pretty Maids, Trilogy by Yngwie, R.E.M., Minutemen. Also, Beastie Boys, that looks like a Talking Heads bootleg. Typo Negative, Legend soundtrack, Ramones, Sherry and Marie Curie, Stone Temple Pilots, that looks like an OG based on the Hop sticker. We have Crowbar, Talking Heads, U2, Tron, Iggy Pop, Plasmatics, Jane's Addiction, boy, that's tough to find. Devo, Ramones, Stevie Ray Vaughan, Tom Petty, Vinnie Vincent, Tigers of Pantane, Convict, Curtis Fuller, Queens of the Stone Age, Warlock, Striper, Elvin Jones, Crocus. Wow, Paul's going to be busy tomorrow night. He better drink him a Monster and a Blue Juice to keep up with the bidding on all that. Look at all that great stuff for tomorrow. Hope you have your Friday night cleared off. He's going to start putting some of that stuff up at 7 o'clock Central Time. Holy moly. Wow. All right, let's update Motley Crue. High bid is Jersey Devil at $76, and then Charles McDonald bid $78. This is a 1982 U.S. club copy. Club copies typically don't have a barcode. This was sold through the Columbia Record Club. This was not sold in stores. This was sold to somebody through the Columbia Record Club. It's an 82 U.S. club. It does have the lyric insert. The jacket's really nice. It's a Columbia Record Club. Johnny Hancock did say he want Tyler Childers, right? So go ahead and sell that to him. Striper's at $12. And then over here, we got Motley Crue. We had TNT. Clay Moore had it for $65. I think the other bidder went out, which was Tony, so we are about to sell that for $65. Next thing is the following. Striper 10, Striper 10, Striper 12, Striper 11, Striper 15. Also, we have Prong. There's a few more copies of Cleansing. And then we have the Cramps, Black Leather for $33. We have Sleep Token, Take Me Back to Eden for $38. Sleep Tokens, $38.99. All right, so here's the rest of the agenda for the rest of the night. We've got auctions to run, okay, for at least a good solid hour. I told everybody we usually do good featured auctions at least up to midnight with this many people watching. After that, it starts to slow down, it seems like, even on a busy Thursday night. But in the meantime, I'm going to bring you some more new arrivals. Also, who wanted this Megadeth record from earlier? I just looked over here and remembered somebody said, Chad, I'll take Megadeth. I forgot who it was and what they wanted, but here it is. Who said they wanted this earlier? Who said they wanted this earlier? Megadeth. It's a pre-owned copy, EX condition, $32.99. Somebody told me they wanted that a moment ago, okay? There's that. Let's go ahead and sell this TNT then. Before I walk away to grab this other crate. TNT over here is sold to Clay Moore for $65. And then Cosmo Kramer was asking about year. Year for which one? Yngwie's on deck. Motley Crue's at $82 and Striper's at $18. Okay, here's what's left in here. Sleep Token, The Cramps, Prong, The Beatles, R.E.M., Kiss, 3 Days Grace, G.G. Allen, The Beatles, Rush, Melvins, Billie Eilish, Megadeth. It is no year given, just a new reissue. It's a new reissue of that one. And then Filter, Rush, Pantera, Pink Floyd, and Pink Floyd. Some crazy stuff that was left over in the Paul crate earlier. Surprised I didn't get claimed. All right, well, I think John's got probably some new vintage stuff over here, like check condition and stuff. Plus, I'm about to put up a whole new slew of auctions. I need to chug some of this water. My lips are getting very chapped. And then let's see if he's got a good check condition crate over here. That always has great titles at great prices. He does. Let's take a quick look at it. Holy crap, what is that? And then we got, whoa, look at this. Unbelievable. Look at that. And then we got this, and then we got that, and this, and this, and that, and this, and this, and this, and that, this, that. Okay, let's go through this crate. Some people about be like, what the heck is this guy on? Folks, this is just pure adrenaline. Whenever I say good night tonight, I'll be just absolutely dog tired. I'm running on nothing but pure adrenaline right now. Here we go. Chad, I have the Electric Wizard. Can you put it back? I can for a $50 million restocking fee. If anybody wants crystal meth colored vinyl Electric Wizard, you can have it right now. Excuse the nudity. She is pretty exposed on the cover. $39.99, okay? Over here, there's Striper, and here's this, and here's that. And then right over here, first thing we have is this. I have Motley Crue. This is now moving to a final call. The Motley Crue is with Jersey Devil at $82. Jersey Devil, $82. Charles McDonald's out, $82 on Motley Crue, 82 US Club. If you want a true OG of this, good luck and be prepared to spend well over $1,000. There's that, and then Striper, the last bit on Striper over here. Striper, 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 Striper. Striper. Alan Hagen, $20. Janet's passing, and then Brian says he'll pass. This is not an OG. If this was an OG in EX condition, it would be about $324.99 if I had to put a price tag on it. If I would price it, this was an OG, I'd put $324.99. This is a new reissue, EX condition. Everybody's passing, $32.99. I'm going to put it right over here, okay? If you change your mind, you're like, yeah, I don't want to spend $300 on original. I'll go ahead and take that one. Go right ahead. Which sleep token was in the last crate? The sleep token in the last crate was called Take Me Back to Eden. Take Me Back to Eden, a 2LP $38.99. Striper is sold to William Warner for $22. Striper is sold to William Warner for $22. Motley Crue, the last bit on Motley Crue is sold to Jersey Devil for $82. We got new auctions going up right now, and that next new auction is the following. We got REM Eponymous. REM is an 88 USOG. This is with the original under sleeve, and it's a promo marked record. REM is going to go up for a $45 start. There's the disc, there's the insert, there's the gold stamp promo over the barcode. Somebody requested that earlier, so there it is. REM, a $45 start. Next auction is Heaven, and this is called Knocking on Heaven's Door, an 85 Japanese OG. It's a promo copy, just no Obi. This is a Japanese promo copy. There's the label. There's the promo markings in Japanese. Heaven's a Japanese promo copy, a $30 start. Next is, somebody had asked for something in here. Let me flip through this again to remind myself. Hold on a minute. There, I've read off so many. People kept asking for certain things, and I'm like, holy crap, I keep forgetting. Somebody asked for something in here. Let me keep looking. You'll have to keep reminding me. Otherwise, I'll keep forgetting. White Snake. Here it is. It was White Snake. White Snake slip of the tongue. It's an 89 USOG specialty press. It does have some cover damage down here in the corner. It's in VG Plus condition, a $15 start. Okay. Hope everybody's ready. I'm going to take a deep breath and regain my composure here. Time to focus. We're not done. Ingve 45. Ingve J. Malmsteen's Rising Force, Heaven Tonight. Right here for a $10 start, sir. In picture sleeve, Ingve, $10 start. New check condition stuff. For those that may be relatively new tonight, these have all been cleaned. They've been inspected, and they've been graded. The grade, I tell you, is the grade. If I say VG, it's VG. If I say EX, it's EX. Okay? That's the grade. These are no more, no less. I considered check condition stuff already priced accordingly to grade. Sometimes the other crates I take offers on because they're nice copies. We mark them. If we don't sell them, I take an offer on them. I feel like these are already marked appropriately because of the grade. Heaven does not have a bid. Ingve has a bid for 10, White Snake has a bid for 15, and REM has a bid for 45. It's getting that time of the night. I still got great stuff I can auction, but things may just be getting 1 or 0 bids, so you might want to pay attention. I might move through them quickly. I don't like doing that because they're just getting minimum bids, but they're not going to get a lot of bids like they were if I would have put them up 3 hours ago. REM would already be up to $107. That's why I don't sell some of these when they get later. Final call on everything. No bid on Heaven, Whitesnake 15, Ingve 10, and REM 45. Talking Heads. This is an OG copy, VG cover, VG vinyl. Just $19.99 on Talking Heads. VG all the way around, $19.99. Uriah Heep, Demons and Wizards, VG $9.99. Heaven is a $30 start, Dave Ferguson. It's a Japanese promo copy, $30 start on that one. Megadeth was $32.99. There's Uriah Heep, and we have Frenzy live at the 100 Club. Frenzy's a 1988 UK rockabilly. VG Plus $16.99 for Frenzy. The Merry-Go-Round, You're a Very Lovely Woman live, a promo copy from A&M Records, white label promo, VG $9.99. John Smetzer gets Talking Heads sold. Ingve sold to Chad Sauls, one bid for $10. Whitesnake sold, one bid $15. Aaron Andrus, you've been outbid on REM. It's now at $57. I'll give Heaven one more chance. $30 start on that. Red Cave Collections does want that Iron Maiden that everybody was passing on a moment ago. He gets it. EX condition, $32.99. This is it right here. Sold. Eric Van Leuven on Merry-Go-Round. Sold. That was gone. And now we have the Tom Tom Club. VG Plus, $17.99. The Tom Tom Club. JK next on Merry-Go-Round. We have the Hoodoo Gurus. Mars Needs Guitars. An 85 alternate rock. VG condition, $14.99. And we have the Percolators at the House of Bizarre Dreams. That's a 93 German press, a garage album. VG Plus, $9.99. Heaven's a no bid. You can pick that up for $30. A Japanese promo copy. REM's at $65. James Allen, you've been outbid. Next auction is Ozzy Osbourne. This is a sealed blue Walmart exclusive of Diary of a Madman. It's going to go up for a $30 star. Oh no, here we go now. Next auction is Dockin Breaking the Chains, an 83 USOG specialty press with the original on her sleeve. It's a solid VG++, maybe even EX. Dockin is a $30 start. John Kaiser gets Heaven for $30. JK gets the Percolators. It's up to James Allen on REM, and he says he's out. So Aaron Andrus, that's about to be yours for $65. I was waiting for someone to take the Tom Tom Club. That's so to Kelly Gabney. This should be a really good crate. We have Wishbone Ash Pilgrimage. That's in VG Plus condition. We're getting to some truly of the first vintage LPs of the night. We've pretty much been doing all metal. Of course, if we do metal in the crates, they're going to be modern pressings. There will rarely ever, never be a crate with just vintage metal OGs. I have never really done that before because it would be absolutely insane and it would be chaotic. So we just basically auction all the OG metal. If we ever have metal in the crates, it might be something, maybe, you know, we might every once in a while, there might be a Saxon album or something like that in there. Or, you know, maybe if even maybe like Van Halen, but usually even all that we auction. So this is the first time tonight we've even got to any kind of vintage records, pre-owned or OGs. Sugar Boy Crawford, and this is a 1984 VG Plus $14.99. Another thing about the metal crates is a lot of it's like new metal or new albums by new metal artists or new artists or new albums by old metal artists. So they're all kind of like modern type records. So they all end up kind of the same, and Laura and Paul usually mark all that for metal nights. So it's really hard just to straight price a Metallica album. It's just like if I had to put a price tag on that Metallica album we auctioned earlier, it's like, what do? Do we mark it for $799.99 and wait for somebody to buy it or make an offer, or do we just go ahead and put it up for auction? So that way we can get through this stuff so much faster. We got Belly Dancing with George. Hey, I called it. I didn't even know there. John always puts out the belly dancing music. There it is. I said that earlier tonight. You could see metal. You could see Metallica and Nat King Cole, and then the Cattle Decapitation and Belly Dancing. REM is sold to Aaron Andrus for $65. Aaron Andrus, you get that. I got more singles to put up. There's REM, that's gone. Ozzy has no bid, final call for a $30 bid, and Dockin has one bid with Charles McDonald for $30. Let's grab another LP, and that's going to be Def Leppard, On Through the Night. And Def Leppard is a original, or excuse me, this is a Mercury repress. Yeah, this is on Black and Red Mercury, which is the repress label. VG or better, $15 start on that. Big War movie themes. That's a pretty cool cover. Jeff Love and his orchestra play Big Love movie themes. EX edition, $14.99 on that. And we have the fabulous Little Richard, Tutti Frutti, VG Plus. That's on the black and white Electra or specialty label. VG Plus, $19.99. Ozzy has a bid for $30. Def Leppard 15, Def Leppard 18, Ozzy 30. Kelly Vladicek on Big War movies. Okay, there's that. Also over here we have Coney Island Baby by Lou Reed. That's EX $29.99. The Rolling Stones, nice. Made in the Shade with a Shrink in the Hop sticker. Rolling Stones is VG condition, $16.99. And Bad Company Straight Shooter. Bad Company, Feel Like Making. Classic rock album there. VG Plus, $17.99. And we have Boston, self-titled, VG condition, $14.99, original label. So Ozzy got one bid with Matthew Sherrick and then John Kaiser. Matthew, you have it. John Kaiser, you're out. Dawkins just one bid with Charles McDonald. Charles, nice pickup. Only bidder there for Dawkins, $30. That's so do you. There's Ozzy. There's that. Jay Neutral on Bad Company. Johnny was a schoolboy when he heard his first Beatles song. Love Me Do, I think it was, and from there, it didn't take him long. I'm flipping through my singles. Here we go. Let's do two Billy Squires. This is Billy Squire in the Dark and Billy Squire, and this one is called Rock Me Tonight. And those are two Billy Squire singles going to be sold together. A $10 start for both of them. Two Billy Squire singles in the picture sleeves. Those are going to be sold together, a $10 start, okay? So Kaiser is back in on this at $32. Matthew Sherrick's out. Def Leppard has three $30 bids. These are new arrival check condition sticker price. These are sticker price, okay? These are sticker price. Give me 1 second, please. 1 second, please. All right. Sorry about that. Next thing is the following. So Ozzy got a new bid for $35. John Kaiser got a bid. Def Leppard got a new bid for $35. That broke the tiebreaker at $30. Billy Squire 10, Billy Squire 15, Def Leppard 33. I think there was already a, 33, 33, 32. All right, let's keep rolling. Wow, nobody on Boston. Ray Charles, have a smile with me. VG Plus, $14.99 on Ray Charles. Van Halen 2, there it is. I told you. I've been calling some shots tonight. There's Van Halen, VG $19.99. Can y'all believe there's two Hatchet Ed crates we hadn't been through either? There's still two more new, gone through Hatchet Ed crates we hadn't filtered through. I'm going to try to do one of those next. John Prine, Pink Cadillac. John Prine's an EX condition, $39.99 for Mr. Prine. The two Billy Squires are at $20, Def Leppard's at $37, and this Def Leppard's at $39. And then Ozzy, John Kaiser's out. Ozzy is sold over here to Matthew Sherrick for $35. That's done. Wild Cherry, Play That Funky Music, White Boy. VG condition for Wild Cherry self-titled, $14.99. The Kinks, Live, VG Plus, $29.99. Def Leppard's at $39, and the two Billy Squire singles, they're being sold together, are at $20 right now. Next auction is going to go up right now. The Cult Love Removal Machine. The Cult Love Removal Machine is an 87 UK original, 45 RPM, EX Plus, a $15 start on that. Led Zeppelin Presence, EX, $39.99. Achilles Last Stand, nice vinyl. The cover does have a punch hole, not bad though, $39.99 on that. Also, the Kinks, Schoolboys in Disgrace, VG Plus $14.99 for the Kinks. Another classic album, The Who's Next, VG Plus $14.99. And then the Colts at 15, the Colts at 20, Def Leppard's at 40, and then all of a sudden, Billy Squier, I haven't seen any other bids. It's at 20 with Danzig, and we're about to sell both of those. John McPatrick on The Who, We Won't Get Fooled Again. Tom. Bob O'Reilly. Next is Wishbone Ash, Double Live Dates album, EX $27.99. Surfin' Hootenanny with Tom and Jerry and 11 other Surfin' Hootenanny songs. That's a good old Surfin' Hootenanny there from 1963. It is in mono, VG condition $14.99. Now the Colts at $22. Now Def Leppard's at $43. And these two Billy Squiers are sold to Danzig, I believe. Sell those together, please, for $20. Thank you on that. And then our next single is going to go up right now. And are these both? Yeah, okay. Here's two Def Leppards. We have Pour Some Sugar on Me. Vinyl is nice, about a VG Plus picture sleeve. Pour Some Sugar on Me, Def Leppard, and I'm going to put another one with it. And the other one is Rock of Ages. Billy's got a gun, so it should be Rock of Ages, yeah. All right, so two Def Leppards there, Pour Some Sugar on Me, and Rock of Ages. $10 start, two Def Leppard singles there, one in the original picture sleeve. Travis Woods on Kinks, Schoolboys in Disgrace. That's so to Travis Woods. Next in here is Backyard Safety Pin and Leopard Skin Babies. Interesting. It's a 1988 Sweden hard rock, VG Plus $29.99. Red Cave Collections wants the Boston. More Than a Feeling. Self-titled Boston sold. Def Leppard's at 10 with Tom McEwen. We have something here. A 1990 UK Prague EX $17.99. Full Moon. Looks like Full Moon. A LVBANE count, a live encounter. A live encounter by Full Moon, and that is EX $17.99. And then Jimmy Reed, now appearing, a 1960 pressing, VG condition $19.99. The last bid on the Colt was John Kaiser at $25. The last bid on Def Leppard was Aaron Andrus at $43. Aaron Andrus has Def Leppard at $43. And the Colt, the last bid on that was Dave Ferguson at $22. Michael Nath on Jimmy Reed. That's so to Michael Nath. Thank you on that one. Next is Marvin Gaye, Midnight Love. Marvin Gaye, EX condition, $27.99. Johnny Winter, Captured Live, EX condition, $17.99. And Betty Grable, 18 previously unreleased performances from 1934 to 1960. VG Plus condition, $9.99. I think we're done on Def Leppard at $43. Matthew Sherrick is the only person who hadn't set out. John Kaiser has the Colt at $25. Dave Ferguson is the only person who is setting out. He just bid $26. So you've been outbid, and Tom McEwen is the only bidder on Def Leppard. So we're about to sell those, and Johnny Winter sold to Michael Nath. Pretty solid check condition crate there. Some cool stuff in there, and we just need to breeze through those again. Make sure we got everything that everybody wanted. Matthew still bidding on Def Leppard, and Leslie Holt on Betty Grable. Let's go through those Hatchet Ed bins. I'm just going to remind you very quickly what's left in here. I have not had a drop of water all night. Laura brought this to me like at 6 o'clock. It's now 11:30, so I'm going to open this for the first time. And it's all gone. That bottle of water is gone. I've had a Diet Coke, 2 Monsters, and a bottle of water. I'm ready for more. Def Leppard has a last-second bid with Johnny Hancock at $11. Tom McEwen, it's all up to you now. The Colts at $27. Dave Ferguson, you've been outbid again. And Aaron Andrus, you were outbid on the Def Leppard. It's at $45 of Matthew Sherrick. Okay? Matthew Sherrick's back in on Def Leppard. We have a new bid on the Colt from John Kaiser, and we have a new bid on Def Leppard for $12. Now Johnny Hancock, it's up to you. Herbie Hancock, John Hancock, Johnny Hancock, whichever. Let's read through these again. If you need a price, let me know. These are new check condition arrivals. I have Uriah Heep, Demons and Wizards, Frenzy live at the 100 Club, Hoodoo Gurus, Wishbone Ash, Pilgrimage, Sugar Boy Crawford, Belly Dance with George Abdo, the Little Richard album, Lou Reed, Coney Island Baby. We have Rolling Stones Made the Shape, Shrinking Hot, Ray Charles, Van Halen 2, John Prine, Wild Cherry, The Kinks, Led Zeppelin, Wishbone Ash, Surf and Hootenanny, Backyard, Marvin Gaye, and Full Moon. He's back in on Def Leppard at 13. I'm assuming he put 13. I'm assuming that means he's bidding on Def Leppard. Now the Colts at 30, which means John Kaiser, you've been outbid. And then Aaron Andrus, you got to let me know on Def Leppard. Matthew Sherrick has it for $45. Tom's right back in on the 2 Def Leppards at 15. Folks, this means we officially have war. We officially have war at this point. Wow, look at this Clash poster, Craig Thomas. I wonder if he's watching. I got to get back here and look through some of this stuff. We've bought some insane stuff lately. I don't have time to look through stuff in the store. I don't know if that makes sense to everybody, but there's just literally no time. If you crack open a tub and start trying to look through stuff back here, oh, you'll be back here for hours. I mean, you won't even get close to trying to get anything done, just trying to look through all the stuff. Because when they bring back a whole trailer, I mean, just look at all this. I just grabbed all these. Kiss, Kiss, Kiss. Slayer and TSOL, Kiss, 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 Kiss. Ace Frehley. Poison, that's autographed. Poison, that's autographed. Kiss, Kiss. Wow, look at that Kiss. Kiss, Iron Maiden, Crocus. I had no idea these were over here. I just opened up a little platter pack and all those were in there. First time seeing those in my life. First thing we have now is the following. I can't believe no one got played that funky music White Boy. That's incredible. We usually auction those. How much is Uriah Heep? VG condition, $9.99. The Colts at $33. Def Leppards at $17. Sold to Johnny Hancock. That's sold, okay? That is sold for $17. The Colts at $33. The Colt is at $33 with Dave Ferguson. John Kaiser, it's up to you. Def Leppard, I lost Aaron Andrus. I really wish he would have set out. Matthew Sherrick gets this for $45. Aaron Andrus are out there. Always make sure if you're done on an auction, you say out. We have Uriah Heep, sold to Scott Arnold. We have the Colt at $35 this time for more auctions. Okay? Here we go. Put the Poison ones up. Not for sale right now. All right. Let's go ahead and bring some other stuff up for auction. Next thing we have is Dokken, Tooth and Nail. Dokken is an 84 USOG specialty press with the original inner sleeve, VG Plus condition. Dokken is a $30 start. Colts at $35. Dave Ferguson, you're out. Some of those other ones I'll sell. We don't sell autographs until they've been authenticated. Next thing is the following, though. Let's run Crocus. Bad Boys, Ragdolls. Crocus is going to go up for a $10 start. Definitely a UK or German press, just based on the label. Crocus, very nice, $10 start on that. All right, let's go grab this next Hatchet Ed crate. Let's see what this other... I want to try to get all these 45s out of this box. If I can get all these out, I can get to whatever's left down here in the bottom, which looks like books, magazines, and 8-tracks. Let's see what some of this other stuff. This looks like more like 60s, 70s to stuff here. Yeah, this looks like 60s, 70s, Go-Go's, King Floyd, Sweet, Joe Walsh, Ram Jam, that kind of stuff. Moody Blues, some stuff like that. All right, and let me step over here and grab this Hatchet Ed crate. Here we go. All right, we got enough stuff to sell 24 hours a day, 365 days of the week. I just ask you one question. Hopefully you're tuned in. If you're not, you're going to miss something. There's some people already decide that if I'm going to go to bed. Chad's not going to bring out any more Iron Maiden singles. They're going to wake up tomorrow, rewatch the last of this, and go, holy crap, he brought out a whole collection of Iron Maiden singles, and here I am, and I have decided dumbly to go ahead and go to bed because I have to, quote, work in the morning. Colt is at $37 of John Kaiser. Crocus has a bid for $10. Next thing over here is Dawkin. It has one bid for $30. Scott has Dawkin for $30. Over here, Crocus is with Aaron Civic at 10, and the Colt is still getting bids. Folks, this is a Hatchet Ed crate. I only ask one thing. Make sure you pay your bills. If not, your invoices are going to get canceled. If you don't talk to Ed and work out something with him or let him know what's going on, he's going to cancel your invoices. I'm going to go through all the emails. I go through the emails. I have Facebook pulled up. I start taking people out of the Facebook group, blocking them, and I start blocking them on YouTube. That way they can never buy from us again. If we didn't get payment this time, after a no communication, that means they probably shouldn't be buying vinyl from us to begin with. Make sure you pay for this stuff when you buy it. We're talking about just the bottom 1%. We're just talking about a few select people. It ends up being a lot of stuff. It happens every now and then. Somebody's like, holy crap, I'm in trouble. Sometimes they're honest with Ed and be like, Ed, I just can't pay for this stuff. We resell it. The worst thing you can do is not let him know what's going on. If you don't let him know what's going on, he's going to be like, hey, I had to cancel 2 invoices from this person. I messaged them 7 times. They never did reply. I'm like, they're gone. See you later. Okay? Here we go. First thing we have is this. Black Sabbath Sabotage, $29.99. This is a 2012 remastered gatefold 180 gram. Billy Joel, Glass Houses, new, the newest reissue series of that. That's sealed for $33.99. And Taylor Swift, Red, Taylor's version, 4LP, $54.99. This is an unpaid for auction, Judas Priest. It's an 84 USOG Pittman press with the original under sleeve, VG condition. Judas Priest is $30. Who wants it? Over here, we have Crocus, and this is sold for $10 to Aaron Civic. Sold. Dawkin got one bid, and that was scarred on at $30. That was an 84 USOG. You got that one bid for $30. The Colt, $37 of John Kaiser. I've lost somebody. You know who that somebody is? I've lost Dave Ferguson. Dave, this is all up to you. I've lost you. $37. Are you still out there? Next thing over here is Josh Brown got Black Sabbath. Sold. Tom McEwen got Judas Priest. Sold. Scott, you were next, and then Brian Elkins. Next thing in here is Led Zeppelin, $35. A 74 US Phillips reissue, company or sleeve VG++ EX. That is $35. Also, Led Zeppelin, $33.99. So there's a 75 pressing that sold at auction for $35. There's a new 2012 reissue. 90s collected. We have a waiting list for that. I think it's the Vlodder Joy Division Warsaw, live in England, 77-78. Joy Division's $29.99. Dave Ferguson, boy, you barely got that bid in. $38. John Kaiser, you've been outbid. Over here, we have the following. Dave Matthews Band, Before These Crowded Streets. Yellow vinyl, Dave Matthews Band, sealed, $29.99. And Willie Dixon. And this is Ginger Ale Afternoon. Willie Dixon's $39.99. Kelly Gabney on Joy Division. Jay Neutra, which of the two Led Zeppelins do you want? Do you want the auction or do you want the new remaster? We have somehow just filled up another crate quickly. Let me go ahead and set that over here. Let's start trying to fill up our 7th crate tonight. I think by the time we go through all this Hatchet Ed stuff and sell off the rest of these auctions, we can get her done. Next thing, Jay Neutra is going to let us know on Led Zeppelin. The Colt has a new bid for $39. Dave Ferguson, you've been immediately outbid. Kelly Gabney got Joy Division. The Colt's at $39. And let's go ahead and put up another auction. And that next auction is Lay It Down. That is Rat, Invasion of Your Privacy. Rat's an 85 USOG specialty pressing with the original under sleeve and insert. It is in VG condition with a VG cover with shelfware, $20. Condition and details on the auction. The Colt Love Reaction. The Colt Love Removal Machine is an 87 UK 45 RPM with the original under sleeve EXEX Plus condition. It's at $39. Rat's a $25 start. Next in here is Marion Anderson. He's got the whole world in his hands. 18 other spirituals, $9.99. We have the Rose of Avalanche, $14.99. Oh, the Zeppelin auction, the one you was trying to claim. The Zeppelin auctions are the 1974 Phillips reissue. 1974 US Phillips reissue with the company or sleeve VG++ EX, $30, $35 on that. This is Killer Acid Rock. That's the note from Paul. Killer Acid Rock, VG minus condition, $14.99. It's got a heck of a corner clip on it. Over here we have Jay Neutra says he'll take Led Zeppelin, the unpaid for auction. Rad has more bids, 25, 25, 25. I'm waiting for one person on Colt. Dave Ferguson, it's all up to you. John Kaiser's had it for another 2 minutes for $39. You're bidding on wrap. I need you to bid on Colt or say out if you can. We have Cash, American Recordings Volume 4, sealed a 2022 edition, $39.99. Here's Sticks, a Japanese pressing, an unpaid for auction, near mint minus and pristine. Sticks is $35. Wrathchild America, $90. An 89 USOG with promo stamp, direct metal mastering, EX Plus or better, $90. Dave Ferguson has elected to bid $40 on the Colt. John Kaiser, he's bid $40. I'm waiting for him to bid or say out, and he bid $40. It goes back to you. Now Rat's at $25. Now I'm waiting for Dave Ferguson to bid on Rat. He can bid more than $26 or he can say out. Dave's Dream on Wrathchild America. That's sold to him for $90. Next is Joe Turner. Big Joe is here, $15. Laura says she could not find this one on Discogs. The catalog number does not bring up this album. Feels like a UK jacket. No idea on year. $15 on that. The Colt is at $41 for John Kaiser. Now, Dave Ferguson, you're out on the Colt and you're out on Rat. Wrathchild America. That was sold to you, David, for $90. Next auction is Lionel Richie, Dancing on the Ceiling on promo marked labels with a promo sticker, $14.99. Bird on 52nd Street. This is Charlie Parker, $19.99. Rats at 26, Rats at 27. Dave, you've also been outbid on the Colt. John Kaiser has that at $41. Let's put up a third auction. Next is this Iron Maiden single. Here we go. Flight of the Icarus. Who's ready to bid on an Iron Maiden single? Here it is, $20 start, Iron Maiden, Flight of the Icarus. Nice vinyl in the original sleeve. Iron Maiden's a $20 start. Good luck to everybody on that. Judas Priest, Invincible Shield. Blue vinyl on the Judas Priest, $39.99. Rats at 26, Rats at 27. Next is Supertramp, Famous Last Words. Supertramp is $19.99. This here is Here Comes the Cowboy, Mac DeMarco. Purple vinyl, $22.99. Dave Ferguson, you're out on Rat. Dave Ferguson, you're out on the Colt. Iron Maiden's a $20 start. We have Nitty Gritty Dirt Band. This is $34.99. Flight of the Icarus, and I've Got the Fire. It's a $20 start. Hoopy, $31. Who are you over on YouTube? I've never seen your handle before. And by the way, if you're going to bid, you got to make sure you put a numerical next to your comment, okay? Just saying. Over here, we have Iron Maiden has a bid already for $20 and now $25. Genesis Wind and Weathering, that is $19.99. Fleetwood Mac, The Vintage Years, $44.99. And Uriah Heep, Look at Yourself. Uriah Heep is VG, $9.99. And Loretta Lynn, I Remember Patsy, $12.99. The Colt here is sold. The Colt is sold to John Kaiser for $41. Now, Dave, it's all up to you on Rad. The high bid's $27. Iron Maiden has a new bid for $20, $25, $26. J Neutral on Uriah Heep, that's sold. And Jim B on MD. Jim B on Mac DeMarco. This is sold to Jim B. Wow, Jim B claiming a record out of the crate. Holy moly, somebody just screwed up there. J Neutral got Uriah Heep. Ed Riviera was second. We have Burbank's Finest. That's one of those Warner Brother compilations, a 2 LP, $24.99. Robin and the Seven Hoods, the Rat Pack, Sinatra, Dean Martin, Bing Crosby, Sammy Davis Jr. This is $14.99. And we have Jose Feliciano, Alive, Alive-O, 2 LP, $14.99. We're about to sell Iron Maiden. The high bid's $26. I've lost Dave Ferguson on Rat. Brian Elkins, that's sold to you for $27. Dave just bid $28. Dang. Dave, I had to go ahead and sell that for $27. Your connection is something wicked. It's taken 3 and 4 minutes for bids to show up. You might want to close out of Facebook and restart. I've got to sell these a lot faster than that. Def Leppard is an 83 USOG. It's a 56 Pitman press. It's in VG condition. It's going to go up for a $15 start. Adam Bernardi on Robin and the Seven Hoods. That is sold. Jackie Reynolds was next. Now Brian was still going to bid. Dave, you might want to refresh your connection or something. In between bids is like 4 minutes. We have Iron Maiden. I haven't heard back from John Kaiser or Cindy Yarborough. I would love for y'all to keep bidding or go ahead and say out. Hoppy has it for $26. Def Leppard has a bid for $20. Next is Bob Dylan, Empire Burlesque. EX condition, $17.99. Shirley Ellis, The Name Game. VG condition, $19.99. And this is Bjork, and this is $29.99. Bjork. What is this one called? I know it's Bjork. Where's the spine? Here we go. Bjork Volcanara, something of that nature. $29.99 on Bjork. And we have Rotary Connection, $39.99. Matthew Sherrick says he claims sticks. All right, this is sold to Matthew Sherrick. And Leslie got the Burbank comp, okay? I must have missed a couple things there. Let me go figure out. There's Matthew Sherrick's Sticks claim. All right, NT Matt was next on Rathchild America. Okay, there's that. And then we sold Uriah Heep. Leslie got Burbank. That's right here with Leslie. And then we sold Robin. And then Jackie was next. And Def Leppard 20. Leslie came Burbank again, out on Rat. And then over here we have is Made in US UK Black. And the Rose of Avalanche String Gate Beads. And we have NRBQ at Yankee Stadium, $26.99. Iron Maiden, the Flight of Icarus. This is an original US pressing. An original 83 US pressing. I would say the vinyls EX++ are better, and the sleeves VG+. The high bid's $26. High bid's $26 on this, okay? Def Leppard has one bid, and the high bid on Def Leppard is Scott Arnold for $20. Scott Arnold for $20. What color is the Bjork album? I'm going to say black vinyl since Laura didn't leave a note. It is on black vinyl. Bjork is on black vinyl. Okay, there's that. And then Jeremy Bryant put the Rose of Avalanche String Gay Beads. Is that something in this crate? It has to be. No, it's not. Chad, the Rose of Avalanche is in the crate. Can I claim it has it sold? Okay, first of all, is that a Judas Priest record? And then Iron Maiden out. Chad was the one you thought we were on the wait list for. Thanks, Jersey Devil. Chad, the Rose of Avalanche in the crate. Can I claim it has it sold? Rose of Avalanche. NRBQ, Rotary Connection, Shirley Ellis, Bob Dylan, Jose, Loretta Lynn, Fleetwood Mac, Genesis, Nitty Gritty, Supertramp. Judas Priest is Invincible Shield. Blue vinyl, $39.99. Bird on 52nd Street. Lionel Richie, Joe Turner, Johnny Cash. That was Mad Rivers, the Rose of Avalanche. Here it is. That is sold to Jeremy Bryant, UK Indie. So to Jeremy Bryant. So we have a new buyer on Iron Maiden. What I need you to do is fill out the first-time buyer form. The link is in the description of this live video, okay? I need you to confirm that you've heard me say that, and when you get done filling out the form, say, yes, I have completed the form, and this is sold to you for $26. And this is Hoopy31. New buyer, Hoopy31. New buyer. So just say, yes, I filled out the form. That's sold to you. Thank you. And we're going to put that right over here. Next is Def Leppard. There was only one bid on this, and it is sold. And it is sold to Scott Arnold for $20, okay? Next thing is the following. We got Michael Salazar, got Judas Priest. This is sold to Michael Salazar, sold. And then Bjork is still available as well. Let's look this up for the Vlotter check. 90s collected. 90s collected. There was a waiting list. I don't know. I think y'all on the list. I don't know if you're one or two. Let me see what I have over here. 90s collected. 90s collected. 90s collected. How did I spell that? With a 9 or an N? Let me type in 9. There it is. Actually, Javi Soto is next in line. Javi Soto, are you watching? It's actually Javi and then the Vlotter checks. So Javi's technically next in line. Hopefully he still wants this and he knows that it's been put on his invoice right now. So it's Javi and then the Vlotter checks. You never know when something's going to end up in the putback bin. I don't know why that was put back or not paid for. I would love to find out and make sure I have asked that person. Are you sure? Are you sure you want to put that back? Are you sure you don't want to not maybe pay for this? All right, we have another Hatchet Ed bin like that. All right, and I wish I could get stuff instantly to fulfill all waiting lists, but I have some people, I've had some people ask me, there'll be 5 records left of the same record. We'll be going through new vinyl. There'll be 5 copies. They'll be like, can I get on a waiting list for that? And I'm like, well, it's still in stock. And basically what they're saying is, can I get it on next week's invoice? Which we basically said, yes, but you just got to claim it the next week because we can't be rolling stuff over. But I wish I could give one to the Vlotter chicks right now. I have a feeling they're sitting right next to each other. Now, Javi might be the person to be like, can I just go ahead and get it next week? Go ahead and give it to the Vlotter chicks. The Vlotter chicks wouldn't care. They'll be like, we want it all right now. Some people's like, no waiting list. I don't want on a waiting list, Chad. Waiting lists are the stories of my life. I tell y'all, I carry these things around in my wallet. Like when I go to the gas station to buy some Monsters and a Snickers bar, this is what my wallet looks like. its waiting list, and my credit cards, okay? Because this is like receipts. This is like guaranteed sales. I can't lose these, okay? So I carry them around in my backpack. I have the old ones in my backpack. The new ones I carry in my wallet. So there's that. Okay, what else is happening here? Did I read through these a second time? Bjork, NRBQ, Rotary Connection, Shirley Ellis, Bob Dylan, Jose Feliciano. We have Loretta Lynn, Fleetwood Mac, Genesis, Nitty Gritty Dirt Band, Supertramp, Bird, Lionel Richie, Joe Turner, Cash, Mod, Marian Anderson, Willie Dixon, Dave Matthews Band still available. Yellow Walmart exclusive, $29.99. Led Zeppelin, Taylor Swift, and Billy Joe Glass Houses. Billy Joe Glass Houses. And those last couple there was some new, more modern ones. No numbers. That was my name and an expiration date. Hope I didn't show any numbers. If so, I'll have to be getting a new card. Okay, John and Napoleonto, you must be hot hoopy over there, okay? And then Fleetwood Mac details. That was the vintage years. It's a 2 LP compilation, $44.99. It's on the Sire label. Okay, there's that. And we're good to go. Yeah, I flip out those sticky notes. They're like, man, why's this guy got all these sticky? You should see me one day. I had a bunch of them, and I was out on the counter, and I was, somebody's like, why's this guy got all these sticky notes? Right here. Fleetwood Mac. Okay, Sticks was Paradise Theater. Matthew, you got it. The Bjork is this one right here. It's called Volcanera, maybe. Volancura. Yeah, Volancura. It's from a lower crate, $29.99. Fleetwood Mac just sold. Chad, have you ever thought you might need a life outside of records? This is my life. Any life outside of this would be pretty boring, sad, and depressing. This is the life. This is like I'm living in like Willy Wonka's chocolate factory every day. Anything else would be pretty boring and depressing. All right, let's see what else we have in here. Let's go through these. Oh, yeah, this is another great Hatchet Ed crate. We got another Hatchet Ed crate coming up right now. Let's knock these out. These are great titles, too. Great titles coming up. I should have done these even earlier, but yeah, great Hatchet Ed crate coming up right now. Here we go. Great Hatchet Ed crate. I mean, even Steve that works here, he says this is like coming into Willy Wonka's chocolate. That's where I got that line from. Steve was like, this is like going into Willy Wonka's chocolate factory, you know. This is if you're collecting like toys or records and comics and toys, and you walk in this warehouse every day and you knew some of the contents of these tubs, it's like you're in a magical wonderland. Okay, let's get started. Yeah, my life is concerts and football, and I go to some big ones. I'm going to a football game on Saturday. I leave tomorrow. Paul will be doing the sale. And then the rest of the year, I'm going to see Clapton in a couple of weeks. I'm going to see Paul McCartney in about 2 months. And then I'm going to see McCartney again in Atlanta. And then McCartney again in Atlanta. And then McCartney again in Las Vegas. I'm just going to follow him around the freaking country. I'm going to try to figure out where he's staying so I can tackle him when he comes out of his hotel. Sign this, Sergeant Peppers. All right, check out this single. I've never seen this before. Winger. This is Winger 17. This is going to go up for a $10 start. This is pretty cool here. Winger 17. That's an original single. I've got to say, I've never had that one before. That's a pretty cool one there. Winger is going to go up for a $10 start. Good luck on everybody bidding on that one. This is going to be a pretty dang good crate here. Hope everybody's ready. Hope everybody's ready. Here we go on this. All righty. Here we go. Man, I'm trying to do one thing. I'm trying to build a collectibles empire, okay? I'm on a mission from God. Next thing is this. I have another auction to put up. Let's do another Judas Priest. Sad Wings of Destiny is an 83 U.S. reissue. It should be an Indianapolis press and shrink EX condition. Judas Priest is a 25. Folks, that's a nice copy. That's a really nice copy. That's a $83 in shrink, and wingers at $12. Winger 17. Here we go. 2 auctions. This is a Hatchet Ed. Everything in here was either put back or not paid for. Sad but true, just like the Metallica song. Oh, I'm also stretching. I've knocked out that bottle of water pretty quick. Let me go get another one. You don't want to miss this crate. These all will be sticker price. I'm also trying to figure out what this guitar is. There's a guitar case here, and I'm very curious. I mean, when I see guitar cases laying around, I'm like, what the heck is in this guitar case? It is wow, it's a pretty big hollow body Epiphone. Beautiful. There's no strings on it. I got to show this to y'all. That's a nice guitar, though. It's a big Epiphone hollow body. I don't know where that came from. There's 3 or 4 other guitar cases I've seen in the back. I'm like, when did we buy all this stuff? Okay, let's go up front and see what's happening right quick. I got to grab a bottle of water here. Great and focused. And we got some Lalaboos, maybe. Labubus. We got some up here. I don't know if that is fancy anybody's. Does that fancy anybody? A Lalabubu? What am I looking for? Aha, yeah, let me grab this right here. Lalabubu? La baba. La boo boo. La baba. Okay. Winger, 10, 11, 12, 15, 16. Judas Priest, 25, 28, 25. Winger, 20. Priest, 30, 37, 38. And then over here, we have Judas Priest, $39. And then Judas Priest, $41. Priest, $45. We have the best of the Love and Spoonful with the original photos that came with this. It's a gatefold. It comes with photos, $19.99. Priest is at $45. And the last bit on Winger. The last bit on Winger was Brian Thurman at $20. Brian Thurman at $20. We have Guardians of the Galaxy. Guardians of the Galaxy. This is sealed for $29.99. That's the soundtrack and the score. $29.99. Marvin Gaye's Greatest Hits Volume 2. Nice. In shrink wrap. How sweet it is. And that's a beautiful, beautiful disc. $29. Priest is at $46. The last bit on Winger was a final call to Brian Thurman for $20. Winger, $17. Next is Mastodon, Once More Around the Sun. Mastodon is a 2 LP, $29.99. And the Allman Brothers Band, The Road Goes On Forever. And it does have some writing on the front. EX Condition, $24.99. Chad Smith on Marvin Gaye. That's sold to Chad Smith. And we have Al Stewart, The Early Years, double LP, $19.99 on that. Renaissance Prologue, $9.99. Lothel, Matt Parsons on Mastodon, sold. Over here, we got the Human League Dare. The Human League is $19.99. Oh no, it's Devo. That's literally the title of it. $34.99 for Devo. And we have Taylor Swift. This is Folklore, In the Trees, gold-colored vinyl. $34.99. Priest is still getting bids. And Winger is now officially sold over here for $20 to Brian Thurman. Thank you. That's sold to you for $20. Next is Kelly Gabney, The Human League. Priest is at $47. How about another LP? And that next LP is going to go up right now. And that one is going to be Crocus. Let's go ahead and knock this out. Crocus is going to go up for bid, and this is one vice at a time. An 82 USOG Terre Haute with the original inner sleeve, VG Plus condition, $15 start on that. This is the Emotions Flowers, 1980 US VG Plus condition, $14.99. And average white band, person to person, average white band's a 2LP, $19.99. How about Pearl Jam, live on 2 legs, a record store day, clear vinyl, $29.99. Anthrax, I'm the Man. I think we've already sold all those. Now Priest is at $47. It's up to one person, John McPatriot. He's also out. Crocus has a bid for $15. And this was $6.99. It was in an on-sale crate. And this is a psych record that was signed from 2014, EX edition. That's $10 off from the original sticker price, $6.99 on that. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and that next auction is going to be the following. Let's see, that's signed, that's signed. Can't sell any of those right now. Let me see what I thought. I had one more kind of hair metal looking single over here. Maybe not. There's that. Nope. Well, we'll go ahead and sell one of these Kiss. I mean, now or never, right? Let me make sure it's just not got any signatures on the front or back. Okay, Kiss, Reason to Live and Thief in the Night. Really cool there. Kiss is going to go up for a $10 start. That's now up for bid. Crocus is $17. Since we got 2K titles, make sure you spell those out for me or at least get close. Matthew Sherritt got Judas Priest for $47. Kiss is a $10 start, and we got Crocus, and we're also going to put up for auction right now Dokken. And this is back for the attack. An 87 USOG specialty press with the original under sleeve, EX Plus condition, a $35 start. There's Dokken. Also, we have the Rondale, sock it to you 12 times. This is a 68 VG Plus, $64.99. Kiss is Reason to Live. And Kiss, Reason to Live, is with MT Matt at $17. That is sold to MT Matt. Oh, wait a minute. What am I doing? Hold on, Matt. I'm back up. Timeout. That doesn't even have a bid yet. Crocus is at $17. Scott Arnold's out. This is sold to MT Matt for $17, okay? Kiss is a $10 start. Dokken's now up for bid. Jeremy Bryant wants this record right here. Make sure it goes in for that same price of $6.99. Next is the B-52's Cosmic Thing, Love Shack Baby, a 2020 pressing. It is $19.99. $19.99 on that. Can you get any Baby Groot figures? Not to my knowledge. Well, they might make that as a Funko, but I hadn't seen one in a while. Dokken, let's go over this again. An 87 USOG. This is a nice copy. EX Plus or better with the original under sleeve. OG and nice. $35. Kiss has a bid for $10. Next is Kiss, the best of Kiss World, a 2019 sealed, a double LP, $29.99 for Kiss World. That's essentially a 2 LP compilation for Kiss. Kiss, also Big Brother and the Holding Company, Be a Brother. That's in VG condition, $14.99. Nazareth Hot Tracks, which is like a greatest hits, $19.99. Love Hurts. Hair of the Dogs on here, $19.99 for Nazareth Hot Tracks. Also, Return of the Moonglows, that's $9.99. And a nice Led Zeppelin here. It's a 77 press. VG Plus, $34.99 on Led Zeppelin by Led Zeppelin. VG Plus, $34.99. We have Distant. Distant is on red vinyl, sealed for $19.99. And Joe Cocker, Mad Dogs and Englishmen, a VG copy, $14.99. I think we're done on Kiss. There was only one bid and no bid on Dokken. That's a final call. So let's go ahead and grab another auction, and let's see what else kind of destruction we can do here. The next bit of destruction I'm about to do is Rat Out of the Cellar. Oh my gosh, this thing is sealed. Well, let's try it. It's awfully late, but here we go. A sealed OG copy of Rat Out of the Cellar. It's a $55 start. It's a US. It's either going to be a specialty or an allied press. It's one of the two, either a specialty or an allied press. Jay Nutra sealed for a $55 start. Jay Nutra gets Led Zeppelin. That's sold to Jay Nutra. We got Belonga Manch, Happy Families, $24.99 for Blanc Manch. And then over here, we have ZZ Top. ZZ Top is $34.99. This is called El Loco, super nice copy. And then Rat has a bid for $55. And then the Moonglows details. Moonglows. Return of the Moonglows, no condition notes, $9. It's on RCA Victor, orange label. LSP 4722. Next thing over here is Rat, Dawkin, and we have Dawkin at 35. So quickly, here's where we're at. Jay Neutral got Led Zeppelin. Dawkin does have a bid for 35. Rat has a bid for 55. Kiss, Info, and Ben. All right, Kiss info on Ben is right here. Kiss World, the best of Kiss. It's a 2019 2LP compilation, $29.99. Nazareth, Dave Ferguson. That's just a straight claim. You don't have to put the price. But that is so due. No more non-Slayer singles. Here's the next one. It was right here, Kiss, and that's sold to Brian Thurman for $10. I'm working on it. Right now we have Rat at $58 and Eric Van Leuven on B52s. B52s, there's that. Also, we have Sabbath, Bloody Sabbath, smoke-colored vinyl, sealed, $29.99. Here is Ace Frehley, and this is Into the Night, Frehley's comic. That's pretty cool. I don't recall seeing that one before. Ace Frehley is going to go up for a $10 start. Ace Frehley, $10 start. That's now up for bid. Fraley. Over here, Rat has a new bid for 60. John Kaiser gets ZZ Top. There's that. Charles McDonald on Distant. And Distant was... Distant right here. That's sold to Charles McDonald. This is a Hatchet Ed crate. Non-payments and putbacks, all sticker price. Ace Frehley's a $10 start. Frehley's comic. Hold on a minute. Time to stretch a leg. Oh, that was a great knee pop. I mean, ankle pop. Let's do the left leg now. Oh, there we go. Great stuff. Rat 60, Rat 62. Next is Montrose. Montrose is $19.99. I think this is the newest 180 gram, maybe even Friday Music. It's a new 180 gram copy, though. Yeah, Friday Music, Montrose. That was about $40 when it was new. Now $19.99. Sammy Hagar. Jose Jimenez, the astronaut. Jose is $9.99. Dawkin just got one bid, surprisingly, right? Yep. Dawkin, a nice OG copy, just $35. So to Matthew Sherrick. The sealed Rats now at $62. And final call to get a bid in on Ace Frehley. Oh boy, here we go. Wasp, The Last Command. Wasp is an 85 USOG Jacksonville with the original under sleeve, VG++ condition. Wasp is a $55 start. Next is Dino. Dean Martin, Italian Love Songs, $9.99. Alice in Chains, Dirt. Alice in Chains Dirt is a 2LP red vinyl, $34.99. Elvis Golden Records Volume 3, $19.99 for Elvis. And The Police Greatest Hits, an Abbey Road Half-Speed Master. Every breath you take. No bid on Ace Frehley. Right now, that's the only no bid. Ace Frehley's $10 if anybody wants it. Rat is sold to Chad Sauls for $62. Friend wants to know, will you do metal tapes out of this crate? I don't know if I really have any metal tapes, but it won't be after this crate. If we do them, it'll be just slightly later. Tom McEwen on Alice in Chains, Kelly Gabney on Dean Martin. I'm trying to work out of this crate over here that had all the singles and other stuff. Ted Nugent's VG Plus, $9.99. Looks like it's mostly Kiss and Kiss picture sleeves, but those aren't doing too good right now. So let me see what else is in this crate. Then there was a bunch of 60 stuff. Then there's about 100 Kiss 8-tracks. There are some cassettes over here, but they're not metal. I mean, I see GNR. I see Foreigner. That's not metal at all. Neither really is GNR, honestly. He kind of gets grouped in with metal stuff. Here's some more singles tucked down in here. Let's see if these are like 80s hair metal stuff. Yeah, here we go. I found a few more to run here. Here's there's another Crocus, and oh man, here's a good one, but I can't sell it. Golly, look at that one. Wasp, and it's signed by everybody. That's a cool find. That's a cool item. Let's put that right over here with my autograph. I have found probably 50 autographed items in the last 24 hours. I didn't know we had, so and there's probably some stuff I've looked over that we've sold already, so that's very possible. Let's go back to the top. Next is Eden Riviera on AF, and that was for Ace Frehley. He picks that up for $10. Then Michael Ruttman. Next person was Steve Biddlecombe on Elvis Presley. That's sold to Biddlecombe. How much was The Police? The Police here was a sealed half-speed master for $44.99. John McPatriot got the Ted Nugent. That's sold to him. And then there was another question, how much was The Police? I must have not said the price. Sealed $44.99. Jerry Ace is already sold for $10. Any Laura sticker crate putbacks? There could be one coming up right now. Matthew Sherrick was fourth on Ace. Eric Dog put MONT for Montrose. That's sold to Eric Dog 60. Thank you on that is JSA coming in. We just had about 300 or 400 things authenticated. That's what Tanner's been working on this week, and when we get a bunch more, they'll do it again. So everything now that I'm showing you, it'll be a while because they're probably going to come back in October. We just had a bunch done at once, and now we're accumulating more. We just keep buying stuff and keep buying stuff. I'm working on buying stuff myself. Paul's buying stuff. And yeah, if you was with us last night when we were going through posters, we found a bunch of cool stuff. But yeah, I'm going to slide these 45s right over here. I got to get all this stuff organized. I just got so much to do. I might as well just go ahead and end the show and get back to work. Okay, here we go. Last bit on WASP is this. This is WASP, and this is a $45 start. It's an OG copy. I can tell it's getting late. OG WASP, not up for bid. No bid right now. Next is Scott Dwallow. Out on Police. Jeremy Rourke says he'll take it. This is Sticker Price Crate. Sticker Price Crate. Next auction is Crocus, Industrial Strength EP. Crocus is going to go up for $10. It looks like all the 8 tracks are Kiss. We sold all the classic rock the other night. Crocus, Industrial Strength EP. Crocus is going to go up for a $10 start. Next is the Cure. This is Entreat Plus or Plus Entreat. Sealed Cure, $34.99. Last Pale Light in the West by Ben Nichols. This is $149.99. $149.99. Johnny Cash at Folsom Prison. Silver colored vinyl. Sealed for $29.99. Soundgarden. Super Unknown. That's a new remaster. Lightly used at $34.99. Aaron Civic's in on Crocus at $10. Dire Straits self-titled was Sultans of Swing, $29.99. The Beatles Songbook #2, Hollywood Rich Strings, $14.99. Sam Brown, Stop and Shrink, Hop Sticker, $19.99. And the Buckinghams, Kind of a Drag, VG Plus, $14.99. And somebody didn't pay for their Devo single, Jerking Back and Forth, and Merca Mania Boy, $6.99. Matthews in a Wasp at $45. If you was waiting and trying to steal that for the buy it now price, not happening anymore. Not happening anymore because Matthew has locked in a bid, and if you want Crocus, you got to go through Aaron Civic. Just saying. Just saying. One second, please. Okay. Josh Strait is Dire Straits. Sold. Okay. Here we go. Chad, I doubt it, but was that Soundgarden a used OG? No. That's a new remaster. You can usually pick up on this stuff, J Nutra, just from the price. Okay. First of all, this was only $34.99, and it was in a straight price bin. This OG would be 10 times that much, $34.99. Most people buy that one right there until they're able to snag an original. OGs are run about 10 times that much. Okay, Crocus got one bid for $10 of Aaron Civic. Let's put that right over here. And then Wasp has sold one bid Matthew Sherrick for $45. That's the first time I've really paused to recollect in a while what just happened in the last however long we've been live tonight. That was me taking deep breaths. All right, let's refresh this over here. And let me jump over here. Okay. That's true. There is sometimes some OG high-end stuff that doesn't get paid for, but it would probably be something that would have been sold at auction. And that is very true. Okay. Nobody wants to buy the signed Metallica album tonight for $10,000? That would really shake up things. I might do a half-off new vinyl crate if somebody bought that for 10 grand tonight. And let's do this right here. Even though we still got 193 people watching, Josh Brown got Dire Straits for $29.99. Not Josh Strait. Yeah, I was about to say, I really needed to pause for a second. I was going to go up front and grab a snack, which I got my water earlier. I don't know why I didn't grab some chips or something then. I will say this. It's past midnight, and I told everybody after midnight I was going to judge how much bids. The last several auctions have been one bid, no bid, one bid. So I'm going to try a couple more crocus singles maybe, and I don't know how many more LPs I really want to put up for auction because I still got a lot of stuff over here. It's just way too late to be putting up some of this. I told everybody we would be selling auctions till midnight. It's now 2:11, and I'm going to figure out what we're going to be doing for the rest of the night because there is 193 people still watching. I've got new arrival crates over here from John. We can do buy it now best offer. Should be some great stuff over here. I'll take a look at those. And let's see what else we got over here. Kiss 8 tracks. If I can get to the bottom of this tub. I see some right here on top. And which ones did you name? Did you name off some? Did you say creatures and some of those? Those are extremely rare and valuable. Creatures and Animalize and some of those, they can get up into hundreds of dollars. I'll see if I have them. The last Creatures cassette I think I sold on eBay back in 2015 for $390 or something kind of crazy on that one, okay? So throw the dedicated a bone. I did. The last 5 auctions all got 1 bids. Y'all got those for steals. And then here's another one. This is Crocus Bedside Radio. This is going to go over here to a $10 start. It's on clear vinyl. How cool is that? Crocus, another really cool single on clear vinyl, $10 start. The last hours of auctions have been bones. Nothing's been getting any bids. I've been like, tick-tock, is anybody going to bid on these? All minimum bids. I could have straight priced them. We could have went through them a lot faster. All right, let's see what else we have in here. I'm going to read through these a second time and make sure everybody's got everything they wanted. Let's go through some other crates. Let's just show you what's left in here one more time. I kind of do need to do some condensing. I got some 45s I can do here for buy it nows. The rest of the stack that wasn't really metal. So let me get those together. I'm going to lay them right over here on top of Devo. We'll do some of these for a buy it now in just a second. And if Tennessee wins the national championship, half off. Well, most people want to know what the new vinyl discount's going to be, okay? So usually I get asked, Chad, when can we do some half off? And I'm like, well, we do that every single night. There's half off crates every single night. There's blowouts on vintage discounts every single night. We do that every night. The big question is when is new vinyl going to be on sale? And new vinyl on sale happens after some kind of special event or, you know, something happens, okay? Something happens. Big game, celebration, anniversary, you know, something like that. So when that happens, we do new vinyl on sale, okay? And then there'll be some people say, what about the OG stuff? And I'm like, well, we do that every night. That's nothing different. We're about to do something here in just a second. Most people want to know when's the new vinyl going to be on sale. The other stuff's on sale every single night, plus when it's offers. So it's really hard to, quote, run sales here. It's really hard to run sales here at Collecco because stuff's on sale every day. I'm like up for offers on everything except like brand new arrivals, but then 2 or 3 nights later they'll be up for offer, and then maybe a week or 2 later you might even catch them half off. We turn and burn this stuff is what we call it. We go through it fast. New vinyl doesn't hang around more than 60 days. All this right here, this is going to be gone. Okay? Here we go. How much is Soundgarden? Soundgarden, $34.99. All you got to do is say, I'll take it. It'll be the best decision you made all day. 50% off new vinyl night. That's what Jim B dreams about. Not happening, buddy. Black Friday, that's going to be big. That's right around the corner. There's a difference from being sold and a sale. You ever come across a level 42 something about you when I'm in Promise 45s? All the time. All the time. Here's what's left. If anybody wants a price, let me know. We have the best 11 spoonful. We have Guardians of the Galaxy sealed, $24.99. The Allman Brothers EX, $24.99. Al Stewart is still available. The early years, Renaissance Prologue. Oh No, It's Devo. Taylor Swift, The Emotion, Flowers, Average White Band, Pearl Jam, Bill Deal and the Rondells, and Big Brother and the Holden Company. We have Belonga Manch. We have Return of the Moon Glows, Kiss, Sabbath, Bloody Sabbath, Jose Jimenez, The Cure, Ben Nichols, Johnny Cash, The Beatles Songbook, and the Buckinghams. Unbelievable. Right over here is Crocus. This is sold for one bid for $10 to Aaron Civic. Nick Orlando said, you got any Crocus stuff tonight? You've missed hundreds and hundreds of Crocus auctions. Right over here, the next comment is Patrick Francis says, I'll take that one. Any Crocus tonight? 50 cents off new vinyl. Jim B is everywhere. Red Crave Collectibles says GOTG. Jim Ciascio on Allman Brothers. That's so to Jim Ciascio. Jay Nutra says he'll take the Soundgarden. I'm assuming Noah Colwell's passing. Sell that to Jay Nutra. What is the Johnny Cash? That was Folsom Prison. That's on silver vinyl for $29.99. Johnny Cash, $29.99. Okay? First thing I have is let's go through a new crate best offer. Let me set this back here. I won't worry about condensing right now. That way we can go right into some new stuff right away. Okay, there's that. And let's keep rolling. All right. What are these singles? Oh, those are good too. Let's see. Wow, some cool stuff in here. All right, I'm looking, I'm digging, I'm trying to find the next move, this and that, singles. Ooh, Enough's Enough, that's cool. New Thing, Jafria. Let's start running some of these right quick. And let's find the next best crate in here. I see Alice Cooper, so that's going to be good. Saved by Zero. Hunting. All right, here we go. This crate's going to be buy it now or best offer. Saved by Zero. Hunting. Okay. I meant Guardians of the Galaxy. Okay. That's the last record from the last bin, or a record in from the last bin. That's sold to Red Cave Collections right here. All right. Thank you. Sell that to Red Cave Collections. Over here. Ben Nichols is original. It's $149.99. Okay. And let me grab that box of singles I was just flipping through. This got some pretty cool stuff in it. And let's start putting some of these up. We'll start putting some of these up for $7 starts. Okay. Here we go. Def Leppard, Armageddon It. And we have Enough's Enough, New Thing. Enough's Enough, New Thing. A white label promo. Enough's Enough. Very cool. $7 start. And Def Leppard, Armageddon It. The B-side to that is Release Me. $7 start each on those. Okay? Here we go. Jeremy Bryant on Cure from the last crate. Still selling from the last crate. All the new kind of stuff is getting grabbed from, I was about to say, usually it does. There we go. All right, these are new arrivals. Buy it now or best offer. Showing new stuff at 12:20 a.m. Alice Cooper. The Alice Cooper Show. Superb copy. $29.99. Paul Black and his Flip Kings. How. An 85. 1999. 1985. We have What Is It Yo? Unity 2. Gold stamp promo. $9.99. Enough's Enough has a bid for $7. Def Leppard has a bid for $7. Those are going once, and those are going twice. Just saying. Also, we have Fox's soundtrack. Music by Giorgio Moroder. Also, music by Donna Summer, Janice Ian, Cher. And this is a 2 LP, $29.99. It does have a clip corner. Fox's soundtrack. Has a WNRO sticker from the radio station on the corner. QB and the Blizzards, Harry Muskie, Elko Seelan, Herman Brood, and Rob Hokie. 79 Holland Press, $24.99 on that. We have the King of what? 1999? Can't read the font. The King of Elfland's Daughter, Bob Johnson and Pete Knight. That's $19.99. Also, this is the Boo-Hoo's Moonshiner, a 1987 Italian alternate rock album, $26.99. And we have Secret Affair, Glory Boys. Secret Affair, Glory Boys is a 79 UK alternate rock, and this is $26.99. One of our price gun stickers got stuck on the inside of this. $26.99, 1979 UK alternate rock flip back cover, definitely from the UK here. Let's put these right there. And also, well, the box of 45s I'm working out of, I'll probably pick out all the ones I want to auction, and then we'll probably can slip in some of the leftovers for buy it nows if I can get to them as fast as. There's actually so much in here, it's really hard to even flip through them right now. So let me pick out a couple more because these two are basically over. And we're going to do this one and this one, okay? So, yeah, let's sell Def Leppard to Michael Ruttman for $7. Scott Dwallow on Enough's Enough for $7. And then here's Berlin, Take My Breath Away from Top Gun. Really cool. It has the Top Gun sleeve. $7 start on that. And then Def Leppard, Hysteria. Nice. Def Leppard, Hysteria. Those are now $7 starts. We got Susie and Los Cuatro ready to go. That's a 2004 Spain Power Pop. $19.99 on Susie and Los Cuatro. Larry. It's Harry, QB, Muskie, and Elko Gelling. This is a 73 Holland, $39.99. It's called Ballads. Berlin has a $7 bid with Vladarchek, and Michael Ruttman has a $7 bid. These are ones that I hadn't put up yet. I laid them over here. These are very sold eligible auctions and buy it nows. I hadn't went through those yet. Keith 98.6 Ain't Gonna Lie. Keith is $9.99. Rock and Roll America. This is Go to Hell's, a 2001 German punk album, $26.99. Making Time, Time, Trouble, and Money. That's a 2006 UK Power Pop, $26.99. Berlin has a new bid for $8 with Mark White. And we have Slaughter and the Dogs, the Slaughterhouse tapes, an 85 UK punk album, $44.99. Final call on Def Leppard, though, for $7. Mr. Vladarchek, you've been outbid on Berlin. Take My Breath Away. We have Johnny and the Rocco, Stompin'. This is an 88 Sweden Rockabilly, $49.99. And the Oakley NS. This is a 1980 Canadian hard rock album, $19.99 on that. The Stairs, Mary Joanna. That's a 92 UK indie rock, $19.99. And we have Mock Kung Fu. Mock Kung Fu is a 97 Australian garage, $26.99. The Worst is a 93 French garage album, $29.99. And the Oscar Peterson Trio, Bursting Out, 1962 on Verve, $39.99. Mark White, you've been outbid on Berlin. Michael Ruttman gets the other Def Leppard for $7. Next auction is going to go up for bid right now, and that one is going to be the following. I have no idea. I'm looking right now. Here's a good one. How about with Ozzy Osbourne here, Lita Ford, Kiss Me Deadly. Ozzy Osbourne, Close My Eyes Forever and Kiss Me Deadly, right? Hold on a second. No, wait a second. This might be in the wrong sleeve. Give me 1 second on this. There it is. I knew I grabbed it. I was looking at the wrong record. Close My Eyes Forever, Lita Ford duet with Ozzy Osbourne. This has never been really reissued on vinyl in any form. That is now, we'll say a $7 start on that too. Should bring a lot more than these others. I've lost Mark White on Berlin. We have John and the Night Riders, Stampede, an 87 Poland album. That's Surf, $14.99. The R&B Bombers, that's 1987, $14.99. Lita Ford has a bid for $7. We got Blueberry Hellbellies, Shooting and Steaming. That's an 88 German garage album, $26.99. Also, Disca Dawn, folk and pop songs from Wales. That's a 1970 UA Celtic, $24.99. I've lost Mark White on Berlin, so let's go ahead and sell that to Vladarchek for $9. Lita Ford has bids for $7, $10, $10, $10, $10, and $10, and now $11. let's go ahead and put up another auction. And this is Stevie Nicks, Stop Dragging My Heart Around with Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers. Stevie Nicks is going to go up for a $7 start. Two cool singles there. Over here, we have a 1981 Finland Rockabilly, Lone Stars Bop and Roll, $34.99. Good Rockin' Tomorrow, that is $24.99, a 75 Rockabilly album. Attila and the Huns, Under the Bodhi Tree, a 91 German Garage, $19.99 on that. Also, we have the Bad Boys, Crawling Up a Hill. The Bad Boys, a Garage album, $19.99. And we have the Nails Mood Swing. The Nails is a 1984 New Wave, $19.99. Harping on It, Jerry McCain, Frank Frost, and Arthur Big Boy Crudup. That's a 72 UK, $34.99. And the Nomad Psycho Live, a 95 European copy, $39.99. Right now, Lita Ford's at $15. Stevie Nicks is a $7 start, no bid yet. We have Come and Go, Rhythm Blood, a 2003 Switzerland Garage, $19.99. And Chick Corea, Inner Space, a 73 UK, $29.99. Also, Kansas City, Through the Side Door, $9.99 on Kansas City. Soul Strings and a Funky Horn, $9.99. Lita Ford's at $17. Johnny J and the Hitmen, Nuclear Hayride, an 85 Rockabilly, that's $9.99. The Amazing Beatles, $24.99 on the Clarion label, that's unusual. YU Oggs, Canteen en Español, a 2005 Switzerland Garage, $79.99. This is Nicotina. Looks like Nicotina, Greatest Hits, 2010 Mexico Rockabilly, $36.99 on that. We have Los Magneticos, Contras La Monstras, $19.99. Lita Ford at $18. Smokey Robinson, One Heartbeat, $9.99. The Grateful Dead, Historic Dead, $49.99, a 71 press. The Rezillos is $39.99. Neil Young, Tonight's the Night, $34.99. And Jimi Hendrix, soundtrack from the film, $34.99. This is a best offer crate. Now, I have an announcement, though, okay? We're going to probably just do cassettes and 45s for the rest of the night. I don't think I've ever went through a new arrival best offer crate and never sold anything. First time ever. Or even got an offer or question. I know that was some pretty bizarre stuff, but I've never had that happen before. I think everybody's ready to see more metal cassettes and 45s, it looks like. Lita Ford's at 18. No more Garage and Rockabilly Psychobilly tonight. Everybody's like, Chad, we're ready for metal cassettes, rock cassettes, metal 45s, buy it now 45s, something different. That's probably the last crate of vinyl there. But I will say the Lita Ford's at 18 with Susie Breedlove, okay? That is at $18. Next thing we have is Stevie Nicks. That's a no bid, $7 buy it now on that, okay? I've never been through a crate where we didn't get an offer on anything. Let's just go ahead and go through some miscellaneous for the rest of the night. It is 12:30. Everybody's done for vinyl. Everybody has hung up their hat for vinyl for the night. This is sold to Susie Breedlove for $18, okay? This is sold to Susie Breedlove for $18, all right? Thank you, Susie, on that. Okay, let's go back to the top. Stevie Nicks is a $7 buy now. A beautiful copy of Stop Dragging My Heart Around. Extremely nice. In the picture sleeve, just $7 on that. All right, let's go back up to the top. The first question is the following. The Rezillos details. The Rezillos, it has both on here, the Revelos and the Rezillos. $39.99. There's no information whatsoever. The next question over here is Jimi Hendrix info, soundtracks from the recordings from the film, a double LP, $34.99. $34.99. Okay. Over here, the next thing we have is Scott Arnold got Stevie Nicks for $7 and Jim B on the Rezillos for $28. I will sell that to you for $35. And then genres on the last few foreign records. That's the problem with most of these, okay? The problem of when John, he was able to mark 5 full crates of this stuff, mostly because he just looks them up really quickly and prices them. There's hardly any information at all on any of this stuff. But that's the problem. So we would almost like this one here. It is garage. I mean, some of them have genres, but that is that's the problem with a lot of these. So the first thing we had here was the Los Magnificos. That was one of them. That's a Mexican press garage, 1999. And okay, and then the next question was Hendrix, Fox's 15. Back here, the Fox's soundtrack. Fox's soundtrack. I'll do that for $25. It's marked $29.99. Scott got Stevie Nicks. Jim B offered on Resolos. Making Time Details. Making Time Details. Making Time Details. Y'all will probably see these again on another night just when they're new arrivals. Making Time. Time, Trouble, and Money. A 2006 UK, $26.99. Matthew Sherrick, I'm going to go ahead and sell you Hendrix for $25. I'll take the Soul Strings and a Funky Horn. The Soul Strings and a Funky Horn. Okay, let me try to find those. Most of these in here I've never seen before in my life. This is sold to Leslie Hole. Condition of Neil Young's Tonight's the Night. Tonight's the Night was right here. To Neil Young, Night's the Night. $34.99. It has the original on her sleeve. The vinyl is super nice. $34.99, okay? And then over here, what is the Resolos? That is right here, the Resolos. Revelos, it doesn't have a title. It doesn't have a name. There's nothing on the label. There's very little information about it. William, I told Jim B I would do 35 on it. He's passing. He is trying to still rub his pennies together to get warm. He's going to miss out on an opportunity of a lifetime. And then what genre is the Nails? And then I'm going to try to find those last few, and again, the Lauder Check. This is a new wave album, 1999, okay? And the other kind of ones down here at the end was this one here, the Nicotina. That was another Mexico press. This one here was another, that was a Switzerland press garage, but it looks Spanish. The Amazing Beatles was $24.99. And then there was Johnny and the Hitmen, okay? Guy Shard gets Neil Young for $30. The Resolos is sold to William Drugovich for $35. Somewhere Jim B is pounding on his keyboard because he missed out on the opportunity of a lifetime there. Our next auction is Striper. Honestly, this is a 7-inch single. It's going to go up for a $10 start. Striper is a $10 start. And then here we go. We're about to start doing some bundle deals. We're going to sell a bunch of singles here. I've got 3 singles from ABBA. 1, 2, 3, $10. 3 picture sleeve singles from ABBA, $10. Making Time is sold to Tracy for $25. And then the price on the record you got was $9.99. 3 ABBA singles there, $10. Okay, we'll do those 3 for 10. Then I've got some here we're about to do for buy it nows. Okay, and here are the first few. First ones we have here, this is the following. This is Amy Grant, Find a Way, $6.99. Over here is April Wine, Just Between You and Me. April Wine, picture sleeve, $6.99. Next thing is, this is Arcadia. Arcadia is $6.99. This is A Taste of Honey, Boogie Woogie Oogie, $6.99. Bangles, Walking Down Your Street. And also Bangles, A Hazy Shade of Winter from Less Than Zero, $6.99 on that. Stripers, a $10 start. Next is Tracy Songer, asked about the following. Tracy Songer says, she says, Nomads Details, was that a live album? Nomads. Let's go back and find that for Tracy. Nomads, Nomads. The Nomad Psycho Live, 1985 European press, $39.99. J Nutra, first on April Wine, $6.99. Mark White gets these 3 Abbas for $10. Sherry Darnell was second. Jim B has Striper for $10. And we have Scott Dwallow on Hazy Shade. That sold to him for $6.99. ABBA was a buy it now. That was a buy it now. That was a buy it now. Here are some more $6.99. I have Belinda Carlisle. This is Belinda Carlisle, I Get Weak. Belinda Carlisle, Heaven is a Place on Earth. Benjamin Orr from The Cars, Stay the Night. Billy Joel, Tell Her About It. And Billy Ocean, Get Out of My Dreams, Get Into My Car, $6.99. Jim B is the only bidder on Striper. There's a lot of people not paying attention. It's about to be sold to him for $10. I've got Billy Ocean, Billy Joel, Benjamin Orr, Belinda Carlisle, and Belinda Carlisle. Tracy Songer on the Nomad, sold for $34 to Tracy Songer. Next is some more singles. These are $6.99. Hope everybody's ready for these. It's all from the same artist here. You've got the following: Atomic by Blondie, Heart of Glass by Blondie, Tide is High, and Rapture. Those are all $6.99. I'm going to make sure Striper gets lots more bids before I sell it to Jim B. Belinda Carlisle, Michael Goldstein gets that for $6.99. Chris Frazier, you're first on Blondie. Let me know if you want Rapture, The Tide is High, Heart of Glass, and Atomic. $6.99. Mark White is first on Billy. And let's make sure he got Billy Joel here. First, there was a question, though. Mark Chesler wants to know what the flip side is. Easy money. Mark Chesler, if you don't want that, Mark White does. It's a battle of the marks right now. Michael Golston says go ahead and give him the other Belinda Carlisle. That is sold. And now we have a claim on Blondie. Chris Frazier has dibs on all 4. We'll figure out which ones he wants, okay? And then over here, we got Billy Ocean and Benjamin Orr still available. Jeremy Rourke was next on Heart of Glass. Striper's at $10. For the 7th time, Jim B's the only bidder right now for $10 on Striper. Going 10, going 20 times. No one's bidding. I'm really not wanting to sell him this for $10, but someone's about to get it. He's about to get it. Let's go ahead and go through some more. Over here, Mark says give it to Mark. That means over here, Mark White got Billy Joel for $6.99. Chris Frazier wants Heart of Glass, and he wants Heart of Glass, and Chris Frazier gets Heart of Glass for $6.99, and either Tide is High, Atomic, or Rapture. We're about to find out. Here's some more. Simply Red, It's Only Love, $6.99. Stevie Nicks, If Anyone Falls. Stevie Nicks, I Can't Wait. Stevie Nicks, Talk to Me. Stevie Nicks, Rooms on Fire. Stevie Wonder, Part-Time Lover. And Village People, Can't Stop the Music. Striper has another bid for 11, and Striper has another bid for 11, and Striper has a bid for 12. The next Blondie claim then came in from the following. Chris Frazier was first. The next person is Scott Dwallow. He gets The Tide is High. That leaves Blondie, Atomic, and Blondie Rapture. Those are still available. Striper's at 12. Leslie gets Blondie Atomic. That one was still available. That just leaves Blondie Rapture. That left the following over here. Village People, Stevie Wonder, Stevie Nicks, Stevie Nicks, Stevie Nicks, Stevie Nicks, and Simply Red, $6.99. Next thing over here is the following. These are going to go up for how much? $6.99 each. How much? Just $6.99 each. Chad, I need to hear that one more time to make sure you're not joking. I'm not joking. These are just $6.99. Hope everybody's ready. If not, you probably should lock in with me right now. Here is this. Fleetwood Mac Gypsy. Fleetwood Mac As Long As You Follow. Fleetwood Mac Big Love. There's no record in that one. Fleetwood Mac Little Lies. Foreigner, I Don't Want to Live Without You. Foreigner, Say You Will. Genesis, That's All. Genesis, Land of Confusion. Genesis, Invisible Touch. Genesis, Throwing All Away. Genesis, Tonight Tonight. Genesis, In Too Deep. Striper is sold to Jim B for $12. That's sold to Jim B for $12. Mark White got Blondie Rapture. That's sold to Mark White for $6.99. What was left here for $6.99? We had Genesis. We had Genesis. We had Genesis. 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 Foreigner. Foreigner. And we have Fleetwood Mac. Chris Frazier says Tango. He wanted Big Love. There's no record in that one. I don't know if you want the empty sleeve, but it's there if you want it. And then Michael Golston got Land of Confusion by Genesis. That's so to Michael Golston for $6.99. All right, anybody else want any of those? Just let me know. Chris, that's just the empty sleeve on that one. Here's some more $6.99. I don't know if y'all ready or not, but if not, you probably should lock in with me right now. Here comes some more $6.99. George Michael, Faith. Georgia Satellites, Keep Your Hands to Yourself. Jafria, Call to the Heart. Gloria Estefan, 1, 2, 3. Maneater, Hall & Oates. Adult Education, Hall & Oates. Heart, These Dreams. Heart, Nothing at All. Heart, What About Love? Heart, Nothing at All. $6.99. Next thing over here, Chris Frazier said he would give 2 for Big Love. Sell that to Chris Frazier for $2. All those I just showed you was $6.99. Paint Yourself, You're Not Dreaming. Scott Dwallow on Georgia Satellites. That's sold to him for $6.99. I still got Heart. Heart. Hall & Oates, Gloria Estefan, Jafria, and George Michael. You got to have faith. Touch your body. Dun, 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 dun. Round on body to me. Voodoo, da da, beep bop. Next is the following: $6.99. Juice Newton, Love's Been a Little Bit Hard on Me. Juice Newton, Queen of Hearts. Kenny Rogers and Dolly Parton's Islands in the Stream. No Record, sleeve only. Kim Wilde, You Keep Me Hanging On. Laura Branigan, The Lucky One. Laura Branigan, The Power of Love. Laura Branigan, Cry Wolf. Linda Ronstadt, Back in the USA. Kathy wants Jafria. That's sold to Kathy for $6.99. Next, for $6.99 are the following records. And yes, Paint Yourself, You're Not Dreaming. All these I'm about to show you are $6.99. Madonna, Who's That Girl? Madonna, Live the Tale. Madonna, Crazy for You. Madonna, La Lisa Bonita. Madonna, Like a Virgin. Madonna, Material Girl. Madonna, Crazy for You. Madonna, Dress You Up. Those are all $6.99. You're not dreaming. It's right here in front of you. It's right here. Mark White wants G. Michelle. G. Michelle. I don't think I've shown a G. Michelle, but I'm not for sure. If I have, you might want to make sure and let me know. Next thing is the following. These are going to go up for $6.99. And you may say, Chad, surely at this point you're joking. Hopefully you're not serious about selling all these for $6.99 each. I got Boston Amanda. Boston, we're ready. Boston, can't you stay? Boston, Holly Ann, Honeymoon Suite, What Does It Take? And Lionel Richie, Say You, Say Me. Next is Leslie wants Madonna, Material Girl. That's sold to Leslie. Joey Osbrooks wants Kenny Rogers. There's no sleeve in that. No sleeve. Mark White put G. Michelle. He might be trying to get George Michael, and he's having some hard time with the autocorrect. George Michael, he's wanting Gotta Have Faith. That is sold to Mark. That's sold to Mark White. Scott Dwallow, and then Joey Osbrooks wants Madonna, Like a Virgin. That is sold to Joey Osbrooks for $6.99. Ocean and Keep Me Hanging On. Ocean and Keep Me Hanging On. That was Kim Wilde for $6.99. And Vladarchik, you also want Billy Ocean. Is that right? Billy Ocean was over here in this stack, I believe, for $6.99. Billy Ocean, is that the one? If so, I'm going to leave it right there and make sure first. Let's grab another handful. And probably at this point, people's minds are just pretty much completely blown, and they're like, golly, there's no way he's going to keep bringing these out and selling these for just $6.99. If he does, I might have to go to the hospital because I'm just completely freaking out right now. These are $6.99 each. Vladarchik gets Billy Ocean. Mark White got George Michael. And then over here, which heart is it? There was about 7 of them. I'll read them off again in just a second. But first of all, Patrick Francis says, We Are Ready from Boston. Was that even in here? Here's the hearts again. Heart, These Dreams. Heart, Nothing at All. Heart, What About Love? Another copy of Nothing at All. Patrick Francis wants all 3 Bostons. I think those now have been transferred into this stack. They are. There's 1, 2, 3. There's actually 4 Bostons. There's 4 Bostons. There's 3 Bostons. There's 4 Bostons. There's 4 Bostons. How about 4? I'll give you all 4 there. Patrick Francis on Honeymoon. That's so to Patrick Francis. Here comes some more for $6.99. You can dance if you want to. The Safety Dance. Rick Springfield. Speak to the Sky. Rick Springfield. Love Somebody. Cheap Trick. Ghost Town. Cheap Trick. Don't Be Cruel. Share. I Found Someone. Share. We All Sleep Alone. These are all $6.99, okay? Next auction, next single, next handful. Here we go. Hopefully y'all ready. At this point, there's some people just totally lost their mind. They're now laying on the floor passed out because they still cannot believe Chad is still bringing out singles like these one after another for just $6.99 each. Next thing, Joey Osbrook wants all the hearts. Hearts are sold to Joey Osbrook. All right, so let's do that right now. Let's do the hearts. Let's find those hearts. Hearts, where are you, hearts? Hearts, let's find those. Hearts right here. Right here. Sell these to Joey Osbrooks. There they are, okay? Now, the hearts are, in fact, okay, so there's 3 different ones. All right, those are sold to Joey. Next thing over here is Greg Herman on Safety Dance. You can dance if you want to. That's sold to Greg Herman. Why does that feel so heavy? That's a heavy disc. Vicky was next, then Leslie. Joey on share. I'm going to give Joey both shares. And then next is Chris Frazier. Next is Chris Frazier on SD. Chris Frazier on SD. Safety Dance. And then over here, Corey Hart, Sunglasses at Night, Crowded House, Don't Dream It's Over, Culture Club, Time, Clock of the Heart, Cyndi Lauper, The Goonies Are Good Enough, David Lee Roth, California Girls, Debbie Gibson, Out of the Blue, Debbie Gibson, Foolish Beat, Debbie Gibson, Electric Youth, Debbie Gibson, Lost in Your Eyes. This is just absolutely mind-blowing. Are we doing singles for the rest of the night? We better. This has been the most crazy thing we've done all night. Are we just going to do singles for the rest of the night? No. Could we do something else? Possibly. Are we going to do something else? Maybe. Who knows at this point? These are all $6.99 each. First thing we have is Hiram Ponte on The Goonies with Cyndi Lauper there. $6.99 on that. David Lee Roth, Goonies, sold to Hiram. Red Cave Collections was next. William Drugovich on CH, Crowded House. Hey now, Don't Dream It's Over. What about I Wear My Sunglasses at Night? Next over here is Jeff Brindley on Debbie's. He wants all the Debbies. Joey wants Debbie's Lost. Okay, Lost in Your Eyes. That's sold to Joey. Jeff wants all of them, so give Jeff the next 3 Debbie Gibsons. Those are all sold. Chris Frazier on CG. CG was for what, Chris Frazier? That might have been something already sold. And then Jeremy was next on The Goonies. And then what's the side? B-side on Roth, California Girls. The B-side on that one was... Boy, they don't like putting it on here. And then we have California Girls. It's a double-sided promo. No, it's double-sided, same track. It's California Girls. That is sold to that's sold to Vladarchek if he wants it. And then if not, it is Chris Frazier, and then Patrick Francis. Wow, James Bond, Duran Duran, A View to a Kill. Duran Duran, that one's called I Don't Want Your Love. Eagles, Funky New Year. Eddie Grant, Romancing the Stone. Elton John, I'm Still Standing. Elvis, Full for the Heart. Elvis, It's a Matter of Time, and Burning Love. And Eric Carmen, Make You Lose Control. $6.99 on that one. All right, so David Lee Roth is sold to Chris Frazier. Patrick Francis was second. Mark Price on I Wear My Sunglasses at Night. I wear my sunglasses. A lot of people don't realize this. I'm wearing sunglasses right now. I don't let a lot of people know that, but I actually am right now. Mark Price gets that one. And then Scott Dwallow on the Elvis, and that was Burning Love. Lord Almighty, I feel my temperature rising. That's Elvis. That is sold to Scott Dwallow for $6.99. Still got Eric Carmen, Elvis, Elton John, Eddie Grant, Duran Duran, Eagles, and Duran Duran. Hiram Aponte wants the Madonna, La Lisa Bonita. That was right here in this stack. It's a few down, but I know exactly it's right there. I can see the tip of it. That is sold. And Jim Ciascio wants Linda Ronstadt. That's a few back later. We'll be going through all these again. Next read through, probably the next stack will sell. We have Hall & Oates. I still got Madonna, 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 Madonna. And there's Linda Ronstadt. I knew I was close. That's sold to Jim Ciascio. And now the Eric Carmen is also sold. That just got shifted to this bottom nearly. Let's pull that out for Joey Osbrooks. Eric Carmen, Eric Carmen. Where are you? These are all 80s singles picture sleeves, and there's more where this came from. What happened to Eric Carmen? Maybe it's right here. Aha, it is. That's sold to Joey Osbrooks. Wow, nobody on the Duran Duran. That's surprising. All right, let's grab another handful here. We got this one, we got this one, we got this one. Ooh, that's a cool one there. I got 2 I want to auction so far. We'll see. I think they're worthy of just one little bump, okay? But here is this right here. I've got Ann Wilson from Hart, the best man in the world. Hart alone. Hart, who will you run to? Howard Jones. No one is to blame. Huey Lewis in the News, if this is it. Huey Lewis in the News, the heart of rock and roll. Huey Lewis, Give Me the Keys. And NXS and Jimmy Barnes, Good Times from Lost Boys. From Lost Boys, $6.99. Duran Duran was A View to a Kill and I Don't Want Your Love, I think is what it's called. Those are all $6.99. Oh, neck adjustment. Boy, that felt great. NXS from this right here. And this is the Mark Stanley on NXS. That's so to Mark Stanley and Jay Neutral on Duran Duran. We'll make sure Kelly Gabney's passing. The two Duran Durans was right here. First of all, William Drukovich on LMC. And that was for probably NXS, yeah. And then Joey on Huey Lewis. Let me know, Joey, if you want Give Me the Keys, Heart of Rock and Roll, and if this is it, okay? And then Kelly passes. So let's give that Duran Duran the Jay Neutral. There's two here. There's I Don't Want Your Love and A View to a Kill. So Jay Neutral, he wants the Bond one, okay? Had a feeling that was coming. It's A View to a Kill. We got a pending on Huey Lewis. And let's see what else is here in this box. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, let's do this handful. I've got two more auctions here, but I think I got one of these in the wrong sleeve because I was about to put it up earlier, so here we go. All right. And we have Ann Wilson was the best man in the world, I think is what it's called. Irene Cara, Why Me? Joe Cocker, Up Where We Belong with Jennifer Warnes. That's from An Officer and a Gentleman. The Greatest American Hero, Believe It or Not, George, isn't at home, so please leave a message after the beep. We have John Lennon, Just Like Starting Over. John Lennon is $6.99. We have a big song here from John Waite, Missing You. That's just an empty sleeve. We got Little Richard, Down and Out in Beverly Hills. Little Richard is $6.99. Loverboy, loving every minute of it. Loverboy from Top Gun, Heaven in Your Eyes. And Loverboy, This Could Be the Night. Those are all $6.99. All right, Nails Mood Swing. This is so to Tracy Songer. Thank you, Tracy Songer. That's so to you. Next thing is Red Cave Collections on Joey Scarborough, Believe It or Not. That's so to Red Cave Collections. Scott Dwalla was next. Joey Osbrooks want all three Huey Lewis. That's so to Joey Osbrooks. I'll take Duran Duran. So this is so to Kelly Gabney for $6.99. Vladicek on the Loverboy Top Gun. And William Drukovich on John Lennon, Just Like Starting Over. That's so to William Drukovich. All right, nice. And my stack over here is getting a little wonky, so let me straighten up this sold stack. I'm sure y'all can see it over here. That's every 45 we've sold tonight in about the last 7.5 hours. Pretty crazy. And we've almost went through this whole box. This is, unfortunately, this is empty. Somebody might want this one and find the record. Autograph, Turn Up the Radio. $2 if anybody wants it. It's just an empty sleeve. And we'll make sure I've purged all these. There's actually some duplicates in here, too, that we sold earlier. I'll go ahead and let that one roll. That's an empty sleeve. And this one's been trimmed or something, yeah. All right, let's do this last handful here. Jay Neutral on Autograph. Make sure he gets that for $2. All right, we're going to run through these one more time. I've got two, maybe three I want to run for auction because I was pulling them out earlier. Bee Gees here is a promo. The sleeve is kind of beat, but it is a white label promo. It's from Bee Gees Greatest. It's a four-track greatest hits on that one, okay? We got Belinda Carlisle. That's just an empty sleeve, but here is the actual record, and that's Circle in the Sand, and We Can Change. Here's a couple more Blondies I had duplicates of. There's Blondie Atomic, nice in the sleeve, just like the other one, and Blondie Rapture, nice in the sleeve. Blondie and Blondie, Bonnie Tyler, Holding Out for a Hero, another copy, and how about Bon Jovi, Lay Your Love on Me. Bon Jovi, $6.99. Lay Your Love on Me. We got Cheap Trick. This one has a little bit of writing, some timestamps on it. Cheap Trick, Don't Be Cruel. Colin James Hay. You may know him from Men at Work. Def Leppard, Love Bites, but the sleeve has been trimmed. Looks like they trimmed it probably to put it in some kind of holder. And then Donovan sings Poor Cow. I've never seen that before, though. Donovan, the sleeve's pretty beat up. And it is a pretty beat up record, too. All right, there's that. Let's go back to the top. Actually, this is about to fall off anyway. Let me just lay that over there. Okay, now we have Hiram wants Heart Alone, and Ann Wilson, and he wants Bon Jovi. Okay, let me dig those out. So first thing, let me show you the empty sleeves that are still left. These are $2 a piece. Belinda, and this is Sand in the Circle. Really cool Stevie Nicks, Stop Dragging My Heart Around with Tom Petty. John Waite, Missing You, and Kenny and Dolly, Islands in the Stream. Those are empty sleeves for $2 a piece. All right, so let's just start. I'm going to start recapping everything right now. Donovan sings Poor Cow from the film. Def Leppard, Love Bites. Colin James, Hey, Hold Me. Cheap Trick, Don't Be Cruel. Vicky, Let Me Know Which One You Want. Don't Be Cruel or Ghost Town. Bon Jovi is sold to Hiram Aponte for $6.99. Bonnie Tyler is sold to Hiram Aponte for $6.99. There's another Bonnie Tyler, so there's another one left. Blondie Rapture is sold to Patrick Francis for $6.99. I still got Blondie Atomic, nice for $6.99. Belinda Carlisle, The Bee Gees' Greatest, a 4-track promo. Loverboy, This Could Be the Night. Loverboy, Loving Every Minute of It. Vicki Allison wants Cheap Trick, Don't Be Cruel. I got Little Richard from Down and Out in Beverly Hills. John Waite with his big song, Missing You. That is Autograph. That autograph is a disc of Turn Up the Radio, right? This is an empty picture sleeve. This is an empty picture sleeve. The one you got. You got an empty picture sleeve early of autograph Turn Up the Radio for $2. It was just the empty sleeve. Joe Cocker, Up Where We Belong, An Officer and a Gentleman. Irene Cara, Why Me? Eagles, Funky New Year, Please Come Home from Christmas. Howard Jones, No One Is to Blame. Heart, Who Will You Run To? This one is not the one Hiram wanted. And then Heart Alone, that's the one Hiram wanted. So Heart, Who You Run To, still available. Ann Wilson sold to Hiram. And then Jay Nutra wants to put back the empty sleeve. That was an empty sleeve of autograph Turn Up the Radio. That was an empty sleeve for $2. He said he thought he was buying the record. That's why it was $2. It was an empty sleeve. Patrick Francis says he'll take the empty sleeve Stevie Nicks for $2. That is sold to Patrick Francis for $2. And then Hiram was next on Stevie Nicks. And then over here is Eddie Grant, Romancing the Stone. Elton John, I'm Still Standing. Elvis, Full for the Heart. Juice Newton, Queen of Hearts. Juice Newton, Love's Been a Little Bit Hard on Me. Gloria Estefan and Miami Sound Machine, 1, 2, 3. Hall & Oates, Maneater, big song there. Laura Branigan, Cry Wolf. Laura Branigan, Power of Love. Laura Branigan, The Lucky One. Here's another Heart, Nothing at All. We had 2 of those earlier, so there's an extra one of that one. Madonna, Crazy for You. That's from the movie Vision Quest. Culture Club, Time, Clock of the Heart. There's another Cheap Trick, and this one's Ghost Town. No writing on that sleeve. Rick Springfield, Love Somebody. Rick Springfield, a much earlier one here, Speak to the Sky. And here's the other Madonnas. Who's That Girl from the film Who's That Girl? We have Madonna, Live to Tell, and another Crazy for You from Vision Quest. Here's one I'm going to be pretty certain I don't think I've seen too many times. I don't see that one too often. Dress You Up, $6.99 on that one. And we have Hall & Oates Maneater. Hall & Oates is $6.99. $6.99 on adult education. Also got Fleetwood Mac Gypsy, great song there. Fleetwood Mac, As Long As You Follow. That was a single they put out when they put out their greatest hits collection in the late 80s. Fleetwood Mac, Little Lies, Tell Me Sweet Little Lies, Tell Me Lies. And Foreigner is I Don't Want to Live Without You. Foreigner, Say You Will. I'm kind of surprised we still got some Genesis. We got Genesis, That's All. Run dun 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 dun. Run dun dun ba 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 bum bum bum. Invisible Touch, Don't Get Me Singing that one. Throwing It All Away, Don't Get Me Singing that one. Genesis, Tonight's Tonight, Don't Get Me Started on that one. And Genesis, In Too Deep, Don't Get Me Started on that one. Those are all major radio hits there. Next comment was for the Madonna, Dress You Up. $6.99. That was on Madonna here. And then Michael Golston wants Elvis, Who's That Girl? And he wants Who's That Girl and Elvis. Who's That Girl? Who's That Girl is a... Who's That Girl? Who's that lady? Sexy lady. Who's that girl? That's a Madonna, right? No. Who's that girl? Who is that girl? Okay, so Michael Golston on Elvis. Okay, the only Elvis that's left is Elvis for the Heart, right? Okay, and then Who's that girl? Who one was that? Who's that girl? You might have to give me some help. I got you down for Elvis, though, full for the heart. I'm going to need some help on that. And then Eric Dog wants Love to Tell. Love to Tell. That was Love to Tell. Live. Yeah, Love. Was I saying Live? That is Madonna. Okay. Okay, so that's... This is sold to Eric Dog. Madonna. It was a Madonna single. I was right the first time. What happened to it, though? Who's that girl? Oh, yeah, right here in front of me. From the movie. That's sold to Michael Golston. And then Love to Tell is sold to Eric Dog. Okay, right back here. John Kaiser put IMEVEB. I'll figure that out in just a second. And then let me flip these back over. Okay, and then we had Amy Grant. You may not know this artist by name, but a million know her by her music. Bangles, Walking Down Your Street. A Taste of Honey, Boogie Oogie Oogie. Arcadia, what was this one called? They've kind of made it difficult to read here. Arcadia is called She's Moody and Gray, She's Mean and Restless. And Election Day is the A side. Election Day by Arcadia. Lionel Richie, Say You Say Me. Simply Red, It's Only Love. Stevie Nicks, If Anyone Falls. Stevie Nicks, I Can't Wait. Stevie Nicks, Talk to Me. Stevie Nicks, Room's on Fire. I can't believe those didn't sell. Stevie Wonder, Part-Time Lover. Village People, Can't Stop the Music. Benjamin Orr, Stay the Night. And Cheap Trick, Don't Be Cruel. All right, there's that. And now, the other thing I have over here. Yeah, that don't have the right record in it. Okay. We're going to have our last two auctions of the night. Somebody might slip in with some good deals. We're about to find out right now. That way I can say I've shown everything in this crate. The first one here is Cinderella Coming Home. Nice. Cinderella Coming Home. Beautiful vinyl and picture sleeve. $7 start on Cinderella. And House of Lords, Love Don't Lie, a white label promo. $7 start on House of Lords and Cinderella. There's that. We have Chuck Haley on the Bee Gees. That's down here on the very bottom. I'm pretty sure. That's sold to Chuck Haley for $6.99. Vicky wants A Taste of Honey. And Eric Dog was second on that one. Cinderella and House of Lords have both have bids for $7. Okay. And let's add a third one. Lita Ford, Kiss Me Deadly, and Broken Dreams. $7 start on Lita Ford as well. The Beatles is sold to Rick Perrine for $18. Okay. Now, this was full a few moments ago. This was absolutely full a few moments ago. That's all that's left right there. That was pretty epic. That's pretty epic. I'm going to go ahead and wait for these to sell. Then I'm going to take this huge stack of sold singles in there. That was pretty amazing. We've got about 30 minutes left. Is Laura still here? Laura, are you still here? She must have left earlier and I didn't even know she left. When she stops chatting, I know she's gone. I don't think she's here anymore. I didn't even see her leave, though. That's how zoned in I was earlier. Okay, the next thing over here I can do is I might can come up with some more singles. And then I might can just grab a handful of cassettes. I mean, we're going to have to go through this whole tub eventually. There's a whole freaking tub here of cassettes. I still hadn't finished that other big box from earlier. And yeah, when I say whole freaking tub, that's a lot of singles if I'm putting the F word in there. Okay, freaking. So right now, Cinderella has one bid, $7. We're about to sell it. Lita Ford has one bid, $7. We're about to sell it. House of Lords is at $9. Eric Clapton, Lay Down Sally. Elvis Presley, In the Ghetto. Nice. I'll go ahead and do that for $6.99. I probably shouldn't, but there's Elvis for $6.99. We got Sean Cassidy, Dadu Ron Ron, and that's rock and roll. That's a double-sided hit deal. Aha, Take on Me. Aha, $6.99 for Take on Me. Let's go through some more here. Barry Manilow, that's the A side of that one is Somewhere in the Night, and then Leaving in the Morning. The Moody Blues, Nights in White Satin. Also, we have Cher, Melody, and Half Breed is the big hit on that one. And how about Keep It Comin' Love and Baby I Love You, a picture sleeve from KC and the Sunshine Band. So all of a sudden, House of Lords at 10. Cinderella has a new bid for 8. And Lita Ford has a new bid for 8. Vladar on Aha. And Vicki Allison on the Sean Cassidy. All right. And then Vicki Allison on Cher, Half Breed. Those are all sold. And we need to put those in new sleeves. Yeah, we need to put these in new sleeves. I don't like them when they get like that. They'll re-sleeve all these. Let me do all these. And there we go. Okay. So KC, where did I get to? Say You, Say Me. Okay, that's obviously a claim for something, but I'm just going to have to figure it out. Joe Walsh, Turn to Stone. This should be Black Betty. Yeah, Ram Jam Black Betty. White Rabbit and Somebody to Love, Jefferson Airplane. Jimi Hendrix, Foxy Lady and Purple Haze. Strange Magic, ELO with the picture sleeve. ELO, Shine a Little Love. Don't Bring Me Down. Another Don't Bring Me Down. And Sweet, Ballroom Blitz. Those are some great singles there. Eric, what was Say You, Say Me? Let me know on that one. In the Ghetto is still available, actually. That was Lionel Richie, okay? Right here. That's sold from White Nights. That's sold for $6.99 to Eric Dog. Javi's out on House. Danny has Cinderella for 10, and he has Lita Ford for 10. House of Lords is at 11 with Jeff Brindley. Chuck Haley it's still available if you want it. And then Vicky on Purple Haze, Off in My Brain. Nice pick there. That's a back-to-back hits. I don't see that one as often. That's sold to Vicky for $6.99. Great singles there. Fantastic singles. And Jeff's out on both Cinderella and Lita Ford. So we're about to sell those. Let's grab another handful of singles here. And we got I'm Your Captain, Closer to Home by Grand Funk Railroad. I've got Paul Simon, Loves Me Like a Rock. I'm a Soul Man by the Blues Brothers. That's a nice copy. The Seekers, Gorgy Girl. The Go-Go's, and that is Our Lips Are Sealed and Surfing and Spying. The Hollies, All I Need Is the Air That I Breathe. Edgar Winter, Free Ride, and a Carole King picture disc, or a picture sleeve. You Light Up My Life, Believe in Humanity. Okay. Next thing over here is the following. We have Lita, Out. Okay, so Danny Thomason, you get Lita for 10. House of Lords is sold for 11. And House of Lords is Jeff Brindley for 11. And Cinderella sold to Danny Thomason for 10. All right, next thing is the following. We have Michael Golston. I do have Black Betty left for $6.99. And then Blues Brothers B-side. Blues Brothers B-side. And that is Soul Man. And the flip on that is Excuse Moi Mon Cherie. $6.99 on that one. Vicki Allison on Edgar Winter, Free Ride. And then Scott Dwallow on All I Want Is the Air That I Breathe. And then Chuck Haley did want In the Ghetto. Somebody claimed KC. Didn't you claim KC, Vicky? I don't think I pulled it. I didn't. Vicky got KC in the Sunshine Band, and Chuck Haley got Elvis In the Ghetto. Nice. Let's go back down to the bottom here. Michael Golston on Ram Jam, Whoa Black Betty, Bam the Lamb, Whoa Black Betty, Bam Jalam. That's sold to Michael Golston. And then next is Sold on Blues Brothers to Vlodder check. All right, let's grab another handful. Okay. Okay. Okay, class. What's next here? We got the following. We have Rhythm Heritage, Beretta's theme, and that is my Sherry or More. We got Bob Seger working on those night moves. I got King Floyd, Woman, Don't Go Astray, and Everybody Needs Somebody. Let me... I probably need to check on that one. I'm not familiar with that one. The Royal Guardsman, Snoopy versus the Red Baron. The Carpenters, I Won't Last a Day Without You, and Only Yesterday. Actually, that goes with this. That sleeve goes with that one with the Carpenters. Eddie Money, Baby Hold On. That's the sleeve for Eddie Money. And then we have The Who, and that is Eminence Front. It's a put on. It's a put on. And then we have Sweet. We have Ballroom Blitz. And that's where they stop. That's where they stop. Let me see. There's some more over here in this crate, though. Give me 1 second. First thing is sold on Blues Brothers. Chad, can you show the lot of the 45s next to the maiden? What's the back stack to the left of 45s? In the ghetto, and his mama cried. The stairs, 15 in the crate. The stairs back here for $15. The stairs, $15, and that is Tracy Songer. Let me go find that right quick. Stairs in the crate. Tracy Songer gets that for $15. And then Jay Neutra on W and Vicky Allison on Sweet, Ballroom Blitz. Okay, and then Jay Neutra wants the Who, Eminence Front. Yes, I will try to recap those right back there. Y'all have hopped on about right in the middle of it, so I'm still showing new stuff. If I went back through those again right now, I'd probably have some people like, dang it, I wish he would just keep showing new ones, which is what I'm about to start doing. So give me 1 second. Y'all have missed out on hours and hours of 45 action. Hours and hours of 45 action. Some of y'all decided to take naps. Unbelievable. How could you take a nap on a night like Thursday night? You never know what's going to get brought out or what's going to happen. Unbelievable. That's a lot of sold 45s, though. That's a lot of keying in. They're going to shoot me in the shipping and logistics department. All right, let me go grab these right over here and keep these rolling. Okay, let's see what this little stack is here. There's that one. And let's see what we have here. Bum 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 bum. Okay. All right. Let's see. I've got Rocky Mountain High, Colorado, John Denver. I got John Denver. How Can I Leave You Again? To the Wild Country. Mary McGregor, Torn Between Two Lovers. I Just Want to Love You. The Rascals, People Got to Be Free. How Can I Be Sure? That's a double-sided hit. And then Dan Hill, Sometimes When We Touch. And Still Not Used To. Here's some 8-tracks. Queen, The Game. Foghat, Stone Blue. Styx, Cornerstone. Styx, The Grand Illusion. ELO, Discovery. Aerosmith, Self-Titled. And Alice Cooper's Greatest Hits. Those are 8 tracks for $6.99. Sweet, or excuse me, Queen, Foghat, Styx. Styx, ELO, Alice Cooper, and Aerosmith. $6.99. $6.99 on those. Scott Arnold's probably already went to bed. Now the other 8 tracks are Kiss, 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 Kiss. Kiss, 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 kiss. No, those won't be shown tonight. And then here's 2 more. These are wrapped up in bubble wrap. Sweet and Hawkwind. Those might be something special. I have sold some very expensive 8 tracks before, so I better be careful what I bring out all of a sudden. All right, here is these 3. Let's bring out these 2. And then let's bring out all these right here. And let's bring this out, and I'm going to show this, and then we're going to show this, and I'm going to show these, and I'm going to show all these, and I'm going to show this, and I'm going to show this, and then we're going to do this, and these are going to sell as soon as I show them, as long as no one's fell asleep yet. These are all $6.99, okay? $6.99. First thing we have is Metal Force compilation. Metal Force, $6.99. I have Massive Metal compilation, $6.99. Guns N' Roses, The Spaghetti Incident, $6.99. Guns N' Roses Appetite for Destruction, $6.99. Guns N' Roses Use Your Illusion, $6.99. Great White is $6.99. Great White is $6.99. Great White is $6.99. Halloween is $6.99. Grim Reaper is $6.99. And Armored Saint is $6.99. Oh my gosh. Those are $15, $20, $30 cassettes all day long. Hopefully you hadn't fell asleep. If you just woke up, you probably just fell out of your recliner, Diet Mountain Dew spilt all over the floor. Now your cats are running around screaming. You've accidentally spilt it on a surge protector. Now your house is on fire. You're running around in your underwear. All because you decided to fall asleep and not pay attention to Colecco. First thing we have is Sherry Darnell on John Denver, Rocky Mountain High, Colorado. That is sold to Sherry Darnell. Thank you, Sherry. That's sold to you for $6.99. Jeff Brinley gets the Queen 8-track for $6.99. Matthew Sherritt gets both Sticks 8 tracks for $6.99 each. Next was Chuck Haley on Alice Cooper for $6.99. And then Jeff Brinley, first on metal. Now, his first metal could be for either one of these comps. I have a feeling he's going to want both, but we'll confirm. Then he put GNR Appetite. That's sold to Jeff Brinley. That's a first confirmation, $6.99. Hiram, you were next. Red Cave Collections wants Halloween. That's sold to Red Cave Collections for $6.99. Phantom possibly next on Metal Force. Jeff Brinley wants Shot in the Dark, and that is sold over here for $6.99. And that's Great White. He also got Armored Saint. Hiram Aponte first to Grim Reaper. That's sold to Hiram Aponte for $6.99. And then Jeff Brinley got both metal comps for $6.99. And then Red Cave was next on Armored Saint. And Jeff Brinley wants both Guns N' Roses, the other 2 as well. So he gets those 2, no problem. That just leaves Great White Twice Shy and Great White Once Bitten. That's available. Can you read the 8 tracks? There's only 3 left. Aerosmith Self-Titled, ELO Discovery, and Foghat Stone Blue. The other ones got grabbed so fast I don't even remember who I was. There's only 2 Great Whites left there for $6.99. Hope y'all caught that. Let's pull out some more hand-selected 8 tracks. Yep, we're going to do these 2 right here. Those are instant sellers. Let's do this whole stack right here. Those are instant sellers. Good God. This one right here is in, whoop, never mind, it fell apart. I won't worry about that one right now. Good gosh, that's an instant seller. Let's do these right here. That's an instant seller. Holy moly, look at all these right here. That's an instant seller, instant seller, instant seller, instant seller. Somebody that's going to be first to some of these are going to be very excited because they're going to be like, good gosh. Holy moly. That's going to be their exact words when they're watching this. They're going to be watching and they're going to go, good gosh, holy moly. They're going to go, good gosh, holy moly. Great White is sold to Matthew Sherritt for $6.99, $6.99. Here's what's coming next. Wasp, 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 Wasp. Wasp Live in the Raw, Wasp Inside Electric Circus, Wasp F Like a Beast, and Wasp Live Animal. Those are all $6.99 each. How about these 2? Winger Pull and Winger Self-Titled, $6.99 on those. Next is the following. Hope y'all ready for this stack. Hopefully y'all ready. Van Halen 5150, Van Halen 1984, Van Halen Diver Down, Van Halen Fair Warning, Van Halen 2. Those are all $6.99 each. $6.99, $6.99, $6.99, $6.99, $6.99. Ugly Kid Joe, as ugly as they want to be. Whoa. ZZ Top, Greatest Hits, and ZZ Top Afterburner. Dang. $6.99. Jeff Brinley gets all the Wasp. Jeff Brinley gets all the Wingers. Jeff Brindley gets all the Van Halens. That just leaves Ugly Kid Joe and Great White. I mean, ZZ Top. He just got everything there. He just got all those. He's fast. Hopefully you're not dozing off. Hopefully you decided to open up your eyes for the last half hour of this show. Good gosh, we better pay attention. Chad's basically giving stuff away. He's basically paying us right now to be buying these 8-tracks and cassettes. What am I doing? I'm over here dozing off. I've got all these potato chip crumbs on my shirt where I was eating earlier. Jay Nutra says, personally wish this was vinyl. Such great titles. I do too, but unfortunately they would also be $69.99 a piece. They would be $149.99 a piece, and $74.99 and $99.99 and $199.99 and $34.99 and $67.99. We have next is Ugly, went to Red Cave Collections. He got that. ZZ Top got Afterburner, and Javi was next on Ugly Kid Joe. And we have ZZ Top Greatest Hits. ZZ Top, that's the only one left there. $6.99. Hey, nothing wrong with cassettes. You should be buying these up, Jay Nutra. You should be saying, I'll take them, I'll take them, I'll take it, 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 I'll take it. Sold, 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 sold. Wow. I bet somebody's going to get all these at once. Let's see. Here we go. We have Whitesnake Greatest Hits, Whitesnake Slip of the Tongue Sealed, Whitesnake 87, Whitesnake Live in the Heart of the City, Whitesnake Come and Get It, Whitesnake Slide It In, Whitesnake Love Hunter, and Whitesnake Snakebite. $6.99. $6.99. Whitesnake, 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 Whitesnake. GMB is going to get the one that's sealed, and he's going to put it on Discogs for $34.99 while everybody else is sleeping. He just got a $75 cassette for $6.99. Hope everybody caught that. He basically just made $40, $50, $60, $70, $300, $400 watching Collecco late at night. Next thing is this right here, Heavy Metal Love compilation, Hard Rock Essentials of the 80s, Hard Rock Essentials of the 70s, 1958 Rock and Roll compilation, 80s Solid Gold. We have the 50s Jukebox. We have Nightmare, Music for Your Nightmare, Metal Rage, and Metal Mania. Those are all compilations, $6.99. Jim B gets the sealed Whitesnake. He's going to put that on Discogs for $399.99, their best offer. Somebody's going to offer $375. He's going to take their offer, and he is going to pay next month's water bill. Patrick Francis on Snakebite. That's sold to Patrick Francis for $6.99. Over here is all these compilations. Heavy Metal Love, Rock Essentials of the 80s, Rock Essentials of the 70s, 1958 compilation, Solid Go 80, Your Hit Parade, the 50s, Music for Your Nightmare, Metal Rage, and Metal Mania. Patrick Francis says he wants Heavy Metal Love. Patrick Francis wants Metal Rage and Metal Mania. These are sold to Patrick Francis, and he gets Heavy Metal Love down here at the bottom. That leaves the following compilations. Hard Rock Essentials the 80s, Hard Rock Essentials the 70s, the Rock and Roll Era 1958, Solid Go 80s, Your Hit Parade the 50s, and Music for Your Nightmare. Whoa, that sounds pretty That sounds pretty scary, honestly. And then Patrick Francis also wants Rock Essentials 70s, Rock Essentials 80s. Red Cave Collections wants Music for Your Nightmare. That's sold. And Jeff Brindley says, can I see the Whitesnakes? This is Whitesnake's Love Hunter, Whitesnake Slide It In, Whitesnake Come and Get It, Whitesnake Live in the Heart of the City, Whitesnake Self-Titled, and Whitesnake's Greatest Hits. GMB already got the $400 sealed one. These are all $6.99 each. $6.99 each. That's how much? $6.99 each. That's it. That's it. Just $6.99 each. And if you didn't hear that, I'll tell you again. Those were $6.99 each. All right, here comes some more for just $6.99 each. Jeff Brindley wants all of them but self-titled. Okay? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So to Jeff Brindley. White Snake 87 within the Still of the Night. And here I go again on my own. Javi Soto on ZZ Top. I will take $15 for these last three and bundle them together. The 58, the gold 80s, and the 50s. If anybody wants those last three comps for 15. All right, here comes some more great titles here. Let's start with this stack right here. Here we go. Wilson Phillips, very tough to get on vinyl. Wham, make it big. Wake me up before you go. Weird Al Yankovic, Weird Al Yankovic, and Weird Al Yankovic. Wow. $6.99 on those. $6.99. How much are 8 tracks? $6.99. We have Heart, Brigade, Heart, Bad Animals, Heart, Self-Titled, Heart, Little Queen, Sealed, even though the jewel case is cracked up here, Jim B. We have Harry Nilsson. Everybody's talking. I don't hear a word they're saying. Hall & Oates is sealed. Oh, yeah. And then Rock and Soul Part 1, also by Hall & Oates, $6.99. Jeff Brinley on Weird Al. So did Jeff Brinley for $6.99 each. $6.99, $6.99, $6.99. Those are so did Jeff Brinley. $6.99, $6.99, $6.99. And then Bart Knoxville on H for Heart. He's going to get one of the hearts. Jeff Brinley gets DOH, Dead on Arrival. No, that's DOA. We're going to figure out what DOE means. Bart Knoxville wants the heart sealed. He said, take that, GMB. Take that, GMB. That's so to Bart Knoxville for $6.99. Jerry Rock on WA. There's no WA, but there's a WP. I got Wham, Wilson Phillips, Heart, 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 Harry Nilsson, Hall & Oates, and Hall & Oates. Wilson Phillips, Wham, Heart, 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 and Harry Nilsson, Hall & Oates, and Hall & Oates. That's what's left right in there. Here we go. No, that's exasperation for autocorrect. Oh, that's duh. All right, let me take this stack of sealed in here, sold. Sorry, I got sealed on my mind. After Jim B's got that steel for the sealed, it's kind of been on my mind. It's kind of frustrated me. He just grabbed that $8,000 cassette for $6.99. He's over here picking out his next pickleball court. He's putting it in his backyard. It's going to have a heated floor. He can go outside and play pickleball barefooted. Weird Al. Oh, yeah, WA. That's Weird Al. Sorry. All right, let's grab another handful over here. These are how much? Just $6.99 each. Pretty crazy, right? I know. Somebody stop me. At this point, I might be like Chad, or when are you going to stop? By the way, time's ticking. I think we got about 12 minutes left. Here we go. Are you ready? I'm ready. Let me lay these differently. All right, let me lay these differently, okay? I'm going to put these back here. So I still got Hall & Oates sealed. Oh, yeah, sealed, Jim B. This is sealed, Jim B. Harry Nilsson is sealed, Jim B. Heart, Heart, Heart. Those are all available. And then Wilson Phillips and Wham. And then there's the compilations and Whitesnake. All right, here we go. This is a bunch right here. We have Foreigner Records, Foreigner Inside Information, Foreigner Agent Provocateur, Foreigner 4, Foreigner. This is a sealed copy of Double Vision, Foreigner Head Games, and Foreigner Self-Titled. How much? It's all $6.99. Next is Genesis, Abacab, Genesis, and The Lamb Lies Down on Broadway. GTR, $6.99. The Best of Freddie Fender, Freddie Mercury, The Great Pretender, and Frank Sinatra duet, sealed. Folks, this is sealed. Frank Sinatra is sealed. $6.99. So we got Foreigner, Frank Sinatra, Freddie Mercury, Freddie Fender, GTR, Genesis, and Genesis. I need Jeff Brinley to say, Chad, I'll take them all. Chad, I'll take them all. Chad, I'll take them all. Chris Frazier first on Foreigner. Let me know if you want self-titled Head Games, Double Vision, sealed, Foreigner 4, Agent Provocateur, Inside Information, or Foreigner Records. He wants to seal Double Vision. He's like, take that, Jim B. $6.99. Frank Sinatra, duets, Freddie Mercury, The Great Pretender, Freddie Fender. We got Freddie Mercury and Freddie Fender. Couldn't get much different. Chris Frazier on the Frank Sinatra sealed. He's like, take that, Jim B. Take that, Jim B. Should I do more hair metal? I'm actually skipping over it right now. I don't know if y'all deserve it or not. I don't know if y'all deserve this hair metal or not. Bam, bum, 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 bum. we have the following. We have Foreigner was one of those agent provocateur. There is an agent provocateur here, right here. Yes, I want to know what love is. We have Heart, Rock This House Live, Rock Renaissance 3 compilation, Rock Renaissance 3 compilation, The Graveyard Train, that looks interesting. And then here is a Time Life collection, Sounds of the 70s, 1970, 72, 74, 77, and 79. Sounds of the 70s, 70, 72, 74, 77, and 79. ZZ Top Eliminator and ZZ Top Recycler. Tom Harris wants Foreigner, Agent Provocateur, sold for $6.99. Javi Soto says he'll take the cassette of Wilson Phillips as well. Yeah, thank you. That is pretty tough to find on vinyl. Jim B says, I don't want the White Snake City anymore. Put it back up. I know you're just joking. I just know you're joking. We have Foreigner, Frank Sinatra, Foreigner, and Wilson Phillips. We have Jeff Brinley on Graveyard Train for $6.99. Hiram Aponte on Eliminator. And then the next over here is Give Me 72 and 79. This is 72 and 79. And those are sold to Jim B. Patrick Francis. And we have 1970, 74, and 77 here. 1970, 74, and 77. 70, 74, and 77. Those are the years that were remaining there. All right. And then over here, I have the following. I have, golly, okay, let's go ahead and do this little pile right here. Oh, man. Okay. Dang it. All right. It's late. I'm going to give y'all some just amazing deals, okay? It's late. It's late. Y'all are sticking with me. Let's do it. Some of these should not be $6.99. Some of these should be auctioned. But, folks, let's do it. Let's do this, okay? Patrick wants 74 and 77. You missed the best year there. We have ZZ Top El Loco. We got ZZ Top El Loco. Yes, 90125. The Who, Who's Next? We have George Harrison, Cloud 9, Genesis, We Can't Dance, White Line, Big Game, White Line, Pride, White Line, Fight to Survive, Cherry Pie, Dirty Rotten Filthy Stinking Rich, and Vixen, Rev It Up. $6.99. On second thought, Jim B is actually serious. Now, Jim B, I need to confirm that you're not being held against your will. Are you being serious? You're really putting back this $2,000-$3,000 cassette and letting Jeff Brinley have it. He was next for $6.99. And then John Napolitano. We got to make sure Jim B is really serious. And we got to make sure. He may be getting held against his will somewhere. We got to make sure. Patrick Francis also wants 1970. Jeff Brinley wants the Lions. He gets all three white lines. Those are sold to Jeff Brinley. Red Cave Collections wants Pie. You were first on Cherry Pie, Red Cave Collections. That's sold to you. Jeff Brinley was second. And then that still leaves ZZ Top, yes, The Who, George Harrison, Genesis, Warren, and Vixen. Wow, Warren and Vixen still left. And Genesis, We Can't Dance. And George Harrison. Is the Live Heart cassette still available? It is. Yeah, it is. The three comps are still available, Leslie. All right. So Jim B is going to give his sealed $1 million cassette to Jeff Brinley. We'll make sure that gets changed. We'll make sure. I don't know about you, but we're all pretty dang surprised with this turn of events. Javi, that's still available, and Leslie, that's still available. Let me refresh my timer. We're going to take this all the way up till the 8-hour mark, okay? And the 8-hour mark is going to be in just a minute 2 minutes and 20 seconds left. We're almost at the end, yeah. Facebook's about to expire, and the show's pretty much going to be over with. Leslie, it was 1958, the rock and roll era, solid go to the 80s and the 50s. Okay? Javi Soto does want the live heart. I think we can do a couple quick handfuls. $6.99. And this has been an epic Thursday night here at Collecco. Let's do this little stack right here. These are all $6.99, okay? And we're going to do these right here, all $6.99. This should wrap up the show after this right here. We have the following. Hearing aid, that should be an instant seller. Van Halen OU812. Also, we have The Outlaws, Wasp, self-titled. Waylon Jennings' Greatest Hits, Vixen, self-titled, Village People Live, and Genesis, and then there were 3. Okay, there's all that. Next thing is the following. And Hiram wants Here. And that was Hearing Aid. That's so to Hiram Aponte. And then Jeff Brinley on Can. And Jeff Brinley on, he meant Wasp. That's so to Jeff Brinley for $6.99. And John Napolitano was next. Okay? This show would be a lot less entertaining without Jim B here late at night to pick on. I'll tell you what, this would be a heck of a, it would be a lot less, we'd be in trouble without Jim B, honestly. Jeff Brinley on Van Halen. Please tune in tomorrow with Paul. I can probably read through those 45s one more time. Danny, have you met, I've been telling people just to message Ed because I still don't know what it is. Tanner this morning, I haven't seen him in 24 hours. I honestly don't know what it is. I've been asking everybody to message the page, and Ed's been giving that out. Van Halen is so to Jeff Brinley, OU812. I leave tomorrow at 6 o'clock, I think, to go to Atlanta to see the Tennessee Vols play Saturday. We're getting down there a day early, and so we don't have, because it's a noon game. Otherwise, we'd probably just drive the day of, but there's that. And I really need to start cleaning up. I got to get all this cleaned up. So Paul has, he said, ask you. Oh, boy, that's a lot of back and forth, isn't it? It's Tanner that has it. You message me on my personal page, and I'm going to see him tomorrow before I leave, and I'm going to make sure I get that. There's people asking me, and yeah, the best thing we're going to do is just give it away. Just give away that code. If people want to help, if they want us to solicit the shipping, if they want us to take care of the shipping, we have to work something out. It's turned out to be pretty complicated because there's no easy way to ship those things. There is no easy way to ship those. It's not like you can just fold them up. So on that. And I'll take the sealed foreigner if it didn't sell. That one sold. Dirty head game sold. Head game sold. I'm pretty exhausted. Tonight's been a heck of a night. It's been a lot of fun, though. Probably the next time Paul reads through these cassettes tomorrow during prime time, they'll probably sell. And guys that buy a lot of these cassettes, there is some great stuff still over here. Coming up. Hold on, I was looking at a message. Sorry, I'm already on my phone distracted. Okay. All right, let's stop there. I've got to figure out what I'm eating, too. Might be a good Waffle House night. We're about to find out. Thanks, everybody. Done here. Appreciate it. I really need to stop. I know I could keep selling, but I really, really need to stop because anytime I take time off, I'm usually sleep deprived. And I'm usually like half asleep at these ball games or driving, especially on the way down there because it'll be a weird time for me, or on the way back, I should say. So I better stop. Another 30 minutes is pretty valuable for what I have to do the rest of the night. So I better stop. I don't know when was the last Metallica show that I went to? That was I don't think I've not missed a stream. I don't think I've missed a stream since the last, that's been about 2 months. So I really need to get cleaned up so I can sleep up until the time we're leaving tomorrow. It's going to be by the time we're leaving is about time I would be probably starting the show. So I should be pretty good, but I got to get some rest because if I get to that game tomorrow, it's going to be at noon, okay? Now at noon, I'm usually deep in sleep. So I've got to basically make sure I get some rest, and my body's just going to be off. So anytime I do a day off, I have to take a day off before basically to get adjusted for sleep. So I got to get a lot cleaned up here and get Paul set up for the next 2 nights. I got to film video. I'm going to try my best. I know not everybody's going to hear this, but if I don't make up the videos for the flip crate in the morning and Saturday morning and Sunday morning, if I don't do 3 crates ahead of time, then there's not going to be any flip crates in the group. So I got to do that. So I've got, even though I'm in this stream, I've got another 2 or 3 hours here of work to do. So I better get to it. So thanks everybody for watching. I'm signing off. Y'all are incredible. Message the page or message me if you have any questions. I might ask Paul to run through this stuff again for those that wanted a second look. And he might can sell even more during prime time tomorrow. That would be ideal. Thanks for watching. I'm signing off. My name's Chad, owner and founder of CollectCo. Y'all or whoever you are, the greatest customers in the world. CollectCo customers. Thank you. Good night. I'll see y'all back on Monday, maybe Sunday. I'll actually be back Saturday night. So I'll be back Saturday night. Paul will be doing the show, but like I'll be back in town. So I may be here Sunday. I'm going to be here Sunday working regardless, but I kind of need to do a cleanup. But we might do coins and silver. That's about a 20% chance. So if I have some time, I'm going to watch the Predator movie. I don't have time, though. My next 72 hours are pretty much booked. So usually I watch a movie on Sunday morning, like when I go to bed Saturday night. So we'll see. Okay, thank y'all, and I'll be back. It's kind of weird not being here on those days I'm off, so I'll miss you. I'll miss you a lot. Show up and support Paul.